Chapter 1, Saiyan who came back to life. Healer Horn, this kid's vital signs are declining. I am afraid that it will not last long without treatment. You should quickly prepare recovery fluid and nutrient solution, at least to maintain this kid's life. Hey, this expense is again, it should be counted in the funding of the training team. How could it hurt like this? It looks like a little guy who just joined the training team. Who can say no? It was the first time I did field training. It was really unlucky. If this guy can be saved, I can save it. If I can't save it, I will report it to Master Pulapai. Hey, don't worry, you know the level of our treatment center. Many newborns are trained here. Okay, no one knows that all your services here are clearly marked. By the way, don't use too good recovery fluid. The training team has been budgeted recently. To understanding. This is a scene that took place in the treatment center. Horn from the Yugal Star sent away the Saiyan who was the leader of the training team with a smile on his face. He turned his head and glanced at the Saiyan child who was already inhuman, about 3 years old. Very thin, probably in the form of malnutrition. The vitality of the Saiyans is really tenacious, and they can survive such a severe injury. Hey, so it's a fighting nation. If I had such a strong physique as a Saiyan, I would have become a powerful warrior long ago, and I wouldn't be a healer in this healing center. Yugal Star Horner checking the injured child with the instrument, the octopus-like head kept shaking his head. The internal organs are severely compressed, there are many bleedings in the body, and as many as 16 bones are broken. The most serious is the trauma on the head. There is little hope of rescue. Call up this little guy's information. With a beep, the computer system connects to the energy detector in the child's ear and calls up the database inside. Soon information about this young Saiyan was projected in the air. Name, Luolan. Parents, Terrans, dead in battle, Alicia, dead in battle. Qualification, intermediate. Combat power, 134. I'm still a mid-level fighter. I wouldn't be sent to the training team unless my parents died. Picking up the seriously injured Saiyan baby, the Yugal Star put him into a transparent treatment cabin with the help of his assistant. Then pour the green recovery fluid into it. The quality of this restoration solution is average, but the price is cheap. According to the instructions of the training team leader, do not use too good recovery fluid, because the funds are insufficient. In fact, the Saiyans whose parents have died, unless they are talented, the training team will not take care of them at all. After simple training, will directly assign tasks to them and send Vegeta stars. To put it bluntly, the training team is a place where some Saiyan orphans are given intensive training, and they can be taught basic survival skills and fighting methods. They will throw their children directly into the dangerous wilderness and let them fight alone with the beasts in the jungle. The training method is very cruel. Vegeta is an advanced planet. Although Saiyans have the absolute dominance on it, there are still very fierce beasts in the wilderness. The casualty rate of this kind of training can be imagined. Therefore, as long as they are Saiyans whose parents are alive, their parents would rather train their children by themselves than send their children to a training group. At night, Luolan was still immersed in the recovery solution, and suddenly a series of bubbles appeared in the green solution. The monitoring system found that the individual's various indicators were obviously abnormal, and the warning sound beep beep sounded. What happened? The Yugal Star Horn and his assistant rushed over and saw the data on the monitor. Although the body has been repaired, the brainwave display has become a straight line. Take it away, this guy is no longer rescued, stop the recovery liquid input, and take out the solution inside for secondary recovery. Who will deal with his body? The treatment center often encounters Saiyans who have died due to treatment failures. Their bodies are generally claimed by relatives or friends. However, for some dead orphans, they are directly processed by the treatment center, usually burned in situ, or by special the processing robot finds a place to bury it. After writing the death certificate and signing a word on it, the Yugal star called to deal with the robot. The processing robot directly packed Luolan and transported it to a small forest more than 100 kilometers away, then hummed a hole, threw the corpse inside, and buried it again. After handling all this, the processing robot ran a few laps on the spot, and the tracked rollers tamped the soil, then reported to complete the task and drove back to the treatment center. The sky is dim, moon stars are sparse, and hazy stars dot the sky. Just where the body was submerged, a magical scene was happening. Luolan didn't know how long he was in a coma. When he regained consciousness, a tingling pain from the depths of his soul continued to torment him. His body was so heavy that he couldn't open his eyelids even with all his strength. This was a huge torture, and Luolan felt a huge light in front of him in a daze. He struggled for a long time, finally opened his eyes. The smell of mud came from my nostrils. Wait, I was buried in the ground? Luolan was awakened abruptly, bared his teeth, the intense pain made Luolan's face pale, and the big beads of sweat flowed down. Luolan struggled to get up from the mud. Because of the injuries on his body, he exerted tremendous physical strength with every move. After crawling out of the ground, Luolan gasped, breathing the fresh air in the air, his lungs suddenly filled with vitality as if they were moisturized. Where am I? Luolan's head was still drowsy, and a series of memories came out in the next second. With a loud scream, Luolan accepted this physical memory. After receiving the memory, his immature eyes flashed with incredible light. It turned out to be Star Vegeta, and I turned out to be a Saiyan toddler, and I have already died once. Luolan was full of surprise. He didn't expect that he would go to the Dragon Ball world when he woke up after sleeping. According to the memory of this body, his name was Luolan, a match that died because of an accident when he entered the training team. Dummy. The parents of this body were killed in the battle for performing the task as early as a year ago. Although they later received a pension, all of these pensions have been used to pay for the high cost of the child's nutrition solution. In Vegeta, the newborn Saiyan will be soaked in nutrient solution for 3 years after being born. These 3 years are mainly to strengthen the baby's physical fitness and stimulate greater potential. Because Luolan's parents passed away early, the quality of the nutrient solution in the later period was not good. Compared with the Saiyans in the same period, it was a bit not acquired. What a shame! Luolan pulled the weeds from the ground. Compared with the Saiyans of the same period, he seems to be naturally weaker. Even dead digging a hole is so perfunctory. Calm, although he is not a superior fighter. He is an intermediate fighter anyway. In fact, an intermediate fighter is not bad. Luolan comforted himself. He should feel fortunate compared to crossing into a human being on Earth. If a human being on Earth started the game, it would be called mode. I've died once. According to the characteristics of Saiyan becoming stronger near death, my strength should be able to improve. It feels to think about it this way. Wait, now is not the time to think about this. If this is Star Vegeta, we must first figure out how many years are left before the beginning of the plot, and the Star Vegeta will be destroyed. A strong sense of urgency suddenly arose in Luolan's heart. He who died once, didn't want to die a second time. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 2, Good Talent. The Star Vegeta at the end is a very dangerous place, and Frisia, a well-known planet seller, might have already set his sights on it. Luolan knew in his heart that the most important thing now was to figure out the time period he was in, and then leave Vegeta Star as soon as possible, but then he saw his short arms and legs. He knew that his thoughts were going to be lost for the time being. The child's body is really in trouble, sitting on the ground cursingly. The only thing that gives him a trace of comfort is that he probably won't be in danger now. Reflexively, Luolan wanted to press the energy detector beside her ear, but he could not touch anything. Only then did I realize that my energy detector had also been recovered, and there was nothing left except a small combat uniform. In this case, you don't even know how much combat power you have. It would be great if she knew how to feel the breath of a human being on Earth. Vegeta could learn the sense of breath by observing the sense of aura without a teacher. Luolan also wanted to try it, but after spending a lot of work, she didn't even know what chi is. Clear. It seems that I am far from being a genius. Luolan cocked his mouth and chirped. After all, there are not many geniuses like Vegeta in the entire Vegeta. If you can learn the tricks of the Earthlings casually, the aliens in the universe will not all use energy detection device. Breath induction must be very profound. Luolan comforted herself and never thought that her talent was not enough. In fact, Luolan's talent is still very good, and he was judged as an intermediate fighter at birth, which is already quite remarkable. Among Saiyan newborns, those with a combat power of 50 or less at birth are lower-level fighters, those between 50 and 100 are mid-level fighters, and those with more than 100 are geniuses among Saiyans and are judged as superior fighters. In all Saiyan races, the number of upper-level fighters is very small, and there may not be 1 in 100 newborns. Every upper-level fighter is a talent who is closely watched and cultivated. Things like entering a training group will never happen. When it comes to them, even if they are orphans, the ethnic group will give them the best care. Below the upper-level fighters are the middle-level fighters and the mainstay of the future of the ethnic group. They account for 8% or 9% of newborns, and they are not many. The remaining 90% are all lower-level fighters, including more than half of non-combatants who have been unable to break through 1000 combat power in their entire lives. Generally speaking, the birth of a Saiyan largely determines the strength that can be achieved in the future. Even if the lower-level fighters are well trained, their combat effectiveness is generally below 2000 after they grow up, while the intermediate fighters are between 2000 and 5000. Only superior fighters can reach or exceed 5000 combat effectiveness. Therefore, the upper-level fighters are particularly noble among the Saiyans. They are the famous family of the Saiyans and the highest fighting power of the Saiyans. At present, the entire Vegeta star has no more than 5 superior fighters with a combat power of more than 10,000, and they are all outstanding among Saiyans without exception. According to my memory, this body of mine originally had 134 combat power. It reached this level at the age of 3. It is already very impressive. It can reach at least 3000 combat power in adulthood. Unfortunately, due to insufficient nutrient supplementation, life was delayed. Cut. Thinking of the secular practices of the treatment center, Luolan detested. If you give him top-notch nutrient solution, he can guarantee that his current combat effectiveness can definitely reach 180. But then again, if the strength of the predecessor is so strong, there will be no chance for him to pass through the possession. Humph, I don't understand something so profound in breath induction anyway, but the energy wave should be able to do it. Let me think about it. It seems that I have used it in my memory. It is like this. According to the memory, the energy in the body is operated. Soon a cluster of dazzling light suddenly formed in the palm of the hand, and then turned into a bright blue energy ball. Rising up, energy ball! Luolan shouted excitedly. But the next second, the violent movement affected his body's injuries, Luolan staggered, and the energy ball in his hand was thrown out. A spherical object glowing with blue light suddenly flew out like a bullet, and instantly hit the forest a few hundred meters away. There was a violent sound of rumbling, and the energy bomb burst out terrifying energy at the moment of impact. Countless sand and gravel filled the sky, which quickly made the vision hazy. The energy exploded from the energy bomb instantly destroyed a wide range of forests. And a strong shock wave spread from the center of the explosion to the surroundings. Numerous towering trees were bent to the ground, and the whole tree was uprooted. When the smoke composed of sand and dust dissipated, what appeared in front of us was bare sand and stone that had become unrecognizable and nearly 100 meters square. Luolan looked dumbfounded, startled by the destruction she had caused. This power is too strong, it's like being hit by a missile. This kind of destructive power is definitely more than 134 combat power. The near-death once really stimulated the potential of oneself. No, it should be said that it stimulated the potential provided by the previous nutrient solution. Luolan smiled stupidly, as if a fire was burning in his heart. At this moment, Frisia and Demon Bu were nothing, and he could easily defeat them. Bah, what dream are you doing? I have nothing to provoke them to do. Luolan slapped herself, really nothing to do. Now it is the most important thing to save her life. Well, it is too dangerous to find a way to leave Vegeta as soon as possible. With this idea in his mind, Luolan began to think about how to get an aircraft. If you can't steal it, then you can only steal it, but even if it is stolen, he will not use it. Really distressed. Well, let's improve my strength first, it will be easier to handle everything with higher strength. Luolan's heart is so eager. Dragon Ball world adheres to the law of the weak and the strong, and the strength is the first. Now that you have become a Saiyan, if you don't make good use of your talents, isn't it a trip for nothing? So in the following days, Luolan lived alone in the forest. Fortunately, this forest was only 100 kilometers away from the nearest Saiyan gathering place. The more powerful beasts in the forest had long been cleared by the Saiyans. Luolan stayed here to get acquainted with her own power. Today is the 135th day of the journey, and today I was severely repaired. The opponent is a rabbit with long ears. It is strange. The rabbits on Vegeta are so powerful. Wait, this chew first, write it down and wait for me to burn it. I ate lunch beautifully, and my combat effectiveness really improved a lot. I feel that it is now better than the Tianjin fan in the world's #1 Budokai. It is worthy of the body of a Saiyan. The physical fitness is too strong. It won't be long before you can surpass that big devil. Ma Dan, this is the Dragon Ball world, can't be proud. Stay for a while. I will go back to the gathering place in a few days. I can't afford to lose my time. I must leave Vegeta as soon as possible. However, I am a black household now. How can I get rid of it? Bathed in the moonlight, I feel full of energy. Luolan lay on the grass piled with broken leaves, reminiscing about more than 100 days of coming to Vegeta. The surroundings are chaotic, like being swept by a storm, leaving a messy appearance. It seems that this body is about 3.5 years old. Fortunately, even if there is not enough nutrient solution, the growth is still not slowed down. This is because of the daily exercise. Luolan is very happy. In short, his talent is good. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 3, Sephria. In the following days, Luolan explored the potential of the body while thinking about the way to leave Vegeta, but after deliberation, she finally felt that she should restore her identity first, and then casually accept a mission away from Vegeta. The most convenient. After leaving Vegeta, disconnect the communicator again. Who cares about Vegeta's situation? Whether the Saiyan is alive or dead, it has nothing to do with him. At that time, traveling in the universe unrestrainedly, having nothing to do, killing a few cosmic people, and finding a planet rich in resources for a good pastime when tired, wouldn't it be extremely enjoyable? By the way, you can also go to the Earth, where you are absolutely invincible, maybe you can even flirt with the heroines in the original, and something like this happens. Luolan thought about it, feeling that the future is full of bright. Sure enough, life on the other side of the Earth is more suitable for you. Wait, he suddenly woke up and remembered a very important thing. What if there are still many years left before the plot begins, or when he arrives on Earth and finds that it is still in ancient times, what can he do? This is not impossible. The cold sweat broke out all at once, and Luolan suddenly realized that she seemed to have been ignoring a certain possibility. Who can guarantee that he will pass through the time period close to the beginning of the plot, in case it is decades or hundreds of years earlier, when the plot begins, he will not even have ashes left. Your luck will never be so bad. No, shouldn't all the traversers fit the plot? This is the basic operation. He smiled and wiped his head. Luo Lan himself became unsure. After all, even crossing this kind of thing happened, who else can say with certainty? I remember a novel that was written like this, about an indigenous protagonist who had not lived well since he was a child, but accidentally took the risk of getting a note left by the predecessors of the ancient traverser, discovering different prospects from it and starting to rise to the top. It can be seen that the senior traverser is not necessarily the protagonist, but may also be a golden finger arranged for the protagonist. Thinking of this, Luo Lan's heart was even more unreliable. This wave seems a bit unstable. Ma Dan, why are you still nesting here? Go back to the gathering place to confirm. If you don't go, the protagonist's status will be lost. Luo Lan's immature face appeared entangled. He had to go back anyway, frowning and thinking for a while, but fortunately there were memories of his predecessor in his brain. After determining the position, Luo Lan's small body began to float, and then flew towards the nearby Saiyan gathering place. Although Saiyans can't sense breath, their Qigong wave and flying skills are readily available. A blast of cold wind blew on his face. Luo Lan shuddered, and a secret cry was so cold that his body couldn't stand it. Just thinking about whether to slow down a little bit, the energy in the body reacted, fiery energy. It started to boil, forming a protective film on the surface of his body, and the cold feeling disappeared without a trace. In other words, they can already fly, there is no reason to resist the cold. Although the life forms in the universe do not understand what qi is and cannot perceive qi, the use of energy is definitely more comprehensive. When Luo Lan covered the body with energy, the ears, eyes, and other 5 senses became particularly sensitive. It seems that energy does help improve the body's senses. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that people in the universe have developed the habit of watching with the naked eye and exploring with energy detectors. Only the terrible low martial arts environment of the earth, due to the pitiful low energy value, has developed martial arts skills that use qi to sense. Because for the people on earth, the energy of every trace of qi comes from hardship, and it may take decades to cultivate for a trace of qi, and it is impossible to spend it, so a very rigorous system has naturally formed. Like Monkey King and Klin, when they first learned Qigong waves in the early days, they just knew the way of releasing Qigong waves, but they didn't know the specific content. For people on Earth with only more than 100 combat power, Qigong wave is more like an identity sign of a senior martial artist. It is not well used in actual combat, because the loss of the enemy is large, the preparation time is long, and the effect is far inferior to using fists. It is effective, so warriors are used to fighting with fists and feet more often. This is true of Monkey King and Gaixian. Only after the cultivation of the temple, the level of improvement, the superiority of the earth's qi will gradually manifest. Luo Lan doesn't know this yet, he just uses energy waves habitually based on memory. This practice must be changed, otherwise you will develop a habit, and if you want to learn the use of qi, then there will be more obstacles out of thin air, and learning will only get half the result with half the effort. The night was faint, like a pair of giant hands clasped down. The nearest Saiyan gathering place for Luo Lan is only over 100 kilometers away. At this distance, based on Luo Lan's flying speed, it can be reached in 10 minutes. A dim light appeared before his eyes. The front is the gathering place where Luo Lan used to live. The scale of that gathering place is not very large, so the living conditions are not very good. It is incomparable with the big Saiyan city and the king. This kind of gathering place was initially established by some Saiyan squads to facilitate the execution of tasks. Later, after development, with the increase of personnel, it gradually formed a scale similar to the market. After slowing down, Luo Lan landed on the ground. The gathering place at night is very quiet, and the buildings that look like stone hollowed out from the center are neatly arranged in rows. There was a square in the center of the gathering place. It was the place where the Saiyan temporarily parked the aircraft. Even at night, there were adult Saiyan handles. So even if he was very greedy for those aircraft, Luo Lan's reason told him not to approach. My home should be in the southeast of the gathering place. According to the memory in his mind, Luo Lan avoided the pedestrians on the street and walked in front of a low stone house. That is the house left by Luo Lan's parents. Hey! Suddenly the dim light in front attracted his attention, and the lights in his house were actually lit. Being thief was the first reaction in Luo Lan's mind, and then shook his head. Saiyans are not so vulgar. Those gangs of Joe peeling won't recycle my house. All kinds of thoughts kept flashing in his mind. Luo Lan cursed, tiptoed close to her house, head leaning on the window to look inside. The window is open, so you can easily see the furnishings inside. The inner door is tightly closed. The furnishings in the room have not been moved, but there seems to be someone walking inside. When Luo Lan was about to find out, the people inside had already found him. Who? A clear female voice, very cold but nice. Luo Lan's heart tightened and reflexively wanted to escape, but at this moment, a cold wind blew, and a faint fragrance entered his nostrils. Luo Lan's feet lightened, and the young body was picked up. The other party was a very beautiful girl who looked 16 or 17 years old. She was tall and well-proportioned, with inner spiritual energy, silky hair and shawl down her shoulders. Her skin was fair and smooth, but the expression on her face was very cold. Luo Lan and the girl stared at each other with big eyes. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Luo Lan was held by the neck, struggling on all fours, but the opponent's strength was great, and Luo Lan was not his opponent. You're home. The girl stared at Luo Lan. You are Luo Lan, aren't you dead? Luo Lan stared black eyes. Of course I am not dead. The girl threw Luo Lan to the ground, and quickly reacted. Her face was cold and said, assholes in the treatment center, they told me that you are dead. Who are you? Luo Lan rubbed his and stood up. Judging from the scene in front of him, the other party seemed to be innocent. The opposite side was silent for a while, and said coldly, my name is Sephria, which is your sister. What? Luo Lan blurted out a surprised voice, and his dark eyes stared at the girl in front of him. How could he never know that he still had a sister? What are you talking about? Sephria frowned. Oh, I'm surprised at your identity. Luo Lan carefully looked at the girl who claimed to be her sister. She was really beautiful. In order to better utilize the advantages of the fighting nation, Saiyans tend to have a very long adolescence. Relatively speaking, in order to make a disguise, the infant state will continue until adulthood, and then grow up quickly when they are almost adult. The girl in front of her was beautiful and charming, and she was probably not far from adulthood. But beautiful, and his personality seems very cold. I am your sister, there is no doubt about this identity. So Sephilia began to tell her origins. It turned out that Sephilia's mother and Luo Lan's mother were relatives. In other words, she was Luo Lan's cousin. She was 14 years older than Luo Lan and was Sui, a rare superior fighter. 5 years ago, she followed her parents and the army to carry out large-scale missions, and only recently returned to Vegeta. As for the specific mission, Sephilia didn't talk much about it. It seemed that the final mission was completed. But the damage is serious. So you really are my sister? Luo Lan confirmed again. Correct. Advanced fighter? Yes. Sephria didn't say much, she looked cold. What is your combat power? Luo Lan asked very concerned. Sephilia glanced at Luo Lan lightly, 4,200 combat power. Hiss, Luo Lan didn't catch his breath, clutching his chest and couldn't breathe. He felt his heart hurt so much. Compared with the chick in front of him, he felt a deep sense of frustration. This girl is definitely a genius. Are you okay? Putting her hand on Luo Lan's forehead, Sephilia faintly compared the temperature. It's okay, it hurts a bit. Your hands are so cold. Luolan slowly took a breath, slowly spit it out, adjusted her emotions, and a look of worship appeared on the young face. Sephiroth's beautiful thighs, he is holding on. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 4, Training. Sister, can you tell me what age it is now, and can you take me away from Star Vegeta? Luolan hugged Cephalia's beautiful long legs. Sephiroth's jewel-like beautiful eyes glanced at Roland and pressed the detector to test it. After the electronic sound of beep beep, Cephalia saw Luolan's combat effectiveness clearly. 210 combat effectiveness. This age is considered very good for the qualifications of intermediate fighters. Reaching 3000 combat effectiveness as an adult is not a problem. After making a comparison with other fighters in his heart, Sephiroth's eyes turned pleasing to Luolan. With your strength, you can take on some simple tasks. Yes. Don't be proud. Sephilia glanced at Luolan. You don't even have identity information now, and you can't accept the task at all. First, you have to rearrange your identity. By the way, where have you been these days and why? Will my identity be cancelled? Luolan said depressed. I was seriously injured during the training team, and then was not rescued, but was thrown out and buried. To be fair, I think I can be rescued. Most of what Luolan said were facts, only a little bit of content was hidden. With a pop, after listening to Luolan's remarks, Cephalia's air conditioning became even stronger. You will live in my house in the future, and I will solve the identity problem for you, so I will re-register in the name of my brother. Cephalia and her parents left Vegeta for a large mission 5 years ago. Luolan's new identity is Cephalia's younger brother born outside. The name can be the same, anyway, the phenomenon of the same name of the Saiyan is not unavailable. Actually, I think it is better not to register. I only need one spaceship. Luolan whispered in his heart, still thinking about leaving Vegeta. Sephiroth's home is located in a large gathering place, which is close to the capital. It is a more developed place in the Saiyan tribe. In the following days, Cephalia arranged a new identity for Roland, and also from Saiyan the management department received a brand new energy detector. Playing with the energy detector in his hand, shining indiscriminately at the Saiyans around him, pointed at himself, Luolan got the 210 data and couldn't help but feel a little proud. This is equivalent to the strength of the old Piccolo. It seemed that his strength had indeed improved a lot after he was dying, and of course it was the result of his hard work for more than 100 days. Aiming at Sephiroth. 4254. This data directly brightened Luolan's eyes. The upper-level fighters are amazing, and they are so strong at the age of 17. If this is a few years later, I am afraid that it will not directly exceed 5,000, which is much more powerful than other upper-level fighters. Following Sephiroth leisurely, Luolan considered the next thing. Because of the past few days, Luolan has already understood Cephalia's personality, cold personality, and cultivating madman. This is also in line with the personality of Saiyan. It's no wonder that he has such a fighting ability at a young age. The result of hard work. What surprised Luolan even more was that he found out about Vegeta, which is actually very easy to find out. Of course, when a genius like Vegeta was born, King Vegeta had to publicize it. Vegeta's age is the same as me, and she will be 4 in a few months, which means that there is only more than a year left before the destruction of Vegeta. The time for the destruction of Vegeta star can be simply estimated. When Monkey King took the spacecraft and landed on the Earth, Bulma was just 5 years old, and Vegeta was 1 year older than Bulma, minus the time Sun Wukong spent on his way to the Earth. Vegeta was almost 5 years old when Gita was destroyed. There is only more than a year left. Time is tight, Luolan's eyes are shining with beautiful light, and the secret path must quickly escape from Vegeta. Luolan, I applied for a relatively elementary task for you. It is not that difficult. I want to be competent with your strength. After coming out of the task planning office, Sephilia handed the task list to Luolan's hands. There is also an aircraft that is not particularly advanced. Luolan held the task list tightly, and was already happy. Great! But I think you'd better wait until you are 4 years old. There are still a few months to come. I need to strengthen your strength. Luolan's strength made her very dissatisfied, and Sephilia decided to take him training. Really, thank you so much. A Saiyan with a combat power of more than 4,000 is willing to train himself. Luolan naturally cannot ask for it, but he doesn't know, and soon he will be annoyed by this idea, because Cephalia's training really cannot be called training. Tortured. In the wilderness. Luolan's skin was swollen and fell to the ground. There are not a few pieces of skin on his body. You must know that Luolan is still very immature now. If he was in a previous life, he was still in kindergarten, but here he is. Suffered from inhuman torture all day long, and the initiator of all this was a woman named Sephria. Sephria is his cousin. I really believed in her before and thought she would be very gentle. It turns out that the woman is a madman with a tendency to abuse others. That crazy woman, sooner or later I will be tortured to death by her. It hurts. Luolan touched her red and swollen jaw, and her words were so painful. This is training, it's just being beaten. The Sephilia woman doesn't know what mercy is under her. No matter what you are, she will be beaten up and will not give targeted guidance at all. In her words, the first step for a Saiyan to fight is to learn to be beaten. Luolan's innate nutritional status is not better than that of other Saiyans, so she has to work harder to develop a thick-skinned body. A ghost with a thick skin, so trained to see people like that? Luolan couldn't help shivering with Nappa's penetrating appearance, that bright and big bald head, and he might not become stronger even if he was bald, so he shouldn't become like that. It can't go on like this. Get up! With an unceremonious rebuke, Sephilia looked at him coldly, a daunting blue ball of light condensed in his hand. Do you think I will obey this way? Okay. Oh. Luolan drooped his eyelids and carefully glanced at the other party. He sighed silently. In front of her, he was as weak as an ant. In order not to be beaten, he should be honest and obedient. This is not from the heart. During this period of time, his combat effectiveness has not risen much, but his ability to resist attacks has improved a lot. Although I haven't soaked enough nutrient solution, my physical fitness is no worse than other children. Next, you have to learn Saiyan fighting skills. When you perform tasks, the computer will directly infuse your brain. Sephilia looked at Luolan, which was why she only trained Luolan's physique, and did not teach him fighting skills. Luolan looked at Sephria's indifferent face, a face collapsed directly. It can also be seen from this that the Saiyans do not pay much attention to fighting skills. The strong grind their claws and the weak fight for wisdom. Only the low martial environment like the earth will put the fist and kung fu in the first place. For those born for cosmic people who will release energy waves, the amount of energy is directly related to the final outcome. Kung fu, there is a bird. This view is biased, but it reflects a concept in the universe. But Luolan knows that when skills and chi are applied to advanced levels, they are far more effective than pure energy competition. Therefore, during training, Luolan's hands and feet would be tied with a few 100 kilograms of heavy objects. Sephilia looked at it lightly, did not say much, smiled slightly, and an energy wave was thrown over. Finally, months of hard training finally passed. Luolan, who is nearly 4 years old, has a height of close to 1 meter. Because of Saiyan's physical condition, he will not be too tall for many years. A big change. However, long-term meat shield training has not only improved Luolan's ability to resist attacks, but also slowly increased his physical fitness and strength. At this time, Luolan's power has reached 300 combat effectiveness. You must know that this is the strength of the original Monkey King when he defeated the second-generation Big Demon King when he participated in the 23rd World's #1 Martial Arts Fair. The 4-year-old Luolan already done. This was due to his qualifications as an intermediate fighter, and of course it was inseparable from Cephalia's training and his own hard work. On this day, the cursing Luolan finally finished training, and then dressed neatly and put on a brand new combat uniform. Luolan lay down in the milky white spherical flying vehicle. The target is a remote planet located in the southern part of the northern galaxy planet Mappa. Finally leaving the planet Vegeta. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 5, Planet Mappa. Sephria, are you really planning to go with me? Lying on the soft seat in the aircraft, Luolan stretched her body. She didn't know what material it was made of. It was very comfortable to lie on. Sephria pressed his hand on Luolan's head, and sneered, "You still want me to help you with this kind of small task? You can do it yourself. Although it is more troublesome, it will not be dangerous to be careful. Philia's younger brother must be a fighter. I am worried about you." Luolan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "It was kind of me to let you go with me. What mission do I really expect myself to perform? It is really the thinking of a fighting nation, knowing about fighting all day long. Vegeta will be gone in another year. Who cares about that mission?" Seeing Sephia's beautiful face, Luolan suddenly felt reluctant. It would be a shame if someone who had taken care of herself for so long would be destroyed together with Vegeta. In the end, however, Luolan still did not tell Sephria the truth. Because he knew that the other party would never believe this. Now the entire Saiyan clan has surrendered to the King Frisia, fighting for him and performing the task of selling planets. For Saiyans who regard fighting as enjoyment, this kind of life is not to mention how delicious. Except for the upper-level King Vegeta who is slightly rebellious, the rest of the Saiyans are probably already used to their current lives. Sephria is his sister, but the time between the two parties is not long after all. It is difficult for Luolan to convince her of the future. If she tells the cosmic people who monitor the Saiyans, it will only be out of the question. I am afraid that even his own life will not be guaranteed. Send me a message when you arrive at the planet Mappa. Will the communication function of the energy probe be used? Sephria leaned in, secured Luolan's seat belt, and then put a circle of things like a helmet on him. That is the controller of the spacecraft, which is also used as an information transmission device. A girl's unique scent came from her nose. I know, I will send you a message. Luolan happily pressed her face close, and Cephilia didn't seem to realize that she was taken advantage of. With a pat on Luolan's head, Cephilia exited the spherical aircraft. At this time, the spacecraft's hatch slowly closed. Through the cyan glass surface, Luolan saw Cephilia standing not far away, waving his arm at him. Luolan couldn't help but feel a bit of parting sadness in his heart, stared at Sephria carefully, and then ordered the aircraft to start taking off. Silly girl, sorry, I'm going to run for my life first. A downward force slammed on the body, and the scenery below became smaller and smaller, gradually turning into a blurred image. After a while, the arc-shaped horizon and the blurred atmosphere became farther and farther. The spacecraft gradually sailed into the vast and dark starry sky of the universe. Through the glass of the spacecraft, Luolan saw that the blue and white star Vegeta was going away at a very fast speed, and soon became a light spot in his vision and disappeared. Finally left Vegeta. As if suddenly relieved in his heart, Luolan slowly took a breath, then slowly exhaled, a ray of determination flashed in his eyes, and then gave a command to the spacecraft. Luolan entered the sleep mode. At this time, the transmission device worn on Luolan's head began to transmit Saiyan fighting skills to his brain cortex. It takes about 2 months to travel from Vegeta to the destination planet Mappa. This distance is actually very far away. It takes only 1 month to travel from the Earth to Namek. In these 2 months, he will fully accept the skills that a Saiyan warrior should master. Planet Mappa is the mission destination chosen by Sephiroth for Loyal Lan. According to the division of planets in the universe, Planet Mappa can only be regarded as a low-level planet, and the combat power of the most powerful creatures on it is also very limited. According to the general division method, planets with the highest combat power below 1000 are classified as low-level planets, those with the highest combat power between 1000 and 5000 are intermediate-level planets, and those with the highest combat power above 5000 are high-level planets. The planet Mappa is a low-level planet, so the biological energy on the planet is below 1000 combat power. In fact, Sephiroth had already investigated clearly when he chose the mission, and the strongest combat power of the planet Mappa did not exceed 500 combat power. With Loyal Lan's current 310 combat power, there will be no danger as long as you act carefully after the past. According to estimates, it only takes a few years for Loyal Lan's power to surpass the strongest on the planet Mappa. The spacecraft flew swiftly, holding up a long tail flame behind it, which looked like a comet, but in fact the tail flame was because the spacecraft was too fast, causing visual errors. In the vast and boundless universe, countless stars twinkle and twinkle in the dark starry sky, like a huge picture scroll slowly opening. On the cosmic scale, the distance between the planet and the planet is very far, even if the two twinkling points of light are not known how many light years are apart. Thanks to the powerful technology of cosmic civilization, the interstellar crossing in the Dragon Ball world is obviously much more convenient, and several star fields can be traversed in a few days or even months. In the night, a bright light flashed quickly and disappeared quickly. After the lens was zoomed in, it was clear that it was a milky white spherical aircraft. In a blink of an eye, it has been 2 months since Loyal Lan left Vegeta in the aircraft, and the destination planet Mappa was already within reach. The hibernation system of the spacecraft was cancelled when the spacecraft approached the planet Mappa. Loyal Lan in the seat slowly opened his eyes. Compared with 2 months ago, Loyal Lan has matured a lot, and his mind is full of Saiyan. The means of responding to the enemy filled his heart with excitement. Planet Mappa, this is my first stop in the Dragon Ball world. The corner of her mouth raised a smile. Loyal Lan now desperately needs an opponent to test his ability. Planet Mappa, in a dry riverbed. With a piercing roar, a spherical object glowing with red light fell through the atmosphere. After a violent impact, the sky was immediately filled with smoke and dust covering the sky. Due to the lack of moisture around, the smoke and dust could not disperse for a long time, forming a thick haze. On the bare corner of the riverbed, an impact crater with a depth of 100 meters square appeared there. In the center of the impact crater, a milky white spherical vehicle was half buried under the sand and rock, and its surface was charred and steaming hot. With a click, the door of the spaceship opened, and a small figure crawled out of the spaceship, and then slowly rose. Gently patted the dust on her body, Loyal Lan floated in the air, covering her mouth to disperse the dust in the air. Looking around, what came into her eyes was a dim and dry scene. The forest is very sparse, there are faintly a few towering shrubs, surrounded by beasts walking in groups, just like the African savanna of the previous life. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 6, The Sky is High and the Birds Fly. This planet is unexpectedly desolate, but according to the information Sephiroth gave me, the planet Mappa should be a technological planet. Technology planet, of course, is Loyal Lan's special request to Sephiroth. For a rational and realistic person, since it is known in advance that the aircraft and communication devices provided by Vegeta are monitored by the Frisia forces, it is necessary to minimize the use of such equipment and seek other ways out. Who knows, after the destruction of Vegeta, the Frisia forces will encircle and suppress Saiyans who have not returned to Vegeta based on the positioning of the communication device. People seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and Loyal Lan is the same. Therefore, it becomes very important to prepare another set of aircraft and energy detectors, so as to reduce the risk of exposing yourself most effectively. Luolan looked around, and there was a stone forest surrounded by steep mountains in front of him. He flew to a raised ledge, turned on the energy detector to explore the surroundings, and soon energy points were displayed on the single-frame lens. 426, 289, 241, 358. A series of data jumped, but none of the energy values exceeded 500 combat power. Luolan felt calm for a while. His own combat power is considered high level on this planet, and it is relatively powerful, at least there is no danger. With this understanding, Luolan's expression becomes more relaxed. As for the task that Vegeta Star gave him, he didn't even think about it. By the way, I need to contact Sephiria. Luolan quickly contacted Sephilia through the energy probe and told her about the planet Mappa. Sephilia was just coldly letting Luolan pay attention to safety, and she had to go out to perform the mission. Sephilia's mission is definitely more advanced. Luolan turned off the communicator and did not worry about the safety of Sephiria, because an upper-level fighter would definitely receive the attention of the senior Saiyans. Most of the tasks were team tasks. In contrast, the lower-level fighters and the intermediate fighters. The task is more dangerous. The high temperature of the scorching sun shines directly through the thin atmosphere, and there is a burning sensation on the skin. Luolan wants to take a breath, but was choked by the hot air, and soon coughed, but the Saiyan physique is really good. Excellent, I got used to the high temperature here in a while. Planet Mappa is a low-level planet, about 1/8 the size of Vegeta, and its gravity is only 0.2 times that of Vegeta, which is about twice the gravity of the Earth. On this planet, Luolan only felt as light as a swallow, full of power. After adapting to the environment of the planet Mappa, Luolan began to consider the next path. Luolan does not intend to carry out the mission, and the aircraft and energy detectors brought by Vegeta Star, he does not intend to continue to use them, because these technological equipment are actually monitored by Frisia's cosmic people. Luolan to get rid of surveillance, these devices must be abandoned. The first step is to figure out the distribution of forces on the planet Mappa, and then, find a way to get new spacecraft and probes, but before that, it is even more urgent to fully improve one's strength. In the universe, everything is imaginary, but only power is the most real. The Dragon Ball world has always been a world where the weak and the strong eat the strong. Even if Luolan has no ambitions, he will desperately increase his strength for the sake of his wealth and life. So the first step is to continue to strengthen oneself during this time. The second step is to obtain a new set of equipment. No matter how you get this set of equipment, whether it is snatching or threatening, these are all necessary means. Although Luolan wouldn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, she was definitely not a good person. For the sake of his own life, the necessary killings are acceptable. These are all forced by life. After roughly planning 2 steps for herself, Luolan completely let go of her mind, then turned on the energy detector, and chose a place with a slightly lower energy response to fly away. He first finds a place to live with sufficient food and water. Wow! Luolan flew along the low prairie, a gust of wind quickly swept over the prairie, the strong wind pressure instantly bent the grass and scattered shrubs below, and also frightened the groups of herbivores and those waiting to prey. Beast! After flying for about half an hour, I finally found a quiet valley between several mountains, not too far from the water pool. The entire valley is surrounded by mountains on both sides, presenting a fan, surrounded by lush vegetation and beautiful scenery. Yi, the gurgling stream flows down the rocky beach and merges into a pool. The environment here is okay, you can live here temporarily. Luolan looked at the leisurely and quiet scenery around him with a satisfied look in his eyes. He is still in the stage of survival, so he does not have high requirements for life. In fact, as long as he is a Saiyan and has basic combat power, survival is not a problem. Mobilize the energy in the body, condense a blue energy ball in the palm of the hand, and then throw the energy ball into the grove very comfortably. With a bang, a loud noise came from the calm valley, a burst of gunpowder suddenly rose, and the small forest was immediately cleared of a clearing. After the gunpowder dissipated, Luo Lan used trees to build a simple shelter on the open space, and covered it with hay, which was regarded as a temporary shelter. With a grunt sound, a hungry voice came from his stomach. Luo Lan wiped his stomach and suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten for a long time. Hehe, I'm still looking for some food. This planet is rich in products and there should be many delicious ones. After the life was temporarily secured, the next step was to treat herself well, and the corner of her mouth curled upwards. Luo Lan remembered the game from the previous life, and her saliva couldn't help but gurgle. Saiyan's life hobby, in addition to enjoying the fun of fighting, there is also food, which Luo Lan has also been affected. Because he couldn't distinguish the breath like the people on Earth, Luo Lan then turned on the detector again, specifically looking for beasts with a certain amount of energy. This beast has a particularly fragrant taste and rich nutrition. After a few electronic beeps, the detector detected that there was an energy source of 120 combat effectiveness 15 km to the east, which was not strong or weak and could be used as a food source. After determining the target, Luo Lan flew towards the east with a shoe. About a few minutes later, he found the energy source by a watering hole, which turned out to be a lion nearly 20 meters long. This head, you can have a full meal. Luo Lan smiled. He didn't pay attention to the 120-powered beast. Roar! The lion was lying on the edge of the water pool. When he found Luo Lan's figure, he roared angrily at him, as if defending his territory. The roar resounded through the wilderness, and immediately scared away many wild beasts around him. The birds drinking water spread their wings and flew away. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 7, Wilderness Practice. Luo Lan's figure entered the sight of the lion, which immediately angered the lion. It raised its hair and roared, swearing its majesty. However, all this was ridiculous in Luo Lan's eyes. Roar! Roaring again, the lion opened his mouth wide, his sharp beast teeth were extremely cruel, a pair of ferocious beast pupils stared at the intruder, the beast hooves suddenly stomped on the ground, scraping up a large piece of sand, and his huge body leaned back. He rushed out swiftly and actually rushed towards Luo Lan directly. What a cruel beast! Looking at the culling of this lion with a smile, Luo Lan showed a hint of playfulness in his eyes, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, his expression was calm and unhurried, his body dodged, and then he clenched his fists and smashed the beast back. With a groan, the lion staggered and made a miserable cry. When he looked at Luo Lan, the beast's pupils were full of fear, and he roared while his body couldn't help backing back. It's a beast after all. There is no wisdom at all, but now I am very hungry, so unfortunately you want to be my food. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Lan raised his finger at the lion. A small energy bomb hovered on the fingertips, and then with a sizzle, the gorgeous energy bomb flickered a few times and accelerated suddenly. The dazzling light shot from the fingertips, and directly penetrated the head of the lion in the next second. A splash of blood, like raindrops, energy rays penetrated the lion's head, and then burst out from the other end. With a mournful cry, the huge body of the lion crashed to the ground, raising a large cloud of smoke. Although this male lion has 120 energy in his body, he has a brute force, but he doesn't know how to release it. It's misfortune to meet Luo Lan. It is the unchangeable rule that the weak eat the strong, and Luo Lan who became a Saiyan must learn to adapt to these. Carrying the corpse of the lion back to the temporary shelter, Luo Lan threw out an energy wave to light the bonfire, then peeled off the skin to remove the internal organs, cleaned up the meat in clean water, and put it on a rack for barbecue. The rich and inviting aroma comes out from the browned meat of the barbecue. Luo Lan stared at the barbecue with straight eyes, swallowing saliva from time to time in his throat, and when the meat was roasted and browned, he jumped on it. The Saiyan's digestive system is very powerful, almost eating and digesting. A lion that is more than 20 meters long enters Loyolan's stomach in the blink of an eye. After a feasting meal, Loyolan touched her straight belly and let out a cry of happiness. After eating and drinking, taking a short nap, Loyolan's mental state has reached its peak, and it is time to consider the rest. Planet Mappa is just a transit point for him to set foot in the Dragon Ball world, and sooner or later he will leave. The Earth is an ideal choice, at least before the Saiyans attack the Earth, there is absolutely safe place. And there are many resources on the Earth that Loyolan attaches great importance to. Fairy beans, Dragon Balls, black technology, and chi cultivation methods, these treasures on Earth made Loyolan's eyes very hot. Vegeta's aircraft must be unusable, because Loyolan is not sure if the aircraft is equipped with a surveillance system like the energy detector. Fortunately, Planet Mappa is a technological planet, and spacecraft should have technology. As for the coordinate position of the Earth, Loyolan's aircraft is on it. After all, the Earth is not a hidden planet. Frisia is engaged in planet sales activities and has already ascertained the situation there, but because there is nothing but water and outside of the natural environment, there are no special mineral resources, so it has been defined by the Frisia forces as a remote planet with resource scarce, and there is no need to conquer it. In the original book, if it weren't for Monkey King's father, Badak, in order to save Monkey King's life, he would not choose to exile the child there. Ghost resources are scarce. Loyolan was vomiting in her heart. A real treasure on the Earth, anyone can make the whole universe a sensation. The coordinate position of the Earth is not a secret, and the spacecraft is easy to get. Well, that's it. There was a smile on his face. Loyolan praised his plan. The intelligent life on the planet Mappa is called the Mappa planet. Its own combat effectiveness is not high, but the level of technology is good. It is said that it was not the native of the planet Mappa at first, but migrated from an alien planet. If Loyolan wants to their spaceship, he first needs strong force. Then start to improve strength. He knocked hard with both hands. Loyolan's dark eyes flashed with determination, and then began to exercise his body according to the exercise method of Vegeta Star. He found heavy turtle shells and stones to tie on his body, simulating the way the turtle fairy trained Monkey King. Without the urging of the woman from Cephilia this time, Loyolan still fisted and kicked solemnly, and soon the crystal clear sweat dripped from his immature cheeks. Fist is a basic skill. Although warriors in the universe like to bombard with energy waves in battle, such battles are refreshing, but in fact they compete with the energy in the body without much technical content. Although the Saiyans' fighting style is crude, but the close combat from fist to the flesh is also the way they have been passionate about. Because this battle mode allows them to enjoy more fun. After honing his fists and feet, Loyolan began to exercise energy attacks again. Ho! A deep blue energy wave was ignited from his body. Loyolan raised his arms abruptly, and the energy wave rushed towards the sky, blasting sparks in the sky with a bang, dispelling the thick clouds completely. Seeing the destructive effect he caused, Loyolan nodded in satisfaction. The only regret is that he still does not know how the energy waves are released, what is the mechanism of their formation from the body, and how to control them more effectively. I only know but I don't know why, the understanding is still quite shallow. Qi is a very advanced energy. On Earth, martial arts masters like Gaixianren need to practice persistently for decades before they can practice Qigong. It is because they have very little Qi in their bodies and the rate of generation is very slow, so their understanding of Qi is better than that of the universe. People are more detailed. Loyolan wants to master it. Practicing with a targeted purpose, the effect will naturally be more prominent. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 8, Intimidate. Time flies quickly and fleetingly, and it has been a week since Loyolan entered the planet Mappa. During this period of time, Loyolan has not been in contact with the outside world, but has promoted his strength in a serious manner. The hard work has been very rewarding. Although he didn't realize the essence of Qi, Loyolan vaguely felt that he had already made a big difference, but he couldn't tell the details. It was just a feeling. The original plan was to the spaceship of the Mappa stars in the next few days, but during an exercise Loyolan experienced the inconvenience caused by the weakness of the Scion's tail. Squeeze the tail firmly with his hand. A feeling of weakness emerged, and he couldn't even stand firmly. Scion's tail is an unstable factor in battle. Loyolan sighed, and could only spend some more time training the tail. On Vegeta, all adult Scions or knowledgeable Scions will deliberately exercise their tails to overcome their weaknesses. The original Loyolan hadn't realized this because he was still young and no one was teaching him. But it is not too late to find out. In the following days, Loyolan exercised his tail again. This was a very painful process. Every time he touched the tail, the feeling of powerlessness gave Loyolan a feeling of fainting, which was more than physical exercise. Hard. He prefers to perform high-intensity weight-bearing exercises. About a month after arriving on the planet Mappa, Loyolan hadn't eliminated the side effects of the tail, but she managed to overcome the dizziness when she was caught by the tail. At this time, his combat power reached 350, only 40 points more combat power than before, but he was already a master on the planet Mappa. The most dangerous thing on the planet Mappa is the fierce beasts. The strong are even close to 500 combat power. In contrast, the individual strength of the Mappa people is much weaker. They can survive on the planet Mappa relying on advanced technology. As long as he finds a marginal city to start, Loyolan thinks that no one can keep him. With this judgment, Loyolan decided to go to the city of the Mappa star. Go, robbery! After cleaning up the shelter that he had lived in for more than a month, Loyolan laughed, and his thin body rose into the air. He flew along the mountains all the way, passing hills and lakes at his feet, and soon he came to a 100,000 level. In front of the city, a high wall surrounds the whole city. The surface of the towering wall is covered with moss, and there are signs of cracking in some parts, indicating that this wall has been built for a certain period of time. On the high platform of the wall is erected a black hole fort, which is used to defend against beasts. Although the beasts of the planet Mappa have extremely high energy, they do not use energy waves and other attack methods because they do not have much wisdom. Therefore, excluding some beasts of birds, the huge turrets here are enough to block the attacks of the beasts. The city's defenses are relatively strong, but they can't stop me. Loyolan chuckled lightly, as he entered the city. Rows of buildings crisscross, arranged in geometric patterns, and the streets are very lively. The Mappa stars are short in stature, only over 1 meter tall, but their skin is white. When they see the sky suddenly swept when a figure passed, he couldn't help but stop and watch, and then fled around in panic. They mistook Loyolan for a rare beast. Soon the lively streets became cold, and everyone took refuge in solid shelters. The courage is really small, but this is just right. With a chuckle, Loyolan flew to the largest square in the city. This was the docking point for the spacecraft, and several material transfer spacecraft between cities docked here. Wow! Loyolan's figure quickly attracted the attention of the garrison soldiers. These soldiers immediately picked up their weapons and aimed their black barrels at Loyolan. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All staff pay attention! Loyolan dug out her ears with her fingers and blew on her lips. He didn't understand a word of the Mappa star. With a light cough, Loyolan clicked on the energy detector in his ear, and then the voice synchronization function was turned on, and the childish voice echoed in the square. You guys, find me a spacecraft capable of interstellar voyage, or don't blame me for being polite. No response? Luolan sneered and raised his hand to form an energy group. Call out! Call out! Call out! Hundreds of beams of energy flashing with bright light were emitted, countless beams of light fell from the sky, puff 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 hit the weapons of the Mappa Star people. As the flames rose, these weapons were beaten to pieces and turned into broken copper in a flash rotten iron. Looking at the debris and thick black smoke all over the floor, Luolan nodded in satisfaction. But soon he realized that his intimidation didn't work. Not only did the Mappa Star people not retreat, they became more intense. Rows of soldiers mobilized from a distance, and a group of people carrying all kinds of weapons appeared. The look of resistance. The eyebrows were raised slightly. Luolan felt a little unhappy. Really shameless. From Luolan's perspective, as a Saiyan, he originally came to destroy this planet, but now he kindly took away only one spaceship, which is already quite benevolent, replaced by others. Saions, how can they have such good luck? I want to resist. It seems to show more power. Luolan snorted coldly, preparing to put a big one. One hand clenched his fist and raised it high. Luolan began to condense energy. As the energy continued to rise, the air around the fist began to twist, followed by a buzzing sound. The dazzling light shone, and the huge energy gathered on the fist, flashing light like a big sun. Ho! You are optimistic. With a low cry, his arms stretched out. The energy bomb shining with blue light flew out from the hand in an instant, and in an instant, like a tiger roaring, the terrifying energy ball flew out more than 5,000 meters at an extremely fast speed and crashed into the majestic mountain outside the city. Then in the puzzled eyes of the Mappa Star, an amazing scene happened. Shoo! Boom! Large waves of air rolled turbulently, like the end of the world, with violent roars resounding everywhere, and dazzling flashes of light rose in the clear blue sky. The full strike power of 350 combat power is astonishing. At the beginning of the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Association, Piccolo could easily destroy an island. Luolan is now much more powerful than him. Rumble! The sky was shaking, and the huge mushroom cloud visible to the naked eye was wrapped in terrifying energy and broke through the sky, and circles of shocking shock waves swept across the square, and the wind swept the entire city. When the storm subsided a little bit, the Mappa Star was horrified to find that the towering mountain outside the city had been razed to the ground. In an instant, the Mappa Stars in the entire city were pale and squatting on the ground in horror. The shock produced by the violent explosion like a nuclear bomb was extremely strong, and Luolan's attack frightened these Mappa Stars. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 9, Interstellar sets sail. That's right. The nuclear bomb level attack is not a joke. Looking at the destruction he caused with satisfaction, Luolan continued to shout down, and the detector directly converted his language into the universal language. Hurry up and hand over your spaceship, otherwise I don't guarantee that the next attack will fall in your city. My lord, we really don't have a spaceship here. A Mappa Star with the appearance of an officer tremblingly said, crying. Luolan narrowed his eyes, an array of cold light flashed through her eyes. No. The officer turned pale and looked at Luolan in horror. There are, yet, but they are only cargo ships. We Mappa people rarely come into contact with people from other planets, so there are no advanced ships in small cities. Cargo spacecraft can also do interstellar navigation. The other party said bitterly, yes. Yet. Luolan looked indifferent, but he was already happy in his heart. As long as he could carry out interstellar voyages, he wanted to get rid of Frisia's monitoring. Is there an energy detector? Luolan asked again. Perhaps it was a broken can, and the other party was much refreshed this time. Our detector is not very accurate. Bring me one, and take me to check the spaceship you mentioned. Don't play any tricks. You know the consequences. Although you Mappa do not lack powerful weapons, I don't think there are any in this city. Yes, I can completely destroy you before your reinforcements arrive. The Mappa star, who looked like an officer, had a suffocated face, and said dejectedly, "Please follow me." Under the leadership of the military officer, Luo Lan came to the front of a medium-sized spacecraft. The spacecraft was more than 30 meters long and 8 meters high. It was in an ellipsoidal shape as a whole, because it was used for freight transportation and had a huge cargo space inside. "My lord, this is the spacecraft. It is the only interstellar vehicle here." Roland felt satisfied at first glance. He didn't value the shape and performance of the spacecraft, as long as he could leave the planet, remove all the positioning functions on the spacecraft. "I don't like being monitored," military officer said. "The spacecraft facilities are all controlled by the core computer. You can choose to turn off the positioning function." After getting a rough understanding of the spacecraft's performance, and getting a simple energy detector from the opponent, Luo Lan waved his hand to disperse the Mappa star people in front of him, then boarded the spacecraft and turned on the spacecraft's operating system. With assistance, the cargo spacecraft slowly lifted off. Afterwards, he quickly left the city of the Mappa with the sigh of the Mappa's officer. In fact, these Mappa star people are lucky. If the Saiyans who came to Mappa planet were replaced by others, they would have already begun in ruthless massacres. Of course, Luo Lan himself didn't know whether Frisia would send another person to clear the Saiyan disaster after he left. The spacecraft soared all the way, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to the place where Luo Lan landed on planet Mappa. On the dry river bed, the milky white spherical aircraft is still deep in the circular impact crater. Because the climate here is dry, even if it is placed in the open air for more than a month, the surface of the spherical aircraft is only contaminated with a little dust, which does not affect the interior. Usage of copying all the planet's data from the spherical vehicle, including the coordinate position of the Earth, and transferring all the data to the cargo spacecraft. This busy work actually passed for most of the day. It was getting late, and stars began to appear in the quiet night sky. Luo Lan lay comfortably on the flat ground like the African savanna, lighting a bonfire beside him, and driving a carnivore just caught on the fire. He already has the spaceship, food, and the location of the next destination. Now there is only one final preparation left, so he can get rid of Frisia's forces. Thinking about it this way, life is really full of hope. The sense of urgency that had just come to Dragon Ball World and learned that I was in Vegeta finally disappeared. The cabin space of this cargo spacecraft is huge. If you can store food, you can store a lot. I will prepare food tomorrow and fill up all these spaces. Making such a plan in his heart, Luo Lan jumped onto the top of the spacecraft, leaning back and supporting it with both hands. Looking up at the starry sky, in the vast sea of stars, the veil-like Milky Way rushes down from northeast to southwest. The stars are dazzling and sparkling. Large and small stars dot the night, constantly shining with diamond-like brilliance. Gorgeous! Luo Lan smiled and lay down on the cargo spacecraft, and soon fell asleep. The next day. The sun is shining and the climate is pleasant. The warm sunlight on his body, a little warm feeling made Luo Lan wake up, and after a simple breakfast, Luo Lan began to gather enough food, and saw him flying back and forth on the prairie every time, carrying a beast several times larger than his body. Fortunately, there is no one else here, otherwise he would have been frightened by his supernatural power. After a busy period of work, the spacious cargo compartment has been filled with edible meat and vegetables, and then stored in separate rooms. Of course, drinking water is also essential. Clapping his palms, Luo Lan looked at her results happily, and then pressed the operation button to let the core computer control the temperature inside. After doing all this, Luo Lan took a deep breath, glanced at Vegeta's aircraft with complex expression, and then released an energy wave at the inside of the aircraft. After the aircraft was completely destroyed with a bang, he squeezed his hand again. Energy detector in the house. This is a break with Vegeta. No one can find him in the future. Arriving in the main cab of the cargo spacecraft, Luolan vigorously ordered the computer, the spacecraft, take off immediately and head to the destination, the Earth. Beep. Accepting the instructions, we are now retrieving the coordinates of the Earth from the database. The coordinates have been confirmed and the flight mission has begun. The destination of this flight is the southern star field of the northern galaxy, the solar system, and the Earth. The estimated flight time is 6 months. Whether to go. Set off. Very heroic and gave orders, Luolan leaned back in the seat and looked forward. But seeing the spacecraft slowly lifted into the sky, and then passed through the atmosphere of the planet Mappa with a swizzle, a downward force suddenly pressed on the body, and the blue star of the planet Mappa gradually disappeared in the next second. After a while, the dim light and shadow completely disappeared from sight. At this time, Luolan's mouth showed a smile, looking forward to the beginning of the journey to the Earth. Click when new book investment appears, don't miss it. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 10, Reach Earth. Time passed, and Luolan's spacecraft soon sailed in the universe for more than 5 months, and will arrive at the destination in a while. In the spacious spacecraft, a certain room made a dull sound like a violent impact. The pendants on the spacecraft wall were affected and swayed from side to side. After a while, the voice gradually weakened. When entering the room, one could see a child who was less than 1 meter tall standing upside down, supporting the weight of his entire body with the power of a finger. The black hair fell naturally under gravity, and the crystal sweat glided across the cheeks and dripped onto the floor. The room was a mess. The wall made of solid materials seemed to have been hit by some kind of huge force, showing a large bump. Uneven curved shape. Hey! After changing a finger and continuing to support it for a long time, Luolan flicked her body lightly, stood up, and then took up a wet towel to wipe the sweat off her body. The world of Dragon Ball is an extremely competitive world. If you can't keep up with the rhythm, you will quickly become a dragon set, so even when it is interstellar travel, Luolan does not waste any time. Imagine, when the protagonist of the original book is struggling to become stronger, but he can only stand still, what kind of feeling is this? Especially knowing that there will be more terrifying enemies behind, this loss is even more unacceptable. Luolan definitely didn't want to be reduced to the kind of trick like Klin. Meditation in the next time. Luolan naturally didn't know the cultivation method of the Earth Martial Arts School, but according to the memory of previous lives, the Monkey King in the original book practiced in the temple like this. Meditation is a method of calming the mind. It can improve the spiritual level of the human body through meditation. He guessed that this method can also improve his understanding of Qi, so no matter whether it is effective or not, Luolan will take a period of time to meditate every day. Sitting on the ground quietly, his breathing gradually became longer, and after a while, the thinking in his head became blank. Luolan looked forward blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. Sure enough, without a certain foundation of martial arts, meditation is no different from being in a daze. I still don't know the point. Luolan couldn't help feeling that without anyone's guidance, how hard it is to explore on his own without gaining anything. Although Luolan's energy has been improving during this period, it was because the Saiyan's body was growing. I remember that in the original book Riklan and Son Gohan had a conscious battle experience on the way to Namek. It was probably a higher level of meditation. If he could master that method, he would definitely have a rapid strength. Leap. For Luolan, who hadn't even figured out what meditation was, he was only envious now. Ka picked up the water bottle and entered the cab. Luolan drank the water and sat on the soft seat. Staring at the control screen of the spacecraft, it shows the distance between the spacecraft and the destination, and he can reach the Earth in about a month. But now he was faced with a very embarrassing problem: the food in the spaceship was almost running out. It is still not thoughtful enough before departure, the food full of spacecraft may not support him to reach the Earth. If you save a bit of food, you can probably support the Earth. Loyal scratched his head a bit. What's more terrible is that this cargo spacecraft has no hibernation function. Interstellar voyage has no hibernation system, and the ghost knows how he spent more than 5 months. If you continue to stay in this small space, your brain will go crazy. The spacecraft continued to advance along the planned route, and the speed has been very stable. The planets along the way continue to turn into streamers to pass by on both sides of the spacecraft. In the following days, because of the reduction in food, Loyal can only reduce body consumption as much as possible and practice. The matter is temporarily put aside. How could there be not enough food? I knew I should save some food. I won't use this kind of spacecraft anymore. You can't live this kind of life. He raised his head and wailed, and the feeling of hunger stimulated his brain. Loyal glanced at the dwindling food in the cargo hold, haggled, and forced his thoughts. The idea of going for a big meal. The food kept dwindling, and Loyal was so pitiful that he could only drink a little broth per meal in the last few days. Affected by this, his body has lost a lot of weight, and if this continues, he will be malnourished. Damn it! Are you afraid that you will become the first Saiyan to be starved to death? Lying flat on the deck of the spacecraft, Loyal was in a daze. Fortunately, when Loyal was about to run out of ammunition and food, the icy voice of the core computer of the spacecraft finally rang. This moment fell in Loyal ears, it was so kind. Beep, the destination is about to arrive, and the current location, the southern star field of the northern galaxy, the solar system, the Earth. This voyage took 6 months and 9 days, and the spacecraft is about to land. The computer automatically switches the data to Earth standards. Finally reached. Loyal cheered up and hurriedly climbed to the front of the spacecraft's porthole, through the solid transparent glass cover in front. In the orbit of the third planet of the solar system, a azure blue planet is turning around in a naive manner, and a smaller satellite, the Moon, is followed by it. At this moment Loyal almost burst into tears. Haha, I finally arrived. Swish, swish, and ate all the remaining food in one go. Loyal hungry belly for a long time finally felt full, and his whole body was full of power again. Gradually approaching the Earth, the cargo spacecraft sailed into the Earth's atmosphere, and a smile appeared on Loyal small face as a force of gravity different from the inside of the spacecraft was applied. Beep, the spacecraft is landing. The spacecraft landed smoothly. This voyage is over. Welcome to continue riding next time. The ghost has another next time, and I almost never starved to death. I will never use you again. Loyal complained in his heart, and then adjusted the whole clothes. He didn't continue to put on Vegeta's battle suit, but changed into the costume of the Mappa star in the cargo ship. The Mappa stars are short, and adult clothes are suitable for Loyal. Although the style is a little different, they look good. With a chirp, the spacecraft door opened. Loyal jumped off the spaceship without saying a word, took a breath of fresh air on the Earth, refreshed, and squinted intoxicated. This is the taste of nature. The place where the cargo spacecraft landed was probably on a plateau, so what Loyal saw was a relatively desolate scene. The surroundings were not flat, with deep canyons cracked in the distance, several hills protruding upward, and trees on the slopes. Not high, scattered and decorated with some green vegetation. The gravity of the Earth is only 1/10 that of Vegeta, which is a little lower than that of the planet Mappa. Loyal seems to be flying on the Earth. I took out the energy probe of the planet Mappa and took a picture, and the data appeared on the screen one by one. 1, 5, 4, 2. A series of pitifully low data flickered, jumping around with so few numbers, rarely more than 5 points of combat effectiveness. Even if a few higher data flashes occasionally, they are quickly overwhelmed by huge data. G. The scum with only 5 combat power. The corners of Loyal mouth raised, and she uttered the classic line with disdain. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it, ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 11, Kylan Tat. Humph, the scum with only 5 combat power. Although Luolan's strength is not particularly powerful, he is fully qualified to say so at the moment when the plot has not yet begun. When the Earthlings were still struggling within the interval of 1 to 200, relying on hand-to-hand combat, Luolan's horrifying more than 400 combat powers exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the strongest person on the earth does not have such a fighting power. Take out the detector and take a picture of yourself. 460. A clear number jumped out, how many times higher than the combat effectiveness of the people on earth. Even the Monkey King as an adult was not so powerful. Of course, Luolan is a Saiyan, how could she be complacent because she surpassed the earth? Haha, Luolan looked seriously at the surroundings. This place is remote and located on a plateau. It is inaccessible for hundreds of kilometers. Even if the cargo spacecraft is parked here, no one will find it. After arriving on Earth, Luolan's mind suddenly became active. Dragon Ball, Immortal Beans, Universal Capsule Technology, and Earthen Martial Arts, all of which are of great help to improving strength, of course must be collected. Counting them carefully, I found that there are quite a lot of things to do. Oops, I am really a toil. When she said that, Luolan's heart was full of joy. It's a trouble of happiness. But everything has a priority, first do some easy things. The search for Dragon Ball can't be considered for the time being, because he doesn't have the Dragon Ball radar in his hands yet, so he will postpone it temporarily. After thinking about it, Luolan has a draft in his heart. Sure enough, he should first go to the Cat Fairy to get some fairy beans. Then find a Dragon Ball for Bulma's father to help create a Dragon Ball radar. As for where to get the first Dragon Ball, Luolan has roughly figured it out. The dragon that give the clearest hints in the original book are one of the 4 planets of Sun Wufan in Baizai Mountain, one of the 3-star ball of Gaixian Wu and the Turtle Fairy, and the second planet in the warehouse of Bulma. There are still more than 10 years from the beginning of the plot, and Bulma's Dragon Ball may not be in the warehouse. So if you want to get Dragon Ball, you still have to go to Baizai Mountain or Gaixian House. Of course, these are not urgent. First go to Kylan Tower and get the fairy beans in the hands of the Cat Fairy. Fairy beans did not show much value in the early stage of Dragon Ball, and were luxuriously used as food to satisfy hunger, but in the later stage, it was a real life-saving magic weapon. Not only could it quickly recover physical strength, but it could also heal various injuries in an instant. With the special physical fitness of Saiyans, isn't that a perfect match? Thinking about the late Dragon Ball, the supply of fairy beans was severely inadequate. Monkey and the others were so pitiful that one had to be broken into 2 and a few people shared it. Many times they encountered major incidents and even couldn't even eat them. That day was really sad. Therefore, while the fairy beans were still relatively surplus, Luolan decided to search all of it so as not to be ruined by the fat Yaki Lubei in the future. When the time comes with Xiandu's super healing ability, isn't his combat effectiveness going up? Thinking of this, Luolan's saliva would flow down. After filtering out all the data of less than 100 combat power that appeared in the energy detector, the data on the detector suddenly became clearer. Each of the few data that drifted by was an elite martial artist on Earth. At this time, the 2 data attracted Luolan's attention. 280, 300. It should be the gods and Bobo of the temple, Luolan thought to himself. If these 2 people can't provoke them, they won't provoke them. Even though he has 460 combat power on his body at this time, Luolan still feels a little horrified about God and Bobo, especially Bobo, whose hidden power absolutely exceeds the actual measured value. Follow him, I'm not afraid of things, let's go. With a laugh, Luolan directly rose into the air, and then flew in the direction of Kylan Tower. Kylan Tower is located below the Celestial Temple, so after knowing the location of the Celestial God and Popo, the location of the Kylan Tower is determined. Loyolan quickly dashed across the sky, flew out of the plateau, and then flew all the way to the west, towards the northwest of the northern hemisphere. Soon there were hundreds of kilometers of mountains in front of him, crossing the snow and ice all year round. In front of the lofty mountains, a large basin with a downward depression appeared. This basin covers more than 100 kilometers, and is covered with dense trees. From a distance, it looks like a green wave, constantly swaying under the wind. Kailan, the holy land of martial arts. Legend is the place where the earth martial arts originated. The Kailan Tower where the cat fairy lives is located in the big forest of Kailan Holy Land. Kailan Tower is a tower connected to the heavens. According to legend, only when you climb the Kailan Tower with your bare hands, can you see the immortals living on the Kailan Tower and accept their guidance. For hundreds of years, countless masters have come to Kailan Shrine to challenge this tower, but few can climb it. Even if a catastrophe more than 300 years ago caused the Earth's martial arts world to sink for a period of time, it did not extinguish the upward spirit of the Earth's martial arts masters. Every once in a while, you can still see martial arts masters coming to challenge. Legend has it that a person who climbed the Kailan Tower was the tortoise fairy who was called the god of martial arts. Wow, a figure is approaching at a rapid speed towards the location of Kailan Tower. A phantom passed over the dense forest, and the flat skyline showed a curved arc because of the wide view. Loyolan flew to the sky above the great forest of Kailan Holy Land, and he could see a long tower soaring into the sky. The long tower was rooted on the horizon and penetrated into the sky above, and was blocked by white clouds. That's Kailan Tower. Seeing it with my own eyes is far more shocking than in the animation. Loyolan looked at him in surprise. He didn't know how high the Kailan Tower was. Just looking at the tower that was immersed in the sky like an Optimus pillar that communicated with the world, he had to guess how it was cast. But with emotion, Loyolan didn't waste any time under the Kailan Tower. When approaching the Kailan Tower, he turned at a 90-degree turn, rushed into the sky with a hula, and flew along the ivory-colored tower to the top of the tower. Go with! In an instant, Loyolan's movements caused a strong shock wave, and the figure quickly disappeared among the white clouds. He is more concerned about getting fairy beans as soon as possible. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 12, Cat Fairy. Loyolan has read a lot of Dragon Ball fan fiction. The protagonist in it racked his brains to obtain fairy beans from the cat fairy. Some of them are traded with fresh marine fish, some are directly deceived, and some are moved with love and reason, and with sincere emotions touched the cat fairy. After thinking about the feasibility of these methods, I finally reached a conclusion. This is all nonsense. Although Xiandou was just a prop to fill the stomach in the early stage of the plot, it was cultivated by the cat fairy's relatives. How could it be so easy to take it? It's not wrong that the cat fairy is a cat, but its transcendence. Low-level fun fairy cats, how can the mere sea fish impress each other? As for deception, it's even more nonsense. The cat fairy has guarded Kailan Tower for more than 800 years, and is he not more intelligent than mortals? Do you want to stay on top of Kailan Tower like a kilobe? Thinking about it, Loyolan vetoed all the methods. He is a Saiyan, so he should be more aggressive when he does things. The ascent speed is getting faster and faster, and the whirlwind brought by the passing place suddenly disperses the clouds around the tower. If calculated by the height, it has already flown out of the atmosphere at this time, but the surrounding is still blue sky and white clouds. I don't know how far away from the top of the tower. This Kailan Tower is very strange. The surrounding space seems to be blessed by a mysterious force. In fact, Kailan Tower shouldn't be so high. Sighing for the magic of Kailan Tower, Loyolan speeded up and flew towards the top of the tower. At the same time, in the oblate building on top of the Kailan Tower, the cat fairy was leaning on a wooden staff, his face solemnly watching Loyolan's process of climbing Kailan Tower through the water tank. In fact, when Luolan entered the range of Kailan Holy Land, his extremely powerful energy attracted the attention of the cat fairy. Compared with those martial artists on the earth, Luolan's energy is extremely abundant. Because he doesn't know how to converge, his whole person is like a searchlight in the dark night, exposing powerful power all the time. Oh, where did this monster come from? It's such a terrifying power at a young age. The cat fairy read countless people, but has never seen such a powerful monster. If the other party wanted to go crazy, it couldn't stop it with its power. The cat fairy walked around next to the water tank, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and vaguely felt uneasy in his heart. Soon, a violent cyclone reached the top of the tower, and a violent storm rang in my ears. Coming! The cat fairy shrank in his heart and looked away from the water tank, and saw a small figure floating in the air outside the top of the Kailan Tower, looking only 4 or 5 years old, with a childish face. Feeling the chi on the opponent's body at close range, the cat fairy suddenly felt trembling. What a terrible kid, he passed the test of Kailan Ta so quickly. The cat fairy looked at Luolan in surprise, but when the guests came, he could only bite the bullet and walk forward. At this time, the gods must also pay attention to it, but this does not bring it much sense of security. Luolan was also observing the fat white cat leaning on a wooden staff in front of him. It looked very fat, as expected in the animation. I heard that it is more than 800 years old, and I don't know what it is. In the Dragon Ball world, cats are a very magical species. I don't know what's the matter with your excellency. If it is to challenge Kailan Ta, your power is completely unnecessary. The cat fairy asked cautiously. Is it necessary to leave it alone? I am very interested in you here. Luolan squinted his eyes and looked at the cat fairy. This expression fell in the cat fairy's eyes, but it made him startled, as if something bad was about to happen. Ignoring the owner of the cat immortal, Luolan swaggered around on the first floor of the Kailan Tower, beating the objects on the Kailan Tower from time to time as if in his own home, making comments. I walked to the water tank and lifted the lid to take a look. It is said that the 3 water tanks represent the past, present, and future respectively, but Luolan didn't see anything in the water tank. It seems that a special technique is needed to see clearly. The cat fairy stood by and looked helplessly. The opponent's strength is very strong, it can do nothing. After a while, Luolan roughly figured out the situation on the Kailan Tower, and said, I heard that you have something called fairy beans here. You can eat one without eating for 10 days. Give it to me. The cat fairy said, there is such a thing, but it is for the martial artist who challenges Kailan Ta. There is no extra food on the Kailan Tower. In the past, martial artists used to climb the Kailan Tower to fill their hunger. However, few people successfully climbed to the top of the tower in the past few hundred years, so there are more fairy beans. Ha! A brilliant glow flashed in Luolan's eyes, and his whole body surged, suddenly throwing an energy ball towards the bottom of Kailan Tower. Only a bang was heard, a violent sound rang under the Kailan Tower, and the cat fairy pounced on the guardrail on the top of the tower, and through the clouds, a blood-red mushroom cloud could be vaguely seen. At least a large part of the towering mountains on the edge of Kailan Holy Land was destroyed. Look, it's better to hand over the fairy beans. Luolan looked at the cat fairy with a smile, and an energy ball rose up like a play in his hand. The energy ball that kept shining brilliantly made the cat fairy sweat. This guy is not here to make sense. Guru the cat fairy swallowed, shuddered, and hurriedly shouted, Wait, I can give you fairy beans, please don't release Qigong waves anymore. Luolan laughed loudly, That's right, get the fairy beans. I need some time to look for it. I haven't used Saiyan for many years. Cat Saiyan sighed. Better hurry up. This guy is too strong, I am afraid that even the gods are not his opponents, I really don't know where the monsters came from. But think about it, based on Luolan's current combat effectiveness, for the first time contact with the universe powerhouse, the cat immortal who lacks the necessary knowledge is incredible, and the impact on it is comparable to the collapse of the world. The level of power on the earth is relatively low. When an ordinary person's combat power does not exceed 5 points, a martial artist with dozens of points of combat power can be called a strong one. Like the immortal turtle, he has cultivated for hundreds of years to reach one. People with more than 100 combat capabilities are even rarer, and it is not an exaggeration to be called a legendary martial artist. In such a big environment, a monster with a strength of 460 combat power suddenly appeared. Don't say that such a terrifying guy has seen it, or even heard it. It's suffocating. The cat fairy sighed and searched through the cabinets on the top of Kylan Tower, and finally found a clay pot among the pile of debris. The word Saiyan is pasted in red, and when you open it, it is full of green dried lentils. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 13, Fairy Beans. Fairy Beans. It is indeed fairy beans. When seeing the legendary fairy bean in Dragon Ball world appear in front of him, Luo Lan's breathing became rapid, pushed away the cat fairy, and held the jar containing the fairy bean in his arms. At this moment, it was like walking in the desert. The victims who suffered severe water shortage for several days suddenly found the oasis, and their eyes were full of longing for survival. The jar full of fairy beans, let alone 10,000. These are magic weapons to save lives. There are so many. There are so many stocks, but after a few decades, they are incomparably scarce. When they are scarce, the cat fairy temporarily harvests immature beans, and lets Monkey King eat them separately. How many treasures has the dead fat man Yakilob ruined? Whenever he thinks of these babies being ruined, Luo Lan is heartbroken. In order not to dust these babies, we must pack them all away. These are all mine. The cat immortal was pushed by Luo Lan like this, and he staggered a few steps before stabilizing his body, and seeing Luo Lan behave like a miser, his head was suddenly covered with black lines. There are only these. Planting fairy beans is not easy. I can only harvest dozens of them a year. These are what I have survived for hundreds of years. This year's fairy beans have not been planted yet. You can at least save me a little as seeds. Luo Lan held the jar of fairy beans relentlessly, thinking that he couldn't break the source, so he grabbed a handful of fairy beans from the jar and put them on the ground, like 50. No problem, these fairy beans are left for you as seeds. The cat fairy stared at the handful of beans, only 50 or so, and then glanced at the clay pot held in Luo Lan's arms, suddenly giving birth to a feeling of returning to the pre-liberation period. It's a powerful force, thank goodness for not causing trouble. He sighed and bent down and prepared to put away the pitiful fairy beans. Wait! Luo Lan shouted. Hey! The cat fairy looked up puzzled. Luo Lan's expression was tangled for a while, it seemed that it was a bit painful, and he actually grabbed a part of the fairy beans from the handful of fairy beans on the ground and put it back into the jar. If you are a seed, 50 is still a little too much. Now, that's all. Retrieving a handful of 50, only 30 are left. This is not enough. Seeing less and less fairy beans, the three corpses of the cat and the fairy jumped wildly, but had to obediently put away the fairy beans. So angry. I heard that you still have a baby called Super Shen Shui. The light and fluttering voice made the cat fairy tremble, and the cat fairy opened his mouth. Do you still want super divine water? Xiandu is just a prop to fill your stomach. A little less cat fairy can accept it, but the super water is different. It is a treasure that can develop the human body's potential. It is very noble, so I heard Luo Lan mention the super water. The cat fairy the hair is standing up. Luo Lan shook his head and said, no, just ask. Although that thing can unlock the potential, it is actually a poison. The process of stimulating the potential is too overbearing. If you drink it, you will die from the poison. In the original work, the Monkey King is a 9 dead, and he can only carry it with Saiyan. Come. Luo Lan even suspected that drinking this thing would cause harm to the body. In the original book, Sun Wukong, who is a Saiyan, would actually die of viral heart disease. Perhaps it was because of drinking Super Shen water and using Ji Wang Chuan multiple times in the later period that the heart was strained prematurely. Luo Lan stayed away from such an insecure thing. It is not good to be greedy for temporary convenience to leave hidden dangers in the future. In terms of development potential, it is the great elder of Namek and the old world king god of the realm king god realm that are more reliable. No hidden dangers. Ha ha ha, immortal Kylan, I am very satisfied with the harvest this time. Remember to work harder to plant fairy beans. I will visit again in the future. Smiling at the cat fairy, Luo Lan jumped down towards the edge of Kylan Tower and disappeared quickly. It's better to never see again. The cat fairy watched Luo Lan disappear into the clouds, praying in his heart that the other party would never come again. Luo Lan suffered a heavy loss in this search. Looking at the pitiful handful of fairy beans, the cat fairy shook his head helplessly. In the Temple of Heaven, the gods and Bobo breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Luo Lan leave Kylan Tower. They were really afraid that the other party would be dissatisfied and cause trouble. If they rushed to the temple, it would be bad. Fortunately, the other party just took away some useless fairy beans from Kylan. Yes, in the eyes of the gods and Bobo, the value of fairy beans is not high. Ha ha ha, I got so many celestial beans easily. On the way back, Luo Lan held the celestial beans jar, not to mention how happy he was. Open the lid, grab one, and place it in your mouth. With a crisp sound, the fairy beans have no taste, but soon a strong energy spreads in the mouth, and a warm feeling flows to the whole body in an instant. There was a feeling of fullness in the belly, and at the same time the mental exhaustion was wiped out, and the whole person was actually full of strength and invigorated. Luo Lan's eyes lit up suddenly, and he laughed contentedly, ha ha ha, good stuff, good baby. There are about 10,000 fairy beans in the jar. These can be used to save lives in critical moments. Luo Lan carefully put them away, but she felt unsafe in her arms. If you smash the peas, wouldn't it be a guarantee? Mindful of this, Luo Lan felt it necessary to find a storage method. Magnum capsule? Such a name suddenly appeared in my mind. The universal capsule technology on the Earth is called black technology, and objects of all sizes can be stored in a small capsule, which is a must-have for home travel. Thinking of this, Luo Lan felt that she should get some blank universal capsules, so she flew towards a city with a relatively concentrated flow of people. The development of science and technology on the Earth is very uneven, and the technologies between different regions may even differ by hundreds of years. Some villages seem to be isolated from the world and still use kerosene lamps for lighting. Some villages have been slightly developed and popularized basic machinery. When entering the city, you will find various jet levitation tools flying everywhere, one by one suspended traffic pipeline. As if entering the future world at once. It didn't take long for Luo Lan to fly before landing in a relatively developed city, where various technologies have been popularized. The universal capsule technology is naturally also available. Located in a conspicuous place on the street, there are shops selling various capsule equipment and blank universal capsules. Touching his pocket, Luo Lan didn't have a copper plate on his body. Is it going to be robbed in the shop? Shaking his head, Science also have the concept of money. Luo Lan is a decent person, how can he do this kind of thing? Suddenly he rolled his eyes and looked at the small alley on the corner of the street. There were a few gangsters smoking there. Let you make a little contribution. Luo Lan smiled coldly, and walked towards the few bastards. The 7 gangsters stood in the corner vomiting clouds and mist, their hair dyed in different colors, laughing and talking about the funny things they had encountered in recent times. Most of them were who bullied today and how much money was extorted from where. Prepare how chic. How many big brothers, do you have a lot of money? A childish voice, seemingly only 4 or 5 years old, appeared in front of the bully. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 14, Undersea Treasure. Where's the kid? I want money to find your family. Don't hang around in front of Lao Tzu. Don't hurry up. Believe it or not, I will beat you. The who was dyed in a non-mainstream color took a cigarette and saw one holding Tao the child in the tank dispelled it impatiently. Ha ha ha, what's the strength to compare with a kid? The other gangster leaned against the wall and vomited. One of the gangsters saw Luolan's delicate face, and he stretched out a hand to pinch Luolan's cheek. This kid looks pretty, come and let my brother take a look. Someone yelled, Buzo, didn't you find a woman, not even a child? Don't tell me, this kid has pretty eyes and looks pretty. Ha ha ha. The gangsters laughed comfortably. Luolan looked on coldly, but her heart was full of sneers. When one of them wanted to stretch out his hand, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Luolan stood on his side to avoid the past, then clenched his fist, slammed his fist, and hit the other's stomach with a powerful attack. The man wailed. He fell to the ground with a sound, struggling painfully while holding his stomach. Seeing this, the other gangsters took off the cigarettes in their hands and came to help, but they were all knocked to the ground by Luolan in twos or twos. Because the thing happened in the alley, the hoax's wailing did not attract the attention of others. Do you think you like to play? Unfortunately, so do I. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Luolan lifted a trace of energy, then stomped her foot. With a loud bang, the ground under her feet suddenly sank. Accompanied by a violent vibration, the ground snapped and cracked irregular cracks. The gangsters were dumbfounded, frightened by the sight in front of them, and shouted for mercy, Little brother, forgive me, we don't dare anymore, forgive me. They kept kowtow. Luolan looked at them coldly, with a bright smile, take out all the valuable things from you. Hey! Several people didn't respond. Hand over the money quickly. Luolan held the clay pot and repeated, in this unmanned alley, he was not afraid to attract other people. The gangsters looked at each other, but didn't dare to be disobedient, and hurriedly handed over all the money and things on their bodies, a total of 7 wallets and a few boxes of small capsules. Luolan took the money and counted it, and found that there was only more than 3,000 cash. As for the bank card, he was useless. He was a little disappointed. However, it was the boxes of universal capsules that were really valuable and put them in his hand. Threw the wallet on the ground, and flew away under the gaze of a few gangsters. Flew away. It can fly, it must be a monster. Seeing Luolan disappeared, the gangsters came back to their senses. They glanced at the ground that was easily destroyed by Luolan, as if they had seen a monster, with a look of horror in their eyes. Boss, do we want to call the police? A trembled and was slapped with a slap. The leader yelled, you go to the police and the police will believe that we were robbed by a 4 or 5-year-old kid. Finally flew away. Damn, I'll go back, it's too bad today. Outside the town near a remote field ridge, the fuzzy figure suddenly flashed. Luolan appeared there with the things he had snatched, opened several small boxes containing universal capsules, and then checked the contents one by one. Press the button on the capsule and toss it towards the distant clearing. After a boom cloud of white smoke, a jet motorcycle appeared out of thin air. It is modern in shape and has no wheels, as expected in the animation. Exactly the same. The universal capsule can hold huge things. I tried the remaining capsules again. Except for a few capsules that were blank, they only contained some household appliances and transportation, and there were no valuables such as houses and RVs. Think about it, too, a few small bastards, where there are so many valuable things. The $3,000 can probably buy a few blank capsules. Shaking his head dissatisfied, Luolan put all the capsules away. Blank capsules are worthless. As a personal storage item for daily necessities, the price is very cheap. The standard price of a box of 7 capsules is only more than 1,000 yuan. The purchasing power of currencies on the earth is about the same as the RMB in the previous life. Back in the town, I used the looted money to open a room in the hotel and took a hot bath to wash away all the sweat and odor. Then I bought a few suitable clothes, and the cash in my hand was about to bottom out without spending much money. This money can't help but spend. With emotion in her heart, Luolan took out a small cloth bag and filled it with more than 20 fairy beans, and then filled the remaining fairy beans into a blank universal capsule. Putting it in her hand and patted it, Luolan carefully carried these capsules next to her body. The Earth is different from the planet Luolan has been to before. There is no less money to live on. In order to ensure the quality of life and enjoy the delicious food on the Earth, he needs to make a huge sum of money. With money, everything will be easier to handle. By the way, I remember that when Monkey King was dealing with the Red Ribbon Legion, he once entered a pirate's underground treasure house with General Brew of the Red Ribbon Legion, but it was full of gold and silver treasures. Although the pirate treasure house it was on the bottom of the sea, but Luolan couldn't be troubled. According to the clues in the cartoon, the treasure house is not far from the Turtle Fairy house, and the entrance is very obvious. With such a plan, Luolan left the room the next day, and then hurried towards the ocean without stopping. The island where the Gaixian people live is located near the East China Sea. Using an energy detector to check to the east, Luolan quickly determined the location of the Gaixian house, and then looked around the Gaixian house. 6 days passed, Luolan was still looking around on the ocean, looking at the magnificent blue ocean. His eyebrows began to lock tightly. It should be around here. After flying around the entire sea area for several weeks, Luolan looked for clues. He knew, the location is correct, but where is the entrance? It's not that the pirates haven't built the treasure house yet. No, according to the scenes depicted in the comics, the treasure house has been built for at least several decades, otherwise it is impossible to accumulate so many treasures. It must exist. Suddenly Luolan slapped his head. Why didn't he get a metal detector? Most of the treasures stored in the treasure house were gold and silver jewelry, which could be detected with high-precision metal detectors. Thinking of this, Luolan immediately flew to a nearby city and used the remaining money to buy a detector. When he returned to the ocean, it didn't take long before he found a strong signal reaction. According to the information provided by the probe, Luolan searched and finally found the entrance to the seabed treasure house. New book investment, don't miss it. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 15, Looking for Dragon Ball. Hoob. Drilling out of the sea through a dark and slender passage, Luolan entered the interior of the treasure house. This is a closed seabed space. According to memory, he knew that there would be an ambush next. When Monkey King and General Brew passed through here, have experienced a lot of hardships. But these couldn't help him. Easily avoiding the numerous traps and robot guards, Luolan quickly came to the front of the secret room where the treasure was piled up. There was a loud noise, and the thick metal protective door collapsed. Breaking through the last obstacle, Luolan walked into the treasure house with a smile on his face. There are a large number of gold and silver treasures piled in the treasure house. The glittering color of gold and silver illuminates the eyes of blind people. All the treasures are piled up like a mountain, as high as a person. They are the most valuable gold and silver objects, diamonds and gems. These have been pirates for many years. Time has accumulated, but now it is cheaper. Luolan. Taking out a box of universal capsules, after opening them, a large blank box appeared. Luolan smiled and filled a lot of treasures in it. In a short while, the entire treasure house was emptied by him. Luolan didn't leave a single gold coin to others. If those pirates come back and see the empty treasure house, they will shed sad tears. Among these treasures, Luolan did not find the Dragon Ball that Sun Wukong and General Brew were looking for, but it was right to think about it. The Dragon Ball was discovered when Monkey King completed the first collection and researched for the 4 planets. At this time it has not been discovered by the pirates and brought to the bottom of the sea. Go. Happy to collect the treasure, Luo Lan returned to the spot, and then found a large-scale gold and silver building in the big city. A smaller store was afraid that he could not eat so much of his goods. But when Luo Lan took out part of the treasure he had obtained, the staff was still shocked. In fact, not much, only the size of a wooden box, less than 1/10 of the total. At first, the waiter saw him as a child and didn't believe he was here to sell things, but when he looked at the whole box of gold and silver, sweat came out on his face. This kid won't hand over the bank's treasury, right? The real situation is similar to what the waiter thought. Luo Lan didn't end the vault, but emptied the pirates' years of savings. Seeing the staff in the entire Jinyan building hurriedly counting the numbers, Luo Lan lay in the VIP room very comfortably, sipping a glass of drink in her hand. This is to talk about the social order of the Dragon Ball world. Here, as long as you dare to take it out, the other party will dare to take it. You will not take the initiative to call the police. Because martial arts are popular in this world, house robbing things often happen, even if you see someone carrying it. Don't be surprised if you rush into the bank with a gun, just hand over the money obediently. The blonde Lankai in the original book did just that. After waiting in the VIP room for about an hour, the staff of the Jinyan building wiped off their sweat and carefully handed over a bag of cash and a bank card to Luo Lan. Luo Lan took a sip of a drink, jumped off the sofa, smiled and took the cash and the bank card and looked at it. The cash has 300,000 cash, and the bank card has 250 million Earth currency stored in it. Because it is anonymous, so any bank can withdraw it. He won't have to worry about money anymore. Well, I am very satisfied with your service. There will be such business in the future, please consider our company. Will do. Luo Lan swaggered out, and with this huge sum of money, he could buy anything smartly. Coming to the large-scale universal capsule sales area in the city, Luo Lan plans to purchase some tools for outdoor life. The universal capsule sales area is equipped with high-tech products researched and developed by Bulma's subsidiaries. There are motorcycles, cars, and airplanes in the small capsules. And houses etc. I simply bought a set of double-story houses, refrigerators, color TVs, air conditioners, and other electrical equipment. In addition, I prepared RVs, motorcycles, yachts, etc. for travel. All of a sudden, he spent half of the money in the Luo Lan bank card. Can't help feeling that the money was spent so quickly. After all these preparations were made, Luo Lan felt that she was already able to live on the earth very well, so it was time to practice. Well, let's start by searching for Dragon Balls, and practice while searching. Finally came to the earth, he has not even seen Dragon Ball. After making this plan, Luo Lan took a rest and embarked on a trip looking for Dragon Balls non-stop. Of course, he was not in a hurry. No one on earth is vying with him to find Dragon Balls. The first stop is Bayazishan. There was a Dragon Ball that Luo Lan knew. There are 2 dragon on the earth where the whereabouts of the 2 dragon are the most clear. Monkey Gohan's 4 planets, the Turtle Fairy's 3-star ball, they have a long time to get the Dragon Ball, especially the Turtle Fairy, which was discovered when swimming on the seabed more than 100 years ago. But in comparison, Luo Lan would like to see the old man who will adopt Monkey King in the future. When I found the first Dragon Ball, I went to the western capital to find Dr. Bulma's father, Dr. Brives, and asked him to build a Dragon Ball radar. Dr. Brives is a genius who can even research the black technology of the universal capsule. In the original work, he used a few days to transform the Monkey King's aircraft, and it makes no sense to make a device that detects Dragon Ball signals. As for whether Dr. Brives might reject him, Luo Lan was not worried, because a big scientist like Dr. Brives should be interested in the unknown. Turn on the energy detector and scan in the direction of Bayazai Mountain. With a beep, an energy source with a combat power value of 142 appeared on the screen, which was the signal of Monkey King. It's only 1,000 kilometers away from here, and it only takes more than an hour to fly there, but don't worry, go slowly on a motorcycle. This kind of motorcycle with glass cover is very convenient to drive. As long as you grasp the direction, even a small person like Luo Lan can ride. With his tail curled, Luo Lan got on the motorcycle, then started the engine, and went on the road leisurely. Suddenly, a touch of yellow sand rose, and the motorcycle raised smoke and dust and galloped on the gravel road in the suburbs. The development of science and technology in Dragon Ball world is extremely uneven. In a blink of an eye, leaving the city, the road gradually changes from a gravel road to a muddy dirt road. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 16, Chance Encounter. The motorcycle was speeding all the way on the dry dirt road, and a long snake rose from the rolling yellow sand behind the rear of the car. Because of the protection of a glass cover, Luo Lan was not embarrassed by the raised dust, but it was also dusty. Servant look. After a day of sightseeing and traveling, Luo Lan entered the vast flat plain area. Off the beaten track here is already a desolate place. The wasteland between cities like this, because it is difficult for the police to manage, it is the easiest to breed cockroaches and thieves. If this kind of people has the ability, they will steal some passing businessmen, but they are some serious roads with busy traffic. Because caravans were prepared in the past, there were relatively few incidents of robbery. Luo Lan rode a motorcycle along the road, and he really encountered several blockades and robberies. Of course, it was self-evident that these robbers didn't them, but he robbed them in turn. Humph, where is the opponent of ordinary people? It's so dangerous outside, thanks to the original book, Li Bulma, walking around alone without encountering danger. As the distance from Baizai Mountain gets closer and closer, the surrounding scenery gradually becomes full of greenery, and rolling mountains gradually become common. The sky is getting darker and it is approaching evening. Luo Lan parked the motorcycle on the side of the road. After getting off the car, it turned into a white light and entered the distant mountainous area, and soon dragged a huge beast out. Throwing out a universal capsule and taking out the kitchen utensils, Luo Lan cooked the beasts he caught on the spot. The Saiyan's appetite was very good. Anything that is alive, the internal organs and harmful parts are removed, and the rest can be eaten. After enjoying a meal of food, Luo Lan saw that it was too late, so he didn't plan to continue on the road. I will reach the boundary of Baizai Mountain in a few days' trip. I will rest here today. Thinking about it, Luo Lan condensed a wave of energy in his hand, sweeping out a flat place in place. Papa patted the palm of his hand. Luo Lan looked at the flat ground with satisfaction. During this period of time, his control of the energy wave was quite precise. He took out the two-story house and placed it on the ground, and then turned on the electric water heater to prepare hot water. It takes a while for the electric water heater to heat the warm water. Taking advantage of this time, Luo Lan went outside to exercise his fists and feet, shaking his arms vigorously, diving, and leaping, sweat condensed into crystal drops of water dripping. Cultivation is a matter of perseverance. If you loosen up your strength, you will regress. If you let the Sephilia woman know that she is lazy, she is afraid that she will not be angry with herself. Speaking of Sephiria, Luo Lan thought that it had been nearly 9 months since he had left Vegeta Star, and I don't know how she is now. According to the plot, Vegeta Star should be destroyed in 3 months. That woman was so stubborn, she might really obey her superiors and return to Vegeta. In fact, as far as Luo Lan is concerned, he doesn't have much sense of belonging to Vegeta and Science. Luo Lan just looks like he can eat the whole family alone. It doesn't matter whether Vegeta is destroyed or not. On the contrary, the indifferent woman of Sephiria, perhaps because of the previous months of getting along, watched her die in vain, a little reluctant in her heart. Forget it, think of a way to save her life then, after all, it is his sister. If you want to save her, you have to hone your kung fu, don't be laughed at by Cephilia and overpower yourself. Luolan thought so, but she practiced more carefully. Luolan's current combat power is about 460 points, and a few more points have been added in the past few days, which is close to 470 combat power, but it is still far from the superior fighters like Cephria. The woman saw her for the first time. At that time, there were more than 4,200 combat effectiveness, and now it is definitely stronger. Sometimes Luolan really admires Cephalia's talent. At night, after taking a bath, Luolan climbed onto the bed to rest, watching a boring show on TV and eating fruit from the refrigerator. The TV program was really boring, and Luolan soon turned off the TV and was going to sleep. In the dead of night, the stars are shining, the soft moonlight sprinkles the delicate and translucent light through the glass windows, the ears of frogs and the buzzing of insects ring from time to time, an idyllic night scene. Boom! Boom! There was a knock on the door outside the house. Luolan frowned and rolled over, but the knock on the door became louder and louder, making him unable to sleep. Is it a beast in the wilderness? Hey, grab it for breakfast tomorrow. Luolan got up with a displeased expression, and Luolan put on his pajamas to open the door. What is the noise? Do you want to be eaten? Opening the door, there is no beast outside, but a beautiful girl with long blonde hair, 16 or 17 years old, Pingting Zihuya, has a nice face, and her crystal-like eyes are very moving. Ah, sorry little brother, did it bother you? I can't find my universal capsule. Can you let me stay overnight? Woman! Touch porcelain, or fairy jump. Luolan calmly looked at the girl in front of him, made sure that there was only one person, and then let her in. The blonde girl hurriedly said thank you and walked directly into the door, never wondering if the other party would have any evil intentions. Little brother, are you alone here? How dangerous is this? How about your family? The blonde girl chatted after entering the house. Luolan looked at each other at this time. This blonde girl had beautiful long and waist-length hair, a large soft hat on her head, a lavender backpack on her back, and a bright red tight dress on her body. It just right brings out the girl's soft, slender but exquisite and graceful body. Perhaps because of the long journey, the girl's clothes were stained with dust and she looked a little embarrassed. Looking at the pearl necklace on her neck, her identity is either rich or noble. She is really a young lady. I live alone. You are amazing. The girl said admiringly. By the way, do you have a bathroom? I want to take a shower. Luolan was really speechless at this time. Is the style of the Dragon Ball world so simple? In the middle of the night, a girl would dare to enter a stranger's room? Still preparing to take a shower so casually? Fortunately, it was himself that he met, and he pointed to the room beside the corridor blankly. There, the hot water has already been heated. Hey, it's great. My sister is going to take a shower first. As the girl put her backpack and hat on the table, she walked happily towards the bathroom, and soon the patter of water came from the bathroom. Do you really consider this your home? Luolan can be sure that this girl is definitely not a mess, there is a nerve in her mind. What's in her bag? With a hint of interest in his heart, Luolan opened the purple backpack on the table. There were not many girls' daily necessities in it. Instead, there was a pocket laptop and a few booklets full of text. Luolan picked up the pamphlet and looked at it, and suddenly realized that she didn't recognize the words on the earth. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 17, Bayesition. Suddenly, the yellow sand flew up, rolling up a long smoke, and a motorcycle galloped fast. Driving the motorcycle is a blonde girl wearing a helmet, with slender hair fluttering in the wind. Behind her, a 4 or 5-year-old boy hugged her waist and looked forward calmly. "Na Luolan, there is still a long way to go to Baizai Mountain. I heard that there are many beasts there, and even the hunters dare not approach it. What if we encounter danger? With me, all beasts will only become food." "That's what I said, your skill is so good." This was a scene that happened early in the morning. The motorbike was driven by Bulma's sister Taisai, the blonde girl who was staying at Luolan's residence. It was the second day that Taisai was traveling with Luolan on a motorcycle. After learning about Luolan's power yesterday morning, Taise seemed to have opened up a new perspective. She wanted to take an adventure with Luolan, saying that she wanted to increase her knowledge and write popular novels. Luolan didn't intend to bring a drag oil bottle, but when he thought that the other party was Bulma's sister and Dr. Brive's eldest daughter, he would need Dr. Brive's help to build Dragon Ball radar in the future, so he agreed to let him. She accompanied. The people of Bulma's family are particularly bold and nervous. Taisai is a young woman, but she is curious about everything. Like her sister Bulma, she is particularly adventurous. Otherwise, he would not leave home to experience the life of ordinary people just to write a good novel. After learning about the energy detector, Taisi asked questions curiously. Luolan explained a lot of common sense related to combat effectiveness to her along the way, but this stupid woman still doesn't know that combat effectiveness is an alien standard. Thought it was a popular measure in the mysterious martial arts world. How silly! You Saiyans can really eat. A big bear will be eaten by you in a few strokes. Fortunately, you live in a small remote place, otherwise it will definitely scare people. As he said, Taisai was inspired. Infinite gluttons, well, this element can be written in novels. Luolan hid hatch and lay on Taisai's back. Taking out the energy detectors, they were getting closer and closer to the energy source of Baizai Mountain. "Luolan, let me tell my sister about your science. Do you all have tails? Will it be inconvenient to live? I told you that my sister has a younger sister who is younger than you, but it's smart. The weather is so hot and I'm all sweaty on my body. I must find a place to take a bath in a while. Hey, only one set of clothes is troublesome to change. You must buy more sets when you go back." Taise was tweeting non-stop, but Luolan kept rolling his eyes. It would be nice if this woman could be quieter. Bun Mountain boundary. As the motorcycle continued to move forward, the road ahead became more and more rugged and difficult, and the scenery on both sides became more primitive, and finally when he reached a remote and secluded area surrounded by mountains, Luolan's spirit became excited. "Stop!" Luolan shouted. Taisai swished to the emergency brake, and the wheels slid on the stones for a certain distance. Taisai turned her head and asked, "Is there a place? The person you are looking for is really remote." Luolan jumped off the motorcycle and looked ahead. "It's near here." Taisai pressed the button on the motorcycle, turned it back into a universal capsule, picked it up, looked at the deep and quiet surroundings, and suddenly felt a hint of coolness. The temperature in the mountains was 2 or 3 degrees lower than the outside world. "Is this place really inhabited?" Taisai embraced her arms. "Didn't you see it on the detector? Look at the signal source of 142 combat power." Luolan walked along the mountain road. Taisai sneezed and curled up, "But it's too remote around here. Will there be many wild animals?" As soon as the voice fell, the rustling noise suddenly came from not far away. Some wolves, tigers, and leopards were hidden in the forest, staring at them with fierce eyes. Roar! The beast uttered a low, terrifying cry. The sound stunned the black and crushed birds, and also frightened Taisai. "Looking for death?" Luolan widened his eyes, releasing a terrifying aura. Suddenly, the horrible aura spread out in all directions, and the nearby jackal beasts were frightened. They roared and fled timidly. Taisai's eyes beamed, and she admired and said, "It's so amazing, the beasts are afraid of you." Luolan didn't care, and shook his head lightly. "The movement is a bit big, the person we are looking for should have found us. Could it be possible that powerful martial artists can sense in the air? It's amazing, but would you have a lonely personality when you live in this kind of place? With small steps to keep up, Taisai was puzzled and excited. I feel that I am exploring the unknown, just like the novel described, I am touching a mysterious and unknown circle on the earth. Soon after, the two of them walked out of the forest and came to a relatively open area. A square hut made of bricks and blue stones stood in the shade of trees not far away. Finally found it. Luolan breathed a sigh of relief. This is where Sun Wufan lived in seclusion. It's really inhabited. It must be a hermit. Taisi smiled and looked curiously at the quiet and elegant surroundings, beautiful and clean, and even the air exuded a refreshing fragrance. She couldn't help but admire, it really is a place where masters live in seclusion. By the way, what are you looking for that person and challenge him? Luolan glanced at her, you have read too many novels. I write novels myself. No wonder the sales are not good. Taisai said angrily, you are really unpleasant, little brother. I was just starting out, and I can definitely write popular works in the future. Luolan ignored Taisai's nagging. He took out the detector and took a look. It showed that a powerful energy source was nearby. Looking in one direction, it turned out that an old man with a ruddy beard wearing an orange coat was carrying it. Walking towards them with the firewood, the old man's eyes flashed a little when he saw Luolan and Taisai. I found you, Monkey King. Sun Wufan wore a hat on his head, and a coat on the outside of his black martial arts uniform. Two kids, why did you come to Bayazishan? Monkey King's gaze fell on Luolan and Taisai. When he looked at Luolan, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. The martial artist's keenness made him feel the other party is unusual. Let's find an orange-red bead with a few stars inlaid. Please tell me if you know where it is. Luolan said straightforwardly. Didn't you come to learn martial arts? Taisi looked at Luolan, feeling puzzled, but in the end she didn't say the problem. Oh, you are here to find something. Sun Wufan touched his body and took out a dragon ball, the size of a fist, crystal clear and very beautiful. Is it this thing? The crystal ball appeared orange-red, with 4 blood-red stars inside, and the 4 planets in the dragon ball. Luolan's eyes lit up and her breathing became rapid. Although Luolan had never seen Dragon Ball before, this was the first time he saw it, but the characteristics of Dragon Ball were so obvious that he recognized it at a glance. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 18, Dragon Ball. Yes, this is the thing. Sun Wufan's old voice said, I found it in the valley a few years ago. It looked good and brought it with me. Since it is what you want, I will give it to you. Old man, thank you. Luolan's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic, and he took the Dragon Ball over. This old man is still very kind. The Dragon Ball is a divine object made by the gods. Because it uses the principle of refraction, you can see the red stars in it no matter what angle you look at it. After collecting 7, you can summon the dragon, and make a wish that does not exceed the authority of the gods. Although the strength of the Dragon Ball theory on Earth cannot be compared with the name of the Star Dragon Ball and the Super Dragon Ball of the universe, for now, Lan said it was very precious. You're welcome. Monkey King laughed, suddenly surprised, and his gaze at Luolan became surprised. Little brother, you seem to contain a terrible power. Did you see it? Luolan looked at Monkey King. In addition to mastering exquisite skills, the martial arts masters on the earth have never been in his eyes. Among many martial arts masters, the strength of Monkey King is very good, but it is only passable. The physique of the people on earth is their biggest flaw. Even Sun Wufan can only release a few Qigong waves, and because of the long brewing time, it is not applicable in actual combat. Therefore, in the low-level, low-strength environment, the efficiency of fist fighting is far better than the Qigong wave, but the use of Qigong wave in actual combat is inefficient, which is just the opposite of the general environment in the universe. With Sun Wufan's current strength, he can't sense his vitality. It needs special training from the temple, or his own strength exceeds 200 combat power before he can barely do it. But looking closely, Sun Wufan could more or less perceive the horror of Luo Lan. Offended, Monkey King suddenly stepped forward and tentatively shook his fist. His speed was so fast that a gust of fist swept through. But all this fell in Luo Lan's eyes, but it was as slow as a snail, and his strength was weak. A sharp glow suddenly flashed in his eyes, and his small palm suddenly came out to withstand Monkey King's fist. Bang! The attack came to an abrupt halt, and a counter-shock came, and Sun Wufan's body flew back more than 10 meters, and his heel stepped on the ground, directly marking 2 deep gullies. Awesome, even teacher Wu Tian can't beat me back with one move. What a terrible kid! Monkey King was particularly surprised. The child who seemed to be only 5 years old in front of him contained something extraordinary. Power. You are not my opponent. The child's immature voice rang in his ears. After listening to it, Monkey King looked at Luo Lan with deep eyes and sighed. Awesome, I don't know who you are, you have such a terrifying strength. Taisai recovered from the stunnedness at the beginning, and jumped out to show off. Luo Lan is a Saiyan, so he can't live in seclusion. Saiyan. Sun Wufan thought slightly and shook his head. It turns out that I am lonely and unheard of. I have never heard of the Saiyan tribe. It's amazing. I think even teacher Wu Tian is not yours opponent. Of course the old pervert of Gaixianren is not my opponent. Luo Lan looked proud. Taisai, too, really regards Saiyans as a minority on Earth. After getting the 4 planets, Luo Lan didn't stay here. After saying goodbye, he took the reluctant Taisai and left Baizai Mountain. Taisai was very excited along the way, because she finally saw the contest between martial artists. Although it was only one move, the 2 deep ditch shoveled out with her feet revealed to her the hidden side of the world. She has the feeling of stepping into a new world. Luo Lan, what do you want this strange bead for? On the way back, Taisai took the Dragon Ball and placed it in front of her to observe. The strange thing was that the 4 stars on it were exactly the same no matter what angle they looked at it. This thing is called Dragon Ball. It is a fetish made by the gods. Is there really a in the world? Tell me quickly. Taisai's interest came up again. Luo Lan split the thorns on both sides of the road, and said, the gods exist, although they are not extraordinary. There is a Kailan pagoda in the Kailan Holy Land in the north, on which the martial arts fairy Kailan. Yiz quickly said, I've heard of this. It is said that as long as you climb the Kailan tower with your bare hands, you can see the fairy above and accept the fairy's guidance. Isn't this a fairy tale? Don't interrupt me. Luo Lan glared at her, and Taisai shut her mouth obediently. Luo Lan continued, the Kailan immortal does exist. In fact, there is a wider space above the Kailan tower. There is a temple where the gods of the earth live. Hey, there is a god. Taisi couldn't help but want to interrupt Luo Lan, but she quickly covered her mouth with lessons learned. He took the Dragon Ball from Taisai's hand and irradiated it at the sun. This kind of Dragon Ball is made by the gods. There are 7 in total. As long as you collect 7 dragons scattered around the world, you can summon the Shenlong. The Shenlong can satisfy the summoning. It's a wish, and the last person who collected Dragon Balls finally became the king. That was more than 100 years ago. It's so amazing, then let's go find Dragon Ball. Isn't this a matter of increasing experience? Taze felt that writing these elements in a novel would definitely be very popular. Finding Dragon Ball requires Dragon Ball radar. You can ask my dad to do it. He is the one who invented the universal capsule technology. It is easy to complete with a radar. Taisai reported to her home and said the identity of her family. What you were waiting for was your words. Luo Lan smiled, pretending to hesitate, and reluctantly agreed to go with Taisai to the West capital to find her father, Dr. Brives. Hehe, what are you waiting for, let's hurry up. Pointing to the mountain road down the mountain, Taisai exclaimed vigorously, and Taisai was full of energy. Well, let's go. With a faint smile on Luolan's face, with the help of a woman like Taisai, Dr. Brives would probably help develop the Dragon Ball radar. Next, the two left the boundary of Baizai Mountain on motorcycles. When passing a small town, Taisai offered to go to the store to buy some clothes. During this period of time, because there was only one piece of clothing, she could only sleep in a bath towel every night. Such a hard life made her feel full of hardship. Luolan liked this kind of life, after all, he could lie with a beautiful woman every night. But facing Taisai's request, he seemed to be unable to refute it at all, so he saw her scouring various styles in the shopping mall like a violent wind sweeping fallen leaves, watching each piece of clothing put in the shopping cart, skirts, shirts, underwear, jeans. Hey, this woman is really rich, can she buy so many clothes? Taisai's answer is, be prepared. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 19, Taisai Family. After a long journey, a few days later, the two finally arrived at the city where Taisai's home is located, the prosperous West capital. Entering the Western capital, it is as if you have suddenly come to the future world ahead of several times. There are countless kinds of magical vehicles. There are long corridors in the sky, and vehicles in the air are driving in the corridors. On the earth, the polarization of science and technology is particularly obvious. Some ethnic groups are still living the most primitive tribal life, some places have just spread electric facilities, and some areas have developed advanced technologies to enter space. Even a few hundred kilometers apart are two completely different worlds. With such intricate social relations, I don't know how these ethnic groups live in harmony. This also reflects the diversity of Earth civilizations and races. There are 5 cities with the most advanced science and technology on the Earth, named after the middle, southeast, northwest, and middle. Except for the cities in the central part that exist as the capital of the Earth Kingdom, the other 4 cities are full of modern metropolises. The level of science and technology is 100 advanced compared to other regions. Years, a very incredible gap. When he first entered the Western capital, Luolan sighed at the prosperous scene of the Western capital. He thought that even if many alien cities, the Western capital might not be advanced. Speaking of the West capital, the most famous is of course the Magnum Capsule Company, which has risen strongly in recent years. This company, founded by Dr. Brives, has swept the world with its magical Magnum capsule technology in just a few years. In the West capital, almost everyone knows the names of the Magnum Capsule Company and Dr. Brives. Ask anyone on the street and you will be able to tell the location of the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. This way, there is my home. Taisai walked in front, pointing to a 5-story, hemispherical building covering a very wide area. Really rich. Taisai's home covers a very large area. There are various flowers and trees planted around the house, as well as a personal swimming pool. Its scale looks like an independent villa area. Just 1 year of water and electricity is not the ordinary people can afford. Under the leadership of Taisai, Luolan entered the villa smoothly, and saw Bulma's father Dr. Brives inside. This was a sloppy doctor wearing a white hanger with a stick in his mouth. Smoke, lavender hair scattered over the ears. Dr. Brives saw the eldest daughter leading a little boy back, and asked strangely, "Tais, is this your new friend? No wonder there has been no boyfriend. So you like younger boys?" Tais rolled her eyes irritably. "Luolan is a friend I met during the trip." "Oh, it turns out not to be a boyfriend." Dr. Brives shook his head regretfully, and entered the room with Luolan with a smile. "If you need something to drink, please take care of yourself." "I'm sorry, my wife is busy taking care of my little daughter," so I didn't entertain him in time. It doesn't matter. Loyolan looked at Dr. Brives, and after a while, Dr. Brives came over with a drink. Taisai put the backpack on the sofa, took out the 4 planets and said to Dr. Brives, "Dad, can you create a radar to detect Dragon Ball signals based on this Dragon Ball?" Dr. Brives took the Dragon Ball and observed it. "No problem, as long as this bead radiates electromagnetic waves outward, I think I can develop an instrument to detect special fluctuations, but it will take a few days." Taisi smiled at Loyolan and said triumphantly, "I'll say it's okay." A smile appeared on Loyolan's face. At this time, Mrs. Brives led a 4-year-old girl over and her eyes lit up when she saw Loyolan. "Ah, this is the first time Taisai has brought a boy back. It is really cute. If you grow up, if you are a few years old, you can be Taisai's boyfriend. By the way, if you don't like Taisai, I don't mind Auntie." "Mom!" Taise shouted at Mrs. Brives with an ugly expression. "Haha!" Loyolan smiled dryly. "This family is really interesting. As the saying goes, it's not a family, don't enter a family. Taisai's family are all wonderful works. Dr. Brives is a genius inventor, but he is not shy all day. Mrs. Brives is an old-fashioned person, she likes to hook up with young handsome guys and play jokes with her daughter. Taisai and her sister Bulma are not easy to live. Lord, likes to run outside all year round. Are you sister's friend?" The milky voice of Milk. Loyolan looked like a little girl with lavender hair, over 4 years old, with 2 small braids. "Bulma." The young Bulma is indeed very cute, but Bulma is very wary of Loyolan, holding the toy laser gun at him. Loyolan knew that this laser gun could really emit laser light. "Yes, I am Taisai's friend. I won't give my sister to you," Bulma said seriously. Loyolan laughed blankly, he still wouldn't argue with a little girl, besides, he had nothing to do with Taisai, the age difference was too big. After getting acquainted with the Taise family, Taise began to talk about her experience since traveling. When she talked about losing the universal capsule and almost sleeping on the street, she was lucky enough to be taken in by Loyolan. Mrs. Si and the others looked at Loyolan more kindly. Even Bulma thinks this big brother is okay. After an afternoon tea, the host and the guest had a very happy conversation. Mrs. Brives went to take care of her cat, and Dr. Brives took the Dragon Ball and started to develop the Dragon Ball radar. Only Bulma listened enthusiastically to Taisai's adventure story, with both eyes shining from time to time. Since it would take some time to develop the Dragon Ball radar, Loyolan stayed in Taisai's house next, because Taisai's home was very large, and there were several unused rooms, and just a random one was enough for Loyolan to live in. Entering the room, thoroughly washed away the dust on his body with hot water, Loyolan soaked in the warm water, thinking to himself, "I already have one of the 7 dragon in my hand. When Dr. Brives has developed the Dragon Ball radar, I can go out and look for it. Well, except for the one from the Turtle Immortal, the one in the Bull Demon King's castle. There are also some clues. As for the other ones, we have to wait for the doctor to build the Dragon Ball radar." With the Dragon Ball radar, the search process is actually very fast. In the original book, Bulma and Monkey King stopped and went, and it took a summer vacation to collect all the Dragon Balls. Loyolan thought that at her own speed, it should be even better. Fast. It is absolutely possible to summon the dragon before the destruction of Vegeta. Taisai's home is really luxurious. There are more than 20 large and small rooms. If you include the living room, kitchen, laboratory, bathroom, etc., there are always more than 40 small areas. This renovation will cost a lot of money. It is indeed a rich family. Loyolan himself is not short of money. There are more than 100 million in the bank card in his hand. The treasure that has not been sold is probably worth billions, but the money is still far behind the world's richest man. Taisai is a white rich beauty in the true sense. Such a rich lady likes the life of an adventurer, which is also interesting. Speaking of which, Bulma's little girl grew up to be an idiot, and contributed most of the welfare in the early stage of Dragon Ball. In this comparison, Taisai is probably the most normal of their family. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 20, Frieza and number 039, S instructions. In a blink of an eye, Luolan has lived in Taisai's house for 6 days. In the past few days, Dr. Brives has developed the Dragon Ball radar very smoothly, but this fancy old man has not given the radar to Luolan for a long time. The reason is that he wants to add the video chat function to the radar. After knowing it, Si had an angry quarrel with Dr. Brives. Luolan is also very embarrassed. In the original book, when Dr. Brives transformed the spacecraft for Monkey King, he was also entangled in audio equipment. It seems that Dr. Brives has a high pursuit of details. After getting the Dragon Ball radar, pressing the start button above, several golden light spots quickly appeared on the green grid display screen, and there was a signal source at the arrow in the center, which was the Dragon Ball signal in his hand. Gradually enlarge the detection range. When the entire Earth is detected, all 7 light spots are displayed. Luolan looked at the signal on the Dragon Ball radar with joy, and a touch of joy appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, my father is very skilled. Taisai leaned in front of Luolan with a smug expression, her golden hair pressed against his cheek, and a nice scent drifted into her nostrils. Very good, better than I thought. Luolan glanced at Taisai and praised. Compared with the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma, this function of Dr. Brives is more complete. It can even convert the angle and display the signal in a stereo mode, which greatly reduces the difficulty of finding the Dragon Ball. Of course, the radar has really been installed with a video chat function, which is very fancy. Taisi chuckled with her chest straight, and after talking to her parents, she began to urge Luolan to search for Dragon Ball. Because Dr. Brives knows their daughter, they know that Taisai can't stay at home alone. Instead of letting her go out on adventures alone, it's better to find a powerful person to accompany her, and Luolan becomes the best choice. So when Taisai proposed to look for Dragon Ball, the two couples assured their eldest daughter to follow Luolan. In private, Mrs. Brives even jokingly said that if Luolan could be a few years older, she would just give Taisai to him. Luolan looked speechless, shook his head and said nothing. Taisai, don't be outside for 2 days. You will come back after you find Dragon Ball. Dad's Universal Capsule Company is still waiting for you to inherit. Taisai shook her head quickly, I don't want it. You can hand over the company to Bulma. She is so smart and more suitable than me. What else did Dr. Brives say? At this moment, Taisai directly pulled Luolan and ran outside. So farewell to Dr. Brives, Luolan and Taisai left the West Capital in a jeep. As the jeep was driving on the spacious highway, Luolan asked Taisai, you really don't want to inherit the family business? Taisai said nonchalantly, I don't want to live that kind of life at all, or traveling around is more suitable for me. After a pause, he asked interestedly, where shall we go next? Luolan took out the Dragon Ball radar and took a look, and pointed in a direction, go to the east first. The radar shows that there is a Dragon Ball overseas. Well, there is the residence of the god of martial arts Tortoise Immortal. Know it. Taisai found the navigation and determined the route, then slammed the steering wheel, driving the jeep towards the east. Just when Luolan and Taisai began to search for Dragon Balls, the distant starry sky was on the other side. The dazzling stars are shining like jewels, located outside Vegeta, a huge disc-shaped spacecraft docked in orbit. Inside the spacecraft, Frieza rides on a small egg-shaped aircraft floating beside the porthole, with a long tail hanging down and swinging in mid-air, a pair of blood-colored eyes staring at the star Vegeta in front of the spacecraft. Kikano, how is the investigation of the Super Saiyan incident? Frieza's harsh voice sounded. A yellow-skinned cosmic man named Kikano stood beside Frieza. After hearing Frisia's question, he replied with an old face, Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God, according to the investigation, it's just a fictional story made up by Saiyans to brighten their faces. Ah, I think so too. It doesn't matter whether it is a fairy tale or not. What a pity you are such a good combatant. Frisia's aircraft turned around, a pair of scarlet eyes with evil brilliance. The purple lips opened slightly, and he ordered Dodoria, Mr. Dodoria, order all Saiyans who are on the mission to return to Vegeta. Yes. Dodalia answered without hesitation, and then walked out of the command room. Kikano was taken aback and asked, Master Frisia, what are you going to do? Frisia pursed her mouth and smiled wickedly, it's not what I want to do. This is Master Bilis's order, and I just did it. Although Vegeta's Saiyans are a powerful team under my command, after all, they had to surrender to me because they were oppressed by their father. This kind of people doesn't know when they will bite back. It's better to eliminate them as soon as possible. Master Bilis. Kikano's face shrank, and the two tentacles on top of his head stopped swinging. He is an old subordinate of King Crud. After King Crud retired, he assisted Frisia in the management of the army with another veteran Bilibulu. He naturally heard of the name of the of Destruction Birus, so he was so surprised when he heard Frisia mentioning Bilis. Since it's Master Bilis's order, there is no way. Frisia chuckled, yeah, the Saiyans really took the blame. I don't know where to offend Lord Birus. Well, I have to be careful even if I see him, but it's just right. I made up my mind to eradicate those Saiyans. It's a pity that such an excellent combatant. Kikano and Bilibulu are the old men who have followed King Crude for a long time. They are considering the situation of the entire Frisia Legion. Without the Saiyan team, the deterrence of the Frisia Legion will not be weakened. Less. It doesn't matter. If there are insufficient manpower, we will recruit some more. There is no shortage of cosmic people who want to make contributions in the universe. I understand. Kikano nodded. The egg-like aircraft floated into the air. Frisia held his chin with both hands and looked at Vegeta. After thinking about it, he said to Shambord who was on the side, let the Yugal Star bring Vegeta's communication record. To eradicate the Saiyans, we must cut the weeds and roots. If there are Saiyans who do not return by that time, they will be encircled and suppressed one by one according to the list. Mr. Shamba, this task is left to you. Yes, Lord Frisia. Shang Bo is a handsome cosmic person with dark green hair. He dazzled after hearing the words. He immediately responded, and then hesitated, Master Frisia, the Prince of Saiyan, Vegeta, is also traveling. In the meantime, will we also be wiped out together? Frisia waved his hand and said, forget about Vegeta, he is a very good toy, just keep him for a while. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it, ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 21, Return Home. In the star field very far away from Vegeta, the Saiyan fighters scattered throughout the northern galaxy received instructions from the Frisia army to return. Although they were full of doubts, these Saiyans responded as usual. Except for some exiled Saiyans and remote Saiyans, all rushed towards Vegeta Star. Among them is the father of the protagonist Monkey King, Badak. Badak has always been skeptical about Frisia's army's orders. Since Frisia took over the forces left by King Crud 5 years ago and became the new ruler of Vegeta, he has felt that by the time this new ruler had all kinds of distrust of Saiyans. Now Frisia has gradually mastered Frisia's army with the assistance of several veterans of Bilibulu and Kikano, and her dependence on Saiyans has been greatly reduced. For this reason, Badak has always had a bad feeling in her heart. Now, Frisia's instructions have deepened the anxiety in his heart. I hope nothing will happen. Badak murmured softly, and his gaze at the companion spaceship became deeper. A planet full of water vapor. Prince Vegeta, I just received an order from the Frisia army. A young man over 2 meters tall was fighting excitedly, and suddenly he found that the communicator made a beep beep sound. Instructions from headquarters. What order? Vegeta laughed wildly, destroying a castle casually. The strong young man read the instructions on the communicator. The Frisia Legion ordered us to return to Vegeta immediately. There are important tasks to be arranged. Don't pay attention to it, treat it as if you didn't hear it. Vegeta interrupted the strong young man impatiently, and then annoyed he shot out a wave of Qigong, with a bang, and it blew up again in the distance. But this is an order from the headquarters. Vegeta was a little unhappy when he heard this, and he didn't like Frisia. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he threw out the energy ball in his hand with a snap, blasting a mushroom cloud, and said coldly, "Are you not listening to what I said?" I know. This young man is Nappa, the Saiyan who invaded the earth with Vegeta in the original work and was finally killed by Vegeta. After Nappa was a prominent member of the Saiyans, he naturally did not dare to refute Vegeta's instructions, but it was really good to ignore Frisia's orders like this. Cut. Looking at Nappa's timid appearance, Vegeta snorted disdainfully, and then instructed the other Saiyans to ignore the instructions from the communicator. On the other side, Loyolan's sister, Cephalia, is also following the combat team to conquer the planet. Because it is a high-level planet, the combat power of the strongest on the planet has reached more than 5,000. Even a Saiyan team with a long history of battles, facing such an opponent, you need to be careful. Annihilated. But now, the battle has entered the final stage. The strongest on the planet was jointly annihilated by Saiyan fighters a few days ago, and some sporadic resistance can no longer affect the overall situation. After eliminating the remaining resistance, you can transfer the planet to the people of Frisia's Legion. When you start, be careful not to release too much energy. If you destroy the environment here, you won't be able to sell it for a good price. The leader of the battle team people cursed, but he smashed a mountain with a Qigong wave. The captain can't do it himself, so don't disturb the brothers to enjoy the joy of fighting. Saiyan warriors still do what they want to destroy. The leader glared at him, then laughed, and continued to curse his teammates. With a glance, he saw a graceful figure not far away. Cephalia's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Next time you let her be the captain, these disobedient guys will always listen to the beauties. With a smile in my heart, the beautiful women are naturally pleasing to the eye. Female Saiyans are not as rugged as men. Although they also have sturdy fighting styles, in fact, most female Saiyans are smaller and full of beauty. Cephalia's appearance is rare among female Saiyans. She is sassy in her weakness, her body is slender, and her waist is not thick. The whole body seems to have been carefully crafted. She is a rare beauty. What's more, she is still a rare high-level fighter among the Saiyans. She has super strength at a young age and has full prestige among the Saiyans. Cephalia glanced at the leading Saiyan with a cold expression, then stepped on the void, and instantly appeared hundreds of meters away, and several flashes came to a rebel. With an expressionless kick, the violent force immediately set off an astonishing wave of air. The opponent with 2,000 fighting strength was directly kicked to pieces by Cephalia, and a huge over 50 meters in diameter appeared on the spot. The pit, the broken zone stretches for hundreds of meters. Cephalia, news from Frisia's army, all Saiyans who are on missions will immediately return to Vegeta. What are they doing? The planet here is gone. High-level planets are a rare resource in the universe. Many rich people are willing to buy a high-level planet and use it as a back garden. It is great to train subordinates. Who knows what's going on? Maybe it's a rare super planet that has appeared, and it takes everyone to conquer. Then what to do? Go back. It's rare to conquer this high-level planet, but if there is a super planet, it will be very exciting. The rest of the Saiyans laughed, and nothing can make them happy like fighting. Of it. Cephalia's delicate eyebrows frowned slightly, shook his head and followed the large team on the spaceship returning to Vegeta. By the way, Sephiria, you have a younger brother, why don't you see him with you? On the way back, several Saiyans chatted. Sephiria's face became cold, and her tone was unkind. That guy hasn't contacted me for a long time, so he must teach him a lesson when he comes back. Sitting in silence for your brother, it is not easy to have a good sister. Amos, do you want to find a beating? Looking unhappy at the teammate next to him, Sephiria released an icy breath. The Saiyan named Amos shut his mouth quickly, angrily not daring to speak more. Saiyan women are not easy to provoke, especially female fighters with high combat effectiveness. Hey! Sephiria snorted coldly, leaning on the seat of the spacecraft and closing her eyes to rest, but a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Luolan, if you didn't die outside, you will be miserable when you come back. Cut! He sneezed for some reason. Luolan didn't know that he had been targeted by his nominal sister. At this time, he was on the journey of collecting dragon with Taisai. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 22, 7 Dragon Balls. The sun is scorching, the sun is like a fire, and the hot earth bears the desperate scorching of a stove. There is not a trace of moisture in the atmosphere, and even the wind blowing over is fiery that is hard to describe. This is a desert in a tropical area. The traces of modernization have long been invisible here. Similar to the capital of the West, this place seems to be at a level of uncivilized civilization. All people are wrapped in gauze, keeping their skin tight. Only people hiding in the shade dare to show their skin. Sweat couldn't help dripping from her cheeks. Taisai supported a wooden stick, followed behind panting, staring at the hot sun in the sky. Her head suddenly felt dizzy. No, I can't walk anymore. Called softly, Taisai squatted on the ground with exhaustion, and the veil covering her cheek fell down, revealing a sweet face. You are going to follow. Luolan stopped and helped Taisai to walk to a shady corner. The breeze was blowing. Only then did she feel a trace of coolness. She poured cold water on her head, and then she slapped her head. With a little air, you treat everyone as strong as you are like a monster. Sister is a girl. Too weak, Saiyan women are not as delicate as you. Luolan handed her a fan. Taisi gave him an angry look, took the fan and kept fanning it, wiped the sweat from her cheeks, worried that her skin would be damaged by the sun. How far are we from the next Dragon Ball? About 3 kilometers away. Taking out the Dragon Ball radar and taking a look, Luolan roughly estimated that there are 5 shining spots in the center of the radar, and there is a constantly shining signal 3 kilometers away. There is still so far, I can't stand it. I'm going to get the Dragon Ball back alone. Luolan said. Taze shook her head quickly and said, No, I have said that if I travel together, how can I leave me alone? Well, this is also a challenge. I will try to overcome it. Seeing Taisai staggering and pretending to be strong, Luolan felt a burst of laughter, but she did not dampen her self-confidence. Forget it, wait until the evening to find Dragon Ball. Luolan said lightly when he glanced at the poisonous sun. Taisai pulled her hair down, and stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, I'm so sorry. Luolan shook his head and transformed a small house from the universal capsule on a flat area, come in and cool off. Hee hee. The girl chuckled softly. After entering the room, she ran directly to the bathroom, took a quick shower in cold water, and then came out in a cool dress and poured 5 dragon from her backpack on the table. Have fun. Jingle, 5 orange-red beads rolled down together, and when they collided, they shone golden light, accompanied by a low humming sound. These 5 dragon are their harvest these days. 2 weeks ago, Luolan and Taisai began to search for Dragon Ball. The first stop was the Gaixian house outside the Eastern Sea, where the Gaixian people lived. Gaixianren is known as the god of martial arts. Although he is an experienced master of martial arts, he is naturally lecherous. In the original book, Bulma even lifted up a skirt to tempt him to get his Dragon Ball. This time Loyal Lan accompanied Loyal Lan. Naturally will not let the turtle fairy take advantage. After landing on the island, I directly found the Gaixianren who was hiding under the big tree. Without saying a word, he struck a hand knife at the Gaixianren's neck. The old man was knocked out by Loyal Lan without even knowing what was happening. When Loyal Lan woke up, he had already taken his 3-star ball to escape. The turtle immortal woke up and felt a pain in his neck. He thought he stiffened while sleeping, and didn't know what happened. At night, Gaixian discovered that the crystal ball that had been hanging around his neck had disappeared, and only one twine was still hanging on his neck. And Loyal Lan and Taisai, who successfully obtained the Dragon Ball from the turtle immortal, continued their journey to find the Dragon Ball. The two of them either drove a jeep or drove a yacht to travel around the world. They had collected 5 dragon in just 2 weeks, and the 6th Dragon Ball was in front of them. Because of Loyal Lan's participation, there were no dangers along the way, so all the enemies he encountered were killed by Loyal Lan, but it made Taisai really feel the charm of martial arts, and for a while, when Si was full of thoughts, and his mind opened up. Carefully record all the experiences and use them as materials for future creations. In the evening, the sky gradually dimmed, and the afterglow of the sun disappeared on the horizon, leaving only a burning red on the horizon, echoing the grey-blue night farther away. As the sun went down, the venomous craze receded a little, and Taisai was finally able to walk outside without wearing a veil. The two followed the position indicated by the Dragon Ball radar all the way to a beach 3 kilometers away. There are flying sand and trees, and there is no vegetation. The exposed rocks are weathered under the erosion of wind and sand all the year round. The surface is covered with fragmentary cracks, and the stones will peel off when touched by hand. According to the display on the radar, the 6th Dragon Ball is nearby, but here is all yellow sand. Shouldn't the Dragon Ball be buried underground? Taisai put her hands in front of her forehead and looked into the distance. Into the goal is a desolate scene. Loyal Lan glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, adjusted the radar to a 3-dimensional mode, and the picture changed, and quickly showed the distance of the Dragon Ball from the ground, about 5 meters deep underground. Find a place to hide. The body floated upward, and a ball of dark blue energy condensed in the heart of Loyal Lan's hand. Seeing this, Taise hurried out toward the raised ledge in the distance, and then hid carefully. Taisai, who has had similar experiences, has seen the power of energy bombs. Such a small energy ball is enough to razor a mountain to the ground. I'm hiding now, let's start. Taise yelled at Loyal Lan, clutching the rocks on the ledge tightly with both hands. Loyal Lan stared calmly at the sandy ground below, a sharp glow suddenly flashed across his eyes, and an energy bomb the size of a table tennis ball was thrown toward the ground. There was a loud bang, and in an instant it was as if being hit by a missile with the same power. The yellow sand splashed, and the billowing air wave spread in all directions. Amidst the yellow sand, a glass ball with the size of a fist shone brightly and splashed out of the yellow sand. Found it! A bright light flashed in his eyes. Loyal Lan's figure moved quickly and suddenly grabbed the flying Dragon Ball in his hand. One planet! A satisfied smile appeared on Loyal Lan's face, and he handed the Dragon Ball to Taisai to put away. Taisai was holding the Dragon Ball enthusiastically, as if she couldn't put it down like a beloved thing, and now there was only one Dragon Ball left. A few days later, more than 200 kilometers away from the 6th Dragon Ball, Loyal Lan found the last Dragon Ball in a lush bush. Take out the 7 dragon and place them on the ground. As soon as the 7 dragon touched together, they flashed golden light, and every time they flashed, they made a soft moan like a dragon. Hum, hum. 7 dragon flicker and flicker regularly. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 23, Make a Wish. What are you going to do next? Have you directly summoned the Shenlong? In an area with open terrain, Taisai followed Luolan expectantly. Yeah, it's about to start. Luolan nodded and looked at the shining dragon ball on the ground, with some uncontrollable excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, and then shouted at the dragon ball on the ground. Come out, Shenlong! After shouting, Luolan waited quietly now, because it was the first time to summon the Shenlong, so he could only imitate the lines in the original book, and it should be possible to summon the Shenlong. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the 7 dragon on the ground began to flicker faster, and the buzzing sound became more intense, as if a high-voltage current was discharging in the ear. Soon a large cloud of dark clouds floated in the sky, and the sky, which was originally a clear sky, instantly entered the terrifying darkness. Taisai stepped back timidly, and saw Luolan beside her standing still, calm as a god, her cheek flushed involuntarily, and secretly said, "It's too embarrassing, that she is not even as good as a child." So he plucked up the courage to take out a camera and pointed it at Dragon Ball, looking forward to the exciting scene. Boom! There was a thunder in the dark night, the golden light of the Dragon Ball pierced through the clouds, and a magnificent scene was gathered in the sky. Soon a mighty, majestic, slender green dragon hovered in the black cloud, flashing red shining eyes looked down. Humans who have collected Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I can fulfill it for you, but there can only be one. Looking at the mighty dragon in the sky, Luolan's eyes flashed with joy. Taisai grabbed Luolan's shoulder excitedly, and pointed at the dragon in the sky with excitement and some fear. It really appeared. It turns out that the dragon looks like this. It's so mighty. It makes you express your wish. Yet, with a smile on his face, Luolan adjusted his emotions and looked at Shenlong. Shenlong, I have a sister named Sephilia, I hope you will bring her to my side. She made a loud wish to Shenlong. Sephilia is her own sister anyway, Luolan thought about it. Unable to abandon her, he made a wish for Shenlong to transfer Sephilia to the earth. Calculating the time, Vegeta Star will be destroyed in a while, and the other Saiyan Luolan can ignore, but Sephilia still has to save it. After hearing Luolan's wish, Shenlong was silent for a while, ready to release energy, but after a while, Shenlong's voice rang again, "Sorry, this wish cannot be realized. The other party rejected your request. Please change another wish." What? Luolan's expression appeared stunned, the situation was beyond his expectation. Refused? What the is Sephilia doing? At this time, Shenlong said in a loud voice, "The strength of Sephilia you mentioned is above me. I cannot force a person who is beyond strength to be transferred. The other party does not believe the information I gave, so please change your wish." Luolan frowned slightly and touched his head. It is true that Shenlong cannot force his wish to act on people who are stronger than it. In the original work, Oolong once wanted to use the power of Dragon Ball to deal with the Saiyan who invaded the earth when he was resurrecting Monkey King, but in the end he said that he could not do it. When the Mackerel Dragon wants to bring back the wandering Monkey King in the universe, it needs the consent of the other party. If Sephilia didn't cooperate with Shenlong, there would be no way. Do you want to abandon her? After thinking about it for a moment, Luolan shook his head. Sephilia was definitely going to be saved. After all, he was his only relative in this world. Saving her was worthy of the two of them getting along for a few months. It seems that I have to go to Vegeta in person to bring her out. Stupid woman, in order to save her, I have put a lot of thought into it. Shenlong, please give me the ability to teleport like the king of Trainee Jabit. Sorry, this is the ability that the rules of the universe give to the trainee world king god. Shenlong's answer was as calm as ever. Luolan nodded, it was as long as he had expected that Shenlong could not realize this wish. He wanted to drill a loophole, but it really seemed impossible. The ability to teleport at will, like the trainee king Jabit, is the reward of the rules of the universe to the trainee king god, not something mortals can get. Then you can only choose the teleportation of the Jadrits. Although it is a little bit closer than the teleportation of Jebet, it is also very effective. Just as he was about to make a wish, Loyolan suddenly realized the instant movement of the stars of Yadrit. He needed to sense the breath of the opponent when he used it, and he didn't know this. Even if he learned it through Dragon Ball, he couldn't use it for a while. If this time is missed to save people, it is also very troublesome. Human, speak your wish, provided that it does not exceed the authority of the gods. Shenlong urged. Loyolan thought about it a little bit and looked at Shenlong and asked, "Is there a skill in the universe that can move instantaneously without breath sensing? If so, please teach it to me." The Shenlong was suspended in midair and was silent for a long time. Just when Loyolan had no expectations, the Shenlong spoke. Metalmore has a transfer technique, which is similar to teleportation, but requires sufficient energy support. Are you sure you want to realize this wish? Metamore Star, transfer technique. Perhaps it is a skill similar to fusion. Loyolan replied affirmatively, "Yes, please teach me this skill." "Understood, your wish can be realized." A high-pitched voice sounded, and then Shenlong's eyes glowed red. Taisai was shocked when she saw Shenlong's eyes suddenly glowing blood red, but Loyolan knew that this was Shenlong's power of using Dragon Ball. In the next second, Loyolan had a series of complexities in his mind. The knowledge, and quickly integrated, it is like having personally experienced learning. This knowledge is exactly the transfer technique of the Metamore stars. The so-called transfer technique is like fusion technique. Through special techniques to mobilize energy in the body, it can exert a power effect several times beyond the limit of the body. Transfer technique focuses on space transfer, which is a bit like the insect in science fiction. Whole technology, open space with manpower, but need to know the location of the destination in advance. Otherwise, accidents are prone to happen and transfer to dangerous stars or stars. After accepting a series of complicated knowledge, Loyolan's brain was a little painful. At this time, the voice of Shenlong sounded in her ear, "Your wish has been fulfilled, then goodbye." After speaking, the dragon flew up into the sky, and suddenly turned into 7 light spots flying around the world, and the dark sky suddenly returned to light. "Loyolan, are you okay?" Seeing Loyolan still closed his eyes, Taisi asked concerned. Loyolan said, "It's okay, I have received too much information for a while, and I need to ease it. Nothing is fine. By the way, Sephria is your sister. Why can't even Dragon Ball bring her here? Doesn't it mean that Shenlong is omnipotent? You can't even bring a girl, and it's not justified. That woman is a barbarian." As soon as he mentioned Sephria, Loyolan recalled the time when Vegeta was ravaged by her, and his brain ached. "Hey, first try the transfer technique you learned from Shenlong. Although the knowledge has been integrated, it still needs practical tests." Seeing that Loyolan didn't want to be entangled with Sephria's issue, Taiyushun nodded, then picked up the camera with a beaming smile and watched the videos she shot repeatedly. If these images were published, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. In the temple, when Loyolan and the others summoned the dragon, the gods had been paying attention to the situation in the lower realm. After all, the appearance of the dragon was not trivial. If it was taken away by the ambitious, it would inevitably cause a certain disturbance. When it was discovered that the person who summoned the Shenlong was actually Loyolan, the gods' hearts were jealous. This mysterious alien visitor, although young, is terribly strong. If he does evil, the himself is not his opponent. Fortunately, the other party did not make any evil wishes, but he let the gods breathe a sigh of relief. After the Dragon Ball disappeared, the heavenly murmured with a complicated expression, "Even the power of the dragon can't provoke, there is such a strong man in the world." For no reason, a strong sense of urgency arose in God's heart. Then it turned into a long sigh. Compared with the unknown outer space, the strength of the earth is still too weak. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it, LTNovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 24, Space Transfer. The vast universe has a dark red hue, near a huge star. Call out. A ray of light flashed across quickly. In the deep and quiet space, this ray of light was very eye-catching. When I zoomed in, it turned out to be a disc-shaped aircraft with a diameter of about 15 meters. It was chubby and belonged to a relatively small scale spaceship. Through the light green glass cover, you can see a feminine Saiyan who is quietly leaning against the seat. Suddenly, Sephilia opened her eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed through her beautiful eyes. What was the sound just now? Earth? Who is going to take me to Earth? Could it be some kind of illusion? Sephilia, who often fights in the universe, has heard that some cosmic people are good at superpowers. Some superpowers can confuse the mind and achieve the purpose of manipulating the body and mind. She has doubts in her heart, and Sephilia decisively ignores it. That voice. It didn't take long before that voice disappeared from the bottom of my heart. Sephia's delicate face showed a sneer, and then continued to close her eyes to rest. Sephria, what's the matter with you? The teammates around him noticed the energy fluctuations emanating from Sephilia, and asked a female Saiyan with a normal appearance. Sephria shook her head quietly, nothing. By the way, who of you knows where the Earth is? Earth, it seems to be a remote planet with signs of civilization on it, but the probe found that there are no valuable precious metals except water resources and plants, so it was not included in the mission planet. Why are you asking this question suddenly? Sephria said indifferently, if my brother comes back alive, let him conquer the Earth as punishment. After listening to the team members laughed loudly, on a low-level planet, it is enough to send a lower-level fighter. Your brother is a middle-level fighter. This is a little overkill. It's better to let him follow us on missions to ensure that he grows up quickly. Saiyans, they have to be honed in battle. Yes, do you want me to train your brother for you? My strength is pretty good. A handsome male Saiyan showed his courtesy to Sephilia, and his thoughts were clear. Sephria glanced at the opponent and refused, no, my brother will train by himself. Sephilia knows what these young male Saiyans think about, but she who has always advocated forces in the golden age of rising strength. From her point of view, emotional matters are a problem that drags down her practice, so in addition to maintaining normal teammate relationships, Sephilia is alone and does not want to have trouble with anyone. The male Saiyan couldn't help but smile when he heard Sephria's answer, regretting that he couldn't impress the other person. Outstanding women naturally do not lack suitors. Female Saiyans who are strong and beautiful like Sephria, who are just young adults, are a minority in Vegeta. What's more, the opponent is still a superior fighter. If combined with it, the offspring born will definitely have the potential to become as strong. If you can't get a good impression during the mission, then you will have fewer chances when you return to Vegeta. However, it is a pity that King Saiyan has a dream, and the goddess has no intentions, and Sephilia does not give them a chance to fight for it. The topic comes to an end here. All the Saiyans on the spaceship enter the dormant stage. Sephria folded her chest with her hands, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The Earth, the voice just now must have something to do with it. The Earth, the open plains. After obtaining the transfer technique of the Metamor star, Luolan couldn't wait to experiment. According to the knowledge in the mind to mobilize the energy in the body, the theory is still different from the practice. Although any details are already well understood, it still took a long time to find the way in the formal experiment. After several experiments, Luolan roughly understood the meaning of transfer technique. Compared with the momentary movement of the Idrit star, the effects of the two are similar, and both can achieve the purpose of space shuttle, but the transfer technique of the Metamor star needs to lock the coordinates of the target position in advance before using it. The time is also a bit longer than teleport. Generally speaking, it is not suitable for use in combat. However, using this skill as a means to hurry, it couldn't be more appropriate. After finding the correct position and launching the transfer, Luolan's figure appeared all over the earth. After testing it several times, Luolan felt that he had fully mastered this skill. At this time, the energy in the body was also consumed 7 or 8. After feeling the remaining energy in the body, Luolan smiled faintly. This is just an experiment on the Earth. If it is a long-distance interstellar crossing, I am afraid that all energy will be drawn. Go. Let's try a long-distance transfer. After replenishing his stamina and wearing protective equipment, Luolan aimed at the moon beyond the Earth. Call out. With the mobilization of energy, the entire human body began to blur, suddenly turning into a ray of glow, and once again appeared on the moon, which was already 38 million kilometers away, the uneven ground and loose dry dust that entered the eyes. Only 1/6 of the Earth's gravity environment made Luolan feel that she would float at any time. Ha ha ha, as the distance increases, consumption also increases. But compared to the breath restriction of teleportation, these are acceptable. With a satisfied smile on his face, Luolan's heart moved, and his body quickly disappeared from the moon. From now on, the distance in space can no longer limit him, just like a white paper that can be bent at any time. As long as he knows the coordinates of the target planet and enough energy, he can reach any planet at will by connecting the 2 points. A few days later, above the desolate plateau. This is where the cargo spacecraft landed when Luolan first came to Earth. At first I thought that this spaceship would never be used again, but the human nature still cannot escape the true fragrance. After a short while, Luolan came back here again, but this time he was not alone. There were still others who were walking with him. Taisai's father, Dr. Brives. As for Taisai, after the Dragon Ball collection was over, she returned to the Western capital to prepare her new novel. The purpose of bringing Dr. Brives this time is to ask him to transform the cargo spacecraft and transform it into a gravity training room on the original basis. Sure enough, when he heard that Luolan had an alien spacecraft in his hand, based on the exploration of science and technology, Dr. Brives readily agreed. This is the spaceship you are talking about. Dr. Brives stood in front of the cargo spacecraft, looking up at a spacecraft that was more than 30 meters long and 8 meters high, and was in the shape of an ellipsoid as a whole. Luolan said, yes, although it is only a cargo spacecraft, it does contain alien technology. I think the doctor can explore some new technologies from it. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 25, Gravity Chamber. Ha ha ha, you are right, the advancement of science is to get in touch with new things. Dr. Brives laughed loudly and nodded in satisfaction to Luolan. Luolan shrugged, and then opened the spacecraft's hatch. The two boarded the spacecraft. After Dr. Brives went in, he conducted research on the spacecraft's interior. Because of the first contact with alien technology, it seemed strange to see everything. Dr. Brives deserves to be the genius who invented the universal capsule technology. After some inspection, he has a basic understanding of the level of alien technology. There is already an outline in the brain for the next transformation. I'll make sure again. Do you really want to build a training room with 100 times the gravity in this spacecraft? You must know that under such gravity, a person weighing 60 kilograms will increase the weight of the body to 6,000 kilograms. This is still secondary. Yes, the most important damage comes from internal organs, and people on Earth can never withstand such gravity. Dr. Brives explained to Luolan the hidden dangers of high-power gravity. If it's just a weight, 6,000 kilograms is only a small amount, which is only 6 tons, which is less than the weight of a cubic iron block. But the gravity environment is different from the weight bearing. The distribution of gravity is even. The gravity effect will act on every cell inside and outside. Under super strong gravity, the internal organs, blood vessels, body tissues, and even the brain of the human body will have to bear huge amounts. Burden, a little carelessness will risk collapse. Even if the Saiyan's physique is far superior to that of the people on Earth, it will be very dangerous. In the original work, Monkey King practiced under 100 times the gravity environment, and he was on the verge of death several times. If he didn't eat a few fairy beans when he was too tired to get up, he would not be able to support Namek, but he benefited from such hard practice. So that Monkey King's combat power jumped from 8,000 when he set off from the Earth to 90,000. It is the practice of the gravity room, plus the treatment of fairy beans and the strong physique of the Saiyans that have created such a miracle. Luolan had enough fairy beans in his hands, and he couldn't let go of such an opportunity. Luolan said, "Doctor, please rest assured to build the gravity chamber, there is no problem." Seeing Luolan's insistence, Dr. Brives lit a cigarette and took a few puffs leisurely. "I can help with the transformation, but it is still not recommended to install such a high gravity. Be careful when using it in the future." "I will use it carefully." Luolan fully agreed, and immediately transported Dr. Brives to a universal capsule production base near the West Capital, where he began to upgrade the spacecraft. Of course, when Dr. Brives upgraded the cargo spacecraft, Luolan was not idle. Although his current combat power is already invincible on Earth, in the universe, I am afraid that he has not even achieved the ability to protect himself. With this understanding, Luolan will naturally not waste any time. In the following days, Luolan found a place near the production base to stabilize the foundation, doing high-intensity exercise every day. In the meantime, Taze came to him, about the setting of a part of the new novel and needed advice. She seems to be writing a novel about science, which incorporates novel materials such as combat power, Kylan Tower, gods, etc., and the debut environment is set to Earth. After all, Taisai still doesn't know that Scions are actually an alien race. Originally intended to be written into the Legend of Dragon Ball, but in the end she didn't know how to give it up. Maybe she also knew that such information was too shocking, and it would easily cause confusion. Luolan gave Taisai some suggestions based on her own knowledge. The woman recorded his suggestions and left with joy. When she left, she curiously asked him what was being remodeled in the base. "I heard it was a gravity device." No longer interested. In this way, the days go by. Luolan immersed himself in training, combined with the fighting skills of Scions in his mind, and stimulated the continuous improvement of energy in the body. When the gravity room transformation was completed, his combat effectiveness had increased from 460 to 520, which was considered a big improvement. 1 month later, the construction of the gravity chamber was completed, and Luolan, who received the news, rushed to Dr. Brives without stopping, where he saw a drive covered with oil. "Doctor, where is the gravity room?" Luolan came to Dr. Brives in the dust. "Follow me." Dr. Brives dangling a cigarette, and then led Luolan to the place where the gravity room was parked. The production base of Wanange capsules is very large and covers a very wide area. There are not many bases like this in the world. In a huge assembly workshop, Luolan saw his cargo spacecraft. At first glance, he could hardly recognize that it was the original spacecraft. Although it was still an ellipsoid with a length of 30 meters and a height of more than 8 meters, the inside and out of the spacecraft have changed a look, metal paint, humanized layout, the internal cabin has been redesigned, and many Earth elements have been added. The logo of the Universal Capsule Company is also printed on the side of the spacecraft. "It's amazing, I can't see the original look at all." Luolan admired after inspecting the spacecraft. Dr. Brives pointed to the brand new spacecraft and said with a little pride, "According to your request, I transformed the rear half of the spacecraft into a large gravity training room, which can open up to 100 times the gravity. In addition to the cockpit, the first 4 rooms were designed, with 2 floors on top and bottom. By the way, the power system and communication system of the spacecraft have also been upgraded." He took out several sets of watch-like devices and handed them to Luolan. "These communicators can communicate in real time, even if they are far away from the planet, there will be no delay. The more important thing is that they have a holographic projection function, which is suitable for listening to music. But Dr. Brives showed off his latest invention with great enthusiasm, and when he talked about a watch capable of playing music, he was even more excited. Loyal is very satisfied with all the functions of the spacecraft, but is full of slots for Brives's paranoid alternative pursuit. Taking Loyal into the gravity room and teaching him how to use the equipment, Dr. Brives said, in addition to adjusting gravity, this gravity room can also set temperature and atmospheric pressure. Various extreme environments can be simulated, because the material used is a super alloy smelted with special materials, so there is no need to worry about any risks. Thank you, so I can practice with confidence. Loyal said with satisfaction. Dr. Brives said, be careful when using it. Loyal nodded. After Dr. Brives went out, he directly set 10 times the gravity, and the machine buzzed into operation. Suddenly a downward force acted on his body. Loyal felt it, his eyes there was a look of joy in his eyes. This gravity is already equivalent to the environment of Vegeta. Awesome, it's like returning to Vegeta. Then gradually increase the gravity, 16 times can basically bear it, but when it is increased to 20 times, Loyal already feels difficult, and the brain starts to lack oxygen. By decisively turning off the gravity device, Loyal roughly knew the limit he could bear. Later, he tested various parameters such as temperature and pressure. After some experience, Loyal was extremely satisfied with these functions. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 26, Return to Vegeta. With this equipment, coupled with the healing ability of the fairy beans, my strength will usher in a huge improvement, but I must also pay attention to my physical condition. Don't overuse the gravity equipment to make my future growth low. Warning to herself, Loyal walked out of the spaceship with excitement. By the way, this spaceship can also become a universal capsule. If it is not portable, it is also very troublesome. Of course, this is the most basic function. Dr. Brives took it for granted. Everything from the Wanage Capsule Company's production base has a shrinking function, ranging from refrigerators and color TVs to villas and cruise ships. Wanage Capsule Company started with this technology. Loyal nodded, and then looked at another device not far from the gravity spacecraft. It was a sphere with a diameter of about 8 meters and surrounded by 6 thick metal brackets. What is that? Dr. Brives replied, oh, that is a simulation device built when the gravity chamber was made. It has about half the function of the spacecraft's gravity chamber, but the material also uses the strongest alloy, so it can withstand superdensity energy bombardment. Can also be reduced into a capsule. Yes. Loyal looked at the spherical gravity chamber with interest. Even if it was just a test product for rehearsal simulation, it could easily reach 50 times the gravity. Dr. Brives' genius was simply unimaginable. Loyal didn't intend to let it go, so he proposed to Dr. Brives to take away the gravity chamber. Dr. Brives didn't care about the rehearsal equipment, so he quickly agreed. Carefully turning the 2 gravity devices into universal capsules and putting them in his arms, Loyal eyes were full of hope for the future. It's time to return to Vegeta. Loyal muttered to herself. Speaking of being away from Vegeta for nearly a year, according to the plot, Vegeta is about to be destroyed by Frieza. Because of the transfer technique skill, Loyal is no longer afraid of the risk of planet destruction, and in a big deal, he will move to another planet after saving Sephilia. I have worked hard for that, sister. The other party should repay me. Such as promises by body. Stopped, fantasizing about her sister who is all over the country and smiling like a flower, Loyal quickly withdrew her thoughts. If he dared to think so, Sephiria knew she would slap herself to death. After several months of getting along, Loyal was relatively clear about Sephiria's character. She was a savage, indifferent, taciturn woman who only knew how to cultivate. Apart from practicing and fighting, he has no other thoughts at all, and he has a very pure Saiyan personality in his bones. He made up his mind to return to Vegeta, so he then said goodbye to Dr. Brives and the others. After I go back, I have to use the communicator to contact me. It is a pleasure to travel with you, and we will take risks together in the future. Taisai knew the news that Luolan was leaving, thinking he was going back to his tribe. Anyway, he was on Earth. He didn't care, and after speaking, he contacted Moore and continued to write her novel. Taisai doesn't seem to know about alien civilization. I told her that I was a Saiyan, but she was regarded as a tribe on Earth. Luolan shrugged towards Dr. Brives. Taisa's brains are so big. No wonder she can't create popular works. I hope her new novel will be popular, but the hope is not great. In the original book, Taisai, after getting to know the police officer of the Galaxy Patrol Jake, created a novel based on Jake, but the result was not popular. It wasn't until later that I could go to various planets to do interstellar travel, and the novels created through this experience were not well received. At this time Mrs. Brives walked over holding Bulma's hand. "Oh, little Luolan is leaving, my aunt will miss you." Bulma raised her hand and shook her lavender braid. "Goodbye, tell me a story next time." "Well, goodbye everyone." Luolan looked at the Bulma family and waved at them, then flew up into the sky. The energy in the body rose, and quickly turned into a light spot and disappeared on the other side of the sky. Finding a place without people, Luolan's figure appeared again. Vegeta is a long distance from the Earth, and every activation of the transfer technique consumes amazing energy. With Luolan 520's combat power, it cannot be transferred once, so it needs to stop on several planets in the middle. Find out the position of Vegeta star from the spacecraft, and then note down the planets used for turnover along the way. When everything is ready, Luolan stays focused and concentrates. The Metamorian's transfer technique has been activated, and only one side is seen. The blurry light and shadow gleamed in place, and Luolan had already left the Earth. Compared with leaving Vegeta star for the first time, Luolan who went back this time was much calmer. Because there is a solid retreat, Luolan is full of confidence even when facing the Frisia Legion. In the temple, they noticed that Luolan's breath had disappeared from the earth, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He finally left. During this period of time, the gods have not rested well, always paying attention to Luolan's movements. A string in his heart is tense, for fear that the other party will make a difficult situation. That guy is so strong, really made things happen, even if it is a god. His opponent. Such a plague is better to leave early. I can't see through that kid. It seems that he knows many secrets on the earth. He is still so young, but his strength is terribly strong. They withdrew the thoughts in his heart, and his face showed a trace of ease. Luolan has been staying on the earth, which may make him sleep well for several months. Fortunately, the other party has already left. Fortunately, the cat fairy who left Luolan was robbed once, and he really didn't want to face that kid. After several pauses and replenishment of energy, about an hour later, Luolan's figure appeared on the planet closest to Vegeta. After taking a break on this planet, taking out food from the universal capsule, Luolan stood up and locked the position of Vegeta star. Judging from the information returned by the transfer technique, the opposite planet is not there yet. Destroyed by Frisia. Luolan took a deep breath. The next step is to land on Vegeta. I have been away for a year. I don't know what happened there. A trace of excitement floated in his heart. Luolan's heart became calm, and then the transfer technique was activated, and the slender figure disappeared from the planet. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 27, The Beginning of the Disaster. Vegeta is a huge blue and white planet located in the northern galaxy region. It is a rare high-level planet. Saiyans who are famous for fighting live on it. Because of the warlike character of Saiyans, ordinary cosmic people encounter Saiyans will retreat and avoid conflict. However, because the Saiyans performed the task of selling the planet for Frisia and acted domineering, their reputation in the universe was not good. During this period of time, Vegeta's spaceport was much busier than usual, and one after another aircraft returned from various planets. Because of an order from Frisia a few days ago, all Saiyans have returned to their home planet. They did not know that this was the beginning of a disaster. Call out. On a wavy sea, the fine waves slapped against each other, and the clear sea surface rippled with overlapping waves under the breeze. Suddenly, a black figure appeared above the ocean, and Loyolan finally returned to Vegeta Star. From the Earth to Vegeta, he had gone through a total of 38 transfers. If it weren't for the fairy beans to support him, with his 520 combat power, he would not be able to return at all. It took more than an hour to do so. Glancing at the vast expanse of the sea, Loyolan's figure flashed, and a white light suddenly lit up on his body, bursting like a wave of lightning, and flew towards the coast in a swish. Because you are above the ocean, you can only see the outline of the distant land, but through the energy detector, you can still roughly determine the location of the gathering place. Next find Cephilia, and then take her away from Vegeta. Thinking like this in his heart, Loyolan quickly approached the Saiyan gathering place, and the black figure swiftly across the sky like a flash of lightning, and when he approached the gathering place, he started flying at low altitude. After passing by several Saiyan gathering places, he found that the entire Vegeta Star was much more lively than before. The Saiyan gathering place is full of traffic, and the transportation vehicles going back and forth are like small trains carrying spherical aircrafts. The open space is full of small flying vehicles. The Saiyans are reunited with their relatives one by one. It is rare for Asian talents to express their feelings. Going back to Cephria's house, she found that there was no one inside. Cephria had not returned to Vegeta. I went to the mission dispatch department again and inquired with the identity of Cephilia's younger brother, only to realize that Cephilia and their spacecraft would take another month to return to Vegeta. When Loyolan heard the news, his eyebrows suddenly frowned. This was a bit different from what he planned. Originally, he thought about finding Cephria and leaving Vegeta Star, which seemed to be impossible. From the current situation, there are still a large number of Saiyans on the way back, so Frisia will not destroy Vegeta Star at this time. Estimating the timing of Frisia's destruction of Vegeta, it was discovered that there is still some time before Vegeta's destruction. There is still a while before Cephria comes back, so take this opportunity to exercise. Now I can improve a little bit. Compared with Saiyans of the same age, Loyolan has reached 520 combat effectiveness at the age of 5. Good, talented, and strong are about to catch up with those superior fighters. But it depends on whom to compare with. In the strong Vegeta Star, Loyolan can't get this strength. After making up his mind to practice, Loyolan put a camera in Cephria's home to record the situation, and then left the gathering place to find a rock fracture zone in an empty canyon more than 1,000 kilometers away. The double gravity spherical gravity chamber is taken out of the universal capsule. Set the gravity environment to 16 times the gravity, while adjusting the air pressure and temperature of the gravity chamber, the machine humming makes a sound, and the internal environment changes suddenly. Loyolan took a deep breath and slowly spit it out, with a seriousness in his dark eyes, then walked into the gravity room resolutely and began the formal gravity training. The super pressure of 16 times the Earth's gravity is really on him, Loyolan nodded, basically able to bear it, and then performed basic exercises according to the Saiyan exercise mode in his mind. The use of energy by people in the universe is a bit rough compared to the Earth, which is caused by the environment. Loyolan is now going to combine the Saiyan bloodline to make more effective use of gravity exercise to improve her strength. So in the gravity training room, Loyolan honed his fists and feet with sweat, swooping, leaping, and punching. The crystal sweat moistened the tips of his hair. Time passed a little bit. Loyolan's strength seemed to have opened the gate, quickly to improve. The sun has risen, and the horizon has been white. As the rising sun gradually came out, the gentle sunlight penetrated the clouds, dyeing the white clouds with a layer of cherry red, which looked full of life's brilliance. At this time, a month has passed since Loyolan entered the gravity room to practice. In outer space, Frisia's spacecraft is docked on a fixed orbit, and there are many smaller spacecraft around constantly, monitoring all the movements of Vegeta. Kikano, how is the Saiyan situation? With a slightly hoarse voice, Frisia sat on the small aircraft, looking out of the spaceship with a pair of indifferent eyes. The yellow-skinned cosmic man named Kikano carried his hands on his back. Most Saiyans have already returned, and some remote Saiyans need some time. Frisia's mouth condensed a cruel smile. This king can't wait, let the people in the Legion prepare. This king will destroy Vegeta in 5 days. After the Saiyan disappears, the forces of the Frisia Legion will be greatly damaged. Kikano shook his head, but did not raise any objections. Among all the old men left by King Crud, there was only another veteran Bay. Libro was able to ignore Frisia's horror and even let Frisia listen to some words. Oh, it's hard to gather these Saiyans together. This is the best opportunity to destroy the Saiyans and destroy this planet. These Saiyans are also a fighting nation, and now they are under pressure to surrender to me. I am absolutely dissatisfied in my heart. Maybe one day they will bite back, and they must be eliminated before they finally take action. Mr. Champo, after the destruction of Vegeta, please encircle and suppress those Saiyans who have not returned to Vegeta based on the communication records of the Yugal. Yes, my subordinates will never let any fish slip through the net. Shangbo, the handsome green-haired cosmic man, replied respectfully, raising his head, bloodthirsty cruel hidden beneath his handsome appearance. So I'm relieved. Frisia ha laughed and nodded politely at Shambo, staring at Vegeta in the distance with blood-red eyes. Bright stars flashed in front of my eyes, flashing like a shooting star. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 28, Flying Out of the Hope of Vegeta. Another day passed, and the time limit for the destruction of Vegeta star set by Frisia was getting closer and closer. Many Saiyans returned to Vegeta by flying vehicles. One of the spacecraft was seated by Monkey King's father Ba Dark. Near the orbit of Vegeta star, Badak saw Frisia's spacecraft from a distance, and the anxiety in his heart suddenly became stronger. Look, it's Frisia's spacecraft. The companion in the cockpit pointed to Frisia's spacecraft and called. Badak held his arms in his arms and sat in the cab with a gloomy expression. I don't know what Frisia is up to. He came to Vegeta in person. It is said that it has been staying for a long time, but it is really rare. Suddenly let us all return to Vegeta star. If there is any large mission, you can contact us through the contactor. There is no need to let us come back. The companion is a bit strange. Take off the detector first and be careful to be heard. Oh, yes. The thin Saiyans took off the communicator in a hurry. In fact, most of the Saiyans who have done something have no affection for Frisia, and surrender is just a means of making a living. Everyone is back one by one. I don't know if there will be any conspiracy. That guy has absolutely no good intentions. Badak was very vigilant in his heart, but the other people were still enjoying the joy of conquering the planet, and did not realize that the crisis was coming. The spacecraft landed on the open space of the gathering place, and Badak heard the news that Frisia was investigating the Super Saiyan from the clansmen maintaining order, and suddenly realized Frisia's plan, and his heart became more urgent. When he returned home and saw his wife Jin, Badak offered to send his son in the nursery to a remote planet. Jinna is a petite Saiyan with fluffy hair covering her ear flaps, which makes her look extra petite. Because of her low combat effectiveness, she is a non-combatant and handles the work of carnivores for the tribe. Hearing that her husband said that he was going to send away his youngest son, his emotions suddenly became excited. Why, Badak, Kakarot is only 3 years old, we haven't taught him to speak yet. Jinei's gentle character is really rare among Saiyans. Badak said, I feel that Frisia is planning some kind of conspiracy. It is too dangerous for Kakarot to stay on Vegeta. At night I will steal a spaceship and send this child to other planets. If there is no danger, then take him back. But Gnei was very reluctant, but in the end he was convinced by Badak. At night, Badak stole a newly manufactured spherical aircraft from the research center. Because it was just made, no monitoring equipment was installed on the spacecraft. Then the couple carried the aircraft to a place that was not easy to find. There was a child crying from the spherical flying vehicle, and Gnei looked at her son distressfully. Don't make trouble with Kakarot, if nothing happens, we will pick you up soon. Now, Badak, shall we run away together? No, our energy response is easily monitored. Kakarot is the safest person. Badak said decisively. Jin looked disappointed. Latais is on a mission outside with Prince Vegeta. There should be no problem. If Vegeta really has an accident, he can only ask him to find Kakarot. I found a planet called Earth from the database. Because the people and resources on it are of no value, it is an inconspicuous low-level planet. Kakarot will be safe there. Badak comforted his wife, and the couple put their palms on the glass cover of the aircraft and looked at the child inside. Then pressed the launch button of the spacecraft, and the aircraft slowly lifted into the sky, rushing up into the sky, and quickly turned into a starlight that disappeared into the bright night sky. Goodbye, I must live. We will pick you up soon. Be careful of the galaxy patrol. A starlight gleamed with a cross in the night sky. Badak and Jin looked at the direction where their son was leaving and hugged together. They didn't know that this spaceship would carry the powerhouse who changed the whole world. Their son Kakarot is about to embark on the most brilliant journey of his life. A fractured canyon area. The sun is shining and there is no cloud. The clear sky was spotless, as if washed by rain, showing a beautiful blue color. More than 8 meters high, the spherical gravity chamber exuding a dark luster is located in the depression of the canyon. 6 strong metal supports are plunged into the rock formation, and the equipment is running with a buzzing trembling sound. Click, click. The wind sand outside was accelerated by the canyon tuyere to hit the surface of the gravity chamber, and small gravels accumulated large sand dunes on the top and below the gravity chamber. The gravity room is extremely calm. The gravity parameter is set to 18 times and the air pressure is also adjusted to 15 times. Due to the harsh environment, the whole room is filled with a depressing downward line, and the dust is pressed tightly to the floor by the strong gravity. Surface. In this extremely harsh environment, a boy with black hair vigorously waved his arms and made various high-intensity movements, and with the rapid movement of his body, crystal clear sweat permeated like a drizzle. Call. Turning off the gravity device, the training room immediately returned to its normal state. After eating a fairy bean, Luolan opened the hatch and walked out with a water bottle. The high-intensity gravity practice made Luolan's strength soar, and his body was like a bean sprout that broke through the soil, thriving under the nourishment of rain. From the initial 16 times the gravity, in just over a month, Luolan has increased the gravity to 18 times, and her strength has naturally improved a lot. 810 combat power. The probe took a picture of himself, and Luolan showed a smile on his face. Of course, this kind of strength cannot be compared with the training effect of Monkey King in the gravity room, but Luolan does not overly squeeze himself. After all, his body has not yet begun to develop. Excessive force will only leave a bad effect on the body, and it is still gentle. A little bit good. Therefore, when practicing, Luolan will spend half a day in the gravity room practice and another half a day in the normal environment to adapt to the changes in the body. Perhaps because of the natural adaptation to Vegeta's 10 times the Earth's gravity, Luolan's strength has not increased as much as Monkey King. Even under 18 times the gravity, the combat effectiveness only increased to 810 points. Perhaps the effect of gravity will only be reflected when the multiple is high in the future. Not only is Luolan not dissatisfied with this, but already feels contented. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 29, Sister and Brother. On this day, Luolan exercised in the gravity room as usual. At this moment, the energy detector on her body suddenly did-a-die sounded a fierce signal. Di-di-di-di. A string of numbers flickered on the screen of the detector. Luolan picked up the detector and saw the data on it, and was shocked. 11,000. This eye-catching number is shocking. The energy source is only 100 kilometers away from him. You should know that this detector in Luolan's hand was snatched from the Mappa stars when it was on the planet Mappa. It has no advanced functions than the detectors of the Frisia Legion, but it can automatically alarm when a strong enemy approaches. Who will it be? A trace of doubt flashed in Luolan's heart. Vegeta is a high-level planet, but there are very few fighters with a combat power of over 10,000 on it. There are only 5 fighters at full play. Each of them is a top fighter and maintains the authority of Science. Generally speaking, such fighters are in the capital. Nearby, it will never appear in such a remote place. The opponent should be a Saiyan. If it is from the Frisia Legion, then he will be ready to run away. Just when Luolan was thinking about the identity of the other party, the energy source quickly approached, and the terrifying energy caused the detector to beep. This was unprecedented. Cold sweat broke out on Luolan's palms, and his body was carefully hidden behind the ledge, raising his head to look at the sky. The transfer technique has been prepared. Once it is determined that the opponent is not a Saiyan, it will be activated immediately. Hula, a straight light ran across the sky like lightning, followed by a violent cracking sound of breaking through the sound barrier, and soon a figure appeared in his vision. Luolan's eyesight is very good, and when the energy is concentrated on the eyeballs, it can indeed strengthen the sharpness of the eyes. It was a Saiyan wearing Frisia's army combat uniform, with 2 curly haircuts like a crab, a mature face, and a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek. Badak. Seeing the other's appearance clearly, Luolan muttered to herself. How could he appear here, in this direction? He is heading towards the capital. Suddenly, Luolan's nerves tightened, and a sense of urgency emerged spontaneously. According to his understanding, in the original book, Badak sent away his childhood Monkey King on the night he returned to Vegeta, and within a few days, Frisia dropped the planetary destruction bomb from space. Destroyed the entire Vegeta star. Now that Badak has appeared on Vegeta, it means that Frisia will destroy Vegeta soon. There is not much time left for myself. And when Luolan was observing Badak, as a warrior's instinct, Badak also discovered him. A child? Badak looked suspiciously at Luolan, who was hiding behind the rock below. Although he was surprised at why a Saiyan child appeared here, he was rushing to see King Vegeta now, and he didn't even care about it. Glancing at Luolan lightly, Badak quickly passed Luolan's head. The figure instantly turned into a black spot and disappeared into the boundless sky. After Badak's figure disappeared, Luolan carefully walked out from behind the rock, feeling very urgent. Badak has already returned, which means that Vegeta Star is not far from destruction, but why hasn't Filia's team come back? Can't drag on any longer, must leave Vegeta as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Luolan hurriedly replenished food, and then put the gravity chamber into the universal capsule, and his body vacated and flew towards the gathering place. Once again, I came to the mission dispatching department to inquire about the situation of Sephiroth's spacecraft, and the news was that her team would enter Vegeta in half an hour. Luolan was speechless for a while, and the time was just right. If she didn't have her, Sephiroth was stuck in time to die. You are lucky to have a brother like me. With a grunt, Luolan flew directly towards the spacecraft's anchor point. Ordinary Saiyan spaceships are docked in the open space in the center of the gathering place, and there are usually Scions or Yugals who maintain the spacecraft to register, but for some Scions with higher status, the treatment is different. The upper-level fighters belong to the famous family, the backbone of the Scions. Every upper-level fighter enjoys meticulous care, and their spacecraft will land at the special spacecraft anchoring point in the capital. Soon, Luo Lan came to the Wangdu terminal to watch the spacecraft returning from space after landing, and then landed under the guidance of professionals. Luo Lan's body was floating in the mid-air, and his eyes kept watching the figures in the crowd, but Cephilia did not appear for a long time. About 10 minutes later, a beautiful figure came out in Zhongxing Penjiu. It was Cephilia, who had not seen it in a year. There are also some Scions around, who should be her team members. At this time, Cephilia was 19 years old, with bright eyes and white teeth, her skin like fat, and her silky hair covered her shoulders. Qunli's posture was more attractive than a year ago. Scions have fully matured at this stage, and will maintain such a youthful state for a long time, and will not age rapidly until they are old. Cephilia walked forward with a cold face, and she felt sensitive that Vegeta was a little different from before. Vegeta has become much more lively than before. Because everyone is back. Cephilia, there is a restaurant in front. This time the captain invites you to dinner. The leader invited generously. The captain is also an advanced fighter, whose name is Hertz, and he takes care of Cephilia. Cephilia shook her head. No, I plan to go back first. Okay, relax yourself. Maybe there will be a more difficult task next, to keep the best condition at all times. Hertz shook his head regretfully. Several young Scions in the team saw that Cephilia was unwilling to go together. Wanted to persuade, but was stopped by Hertz's eyes, so they showed disappointed expressions. Sister. Influenced by an immature body, Luo Lan flew towards Cephilia. He saw Luo Lan's figure all over the world, still about 1 meter tall a year ago, wearing clothes made of fine materials. Seeing this, Cephilia flashed a stream of jewel-black eyes, staring at Luo Lan, not as happily catching Luo Lan, who was leaping towards him, but raised her leg, full of kicked him violently. The fierce attack caught people by surprise. Luo Lan was stunned by this sudden scene, and hurriedly blocked in front with both hands. Boom! The strength of the legs was transmitted through his arms. Luo Lan grinned, and his body flew out. Halfway through the flight, the neck tightened and the collar was held by a slender jade hand. Sister, don't you just need to see each other? Luo Lan smiled sadly, her arms still tingling. Why don't you contact me this year? Cephilia looked at him blankly, her cold eyes causing the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 30, Powerful Cephilia. As Cephilia asked, the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees as if the air conditioning was suddenly turned on. Even if Luo Lan could not feel the breath of earthly people, she could still feel the dissatisfaction from Cephilia. Let me down first. Luo Lan struggled a few times, not used to being carried. Cephilia let go of the hand holding Luo Lan's collar and looked at him imposingly. It's best to give a satisfactory answer, why not contact me? Luo Lan tidied up her clothes, floating in front of Cephilia, looking at her flower-like jade face, secretly saying that she hadn't seen her for a while. This woman looked more and more beautiful. Not only is the person beautiful, but also full of momentum. If I don't give a reason to satisfy her, I am afraid it will be very difficult to pass. My communication device broke down during the mission. Luo Lan said. Since the link is broken, how can you return to Star Vegeta according to the summoned instructions? Cephilia raised her eyebrows. Luo Lan said, after completing the mission of Planet Mappa, I will come back naturally. Planet Mappa has been annihilated by you? Although it is only a low-level planet, it should take a few years with your strength. There is still some doubt in the words. Loyolan's mission was chosen by her. It took more than 2 years to complete the task, and it was only a little more than a year before I came back. Ah, Sephria, this is your brother. Squad leader Hers heard a surprised voice, and said he took out the energy detector and looked at Loyolan. Let me take a look at his combat effectiveness. Hey, 820. Your younger brother is also a superior fighter. It's horrible, both of your siblings are superior fighters, which are rare among Saiyans. Hers is also a superior fighter himself, 26 years old. He has 4,300 combat power and belongs to the elite of Saiyan warriors. 820 combat power. Cephalia showed a bit of surprise, and then gave Loyolan a suspicious look. Judging from the combat effectiveness at birth, Loyolan should not have such a high combat effectiveness at this age, but in front of outsiders, Cephalia did not show it. Sephria's acquiescence made Hertz even more impressed by the talents of these two siblings. It's amazing. I'm so good at a young age. I don't know if I and Asita's future children have such talents. Hertz's wife Asita is a non-combatant with average potential and holds a civil position in the child care department of the capital. The captain's child must also be a senior soldier. Yes, the captain is so powerful, and the children in the future will definitely be amazing too. Hertz smiled and waved his hand and said, "Where is such good luck? The number of high-level fighters only accounts for less than 1% of the newborns born each year. My child will be very satisfied with the potential of intermediate fighters in the future." Well, you guys, don't disturb the reunion of Sister Sephria, there is a restaurant in front of us, let's go have a big meal. The captain has a treat, of course he will have a big meal. The commission for this mission is going to be spent on this. Haha, it's just some commissions, I don't care about it. He waved very grandiosely, and the energetic Hers had long seen how many male fighters in the team had a good impression of Cephalia, but Cephalia obviously doesn't catch a cold, and Hertz can only express a pity to them. Nodding towards Sephria, Hers turned and led his teammates to a restaurant not far away. Let's talk about it now, how could your combat effectiveness suddenly increase so much? Sephria looked at Loyolan with eyes like a quiet lake. Loyolan said, "This is because of my outstanding talents." Sephria chuckled, grabbed Loyolan's arm and flew towards the sky. The bitter cold wind blew her cheeks with pain, and as a white light swept across the sky, the two arrived near the capital. A relatively remote place. "Why did you bring me here?" Loyolan looked at Sephria. "Test your growth," Sephria said flatly. "What?" Loyolan's heart suddenly felt bad, and the tragic history of being constantly blooded by Sephria a year ago flashed in his mind. Cold sweat ran down. Suddenly, a horrifying energy emerged from Cephalia's body, and the energy detector on her body jumped wildly. With Cephalia as the center, a powerful storm swept across the earth, and the ground trembled slightly, causing chaos. The sand and dust spread everywhere. 3,500. 4,100. 4,600. The value on the detector keeps beating, and the final value is fixed at 5,050. Loyolan couldn't help showing a surprised gaze when he saw this. You must know that Sephria's combat power was only 4,200 a year ago, and it has risen so much in just 1 year. Sephria's aptitude is so terrifying. Loyolan, let me see how much you have grown this year. Call out. A fierce gust of wind and violent energy swept across with a huge aura of destruction. The fighting state of Cephalia was extremely decisive, and his shots were also very fierce. Loyolan's face suddenly changed when he saw it, and he quickly raised his aura to assume an offensive and defensive posture, with an invisible energy looming on his body. But Cephalia's attack was too strong and too fast, even if the energy was concentrated on the eyes, Cephalia's movements could not be seen. Suddenly blasted a punch in one direction, and a soft feeling passed in the void. Fell through. Turning around and attacking again, Cephalia's figure flashed, leaving a vague afterimage on the spot, but she didn't know where she was. Still not hit. After dozens of attacks, the corners of the opponent's clothes were not touched, and his physical strength was consumed a lot. At this time, a cold voice sounded, "The energy value has indeed reached the strength of 820 combat strength, but the reaction ability is extremely poor, and the use of energy is also very rough. You haven't been fighting for this period of time. You don't have any skill in combat skills. The combat experience is very scarce, and I don't know how you completed the mission." Saiyans, as a fighting nation, are not only due to their super high energy, but also their mastery of combat skills. Saiyans are all fighters. Even non-combatants are nothing but Vegeta stars. The internal arrangement, placed on a low-level planet, is still a great master. Luolan heard a wry smile on his face. To be honest, he didn't do any task at all, and the increase in energy was only the result of hard cultivation in the gravity room. Where does he have any combat experience? Before facing the weak like the Mappa stars and the weaker like the Earthlings, Luolan can crush the opponent with super energy even if he is inexperienced. Now facing Sephiria, the weak side completely exposed. Luolan was struggling to support her breathing getting messy. Seeing this, Sephiria frowned slightly, her face flashed with sullenness. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with Luolan's performance in the battle. The figure flickered, and the graceful figure appeared beside Luolan, twisting with one hand, an attack that was as fast as a gust of wind roared, and the strong attack brought gusts of wind. If this is placed on the earth, it will be able to destroy a city in an instant. It is necessary to know that Nappa, who invaded the earth in the original work, has a combat power of only 4,000 under normal conditions. To die. Sephiria is real. Luolan couldn't dodge, and was hit by a heavy blow by Cephalia. Although the opponent put away his strength at a critical time, the intense pain still taught Luolan to be miserable. "Sister, you are too cruel to do this, anyhow I am here to save you." "What do you mean by this?" Cephalia suddenly appeared next to Luolan, his face was only a few centimeters away from him. Luolan could even feel the heat from the opponent's breathing. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 31, Stubborn. Luolan took a deep breath and smelled the faint scent of the other person. Without obliviousness, he said bluntly, "I'm really here to save you. Vegeta will be destroyed by Frieza soon." He called this time. All Saiyans came back to catch them all at once, and now it's too late if they don't escape. "You lied to me just now that the contactor was broken," Cephalia said. "It's really broken. The calling order was only known after returning to Vegeta, but I know that Frieza has absolutely no good intentions." Luolan looked at Sephiria seriously and said, "I was already ready to transfer you to the earth, but who knew that you refused, so I had no choice but to come personally." When Cephalia heard this, her face suddenly changed, and she stared at Luolan. "The voice in my mind at that time was your ghost." "Yes, if you agreed then, you won't be in Vegeta now. You'd better tell what you know." Sephiria looked at Luolan seriously, and felt that her brother seemed to hide a lot of things from her. But she already believed Luolan's words in her heart, because on the way back to Vegeta, she did hear a voice asking her whether she would like to go to Earth, and all of these could match what Luolan said. "Actually, I have the ability to predict the future, and I foresee that Vegeta Star will be destroyed very early." Luolan naturally did not tell the details of herself, but compiled an ability to predict the future. Sephiria listened to Luolan's narration, thinking that after meeting him, the other party had been thinking about leaving Vegeta, and couldn't help but nodded. As a warrior's instinct, Cephalia also sensitively felt that the atmosphere on Vegeta was somewhat different. Frieza's spacecraft has been staying outside Vegeta, and it is said that it has been a long time. A boss who leads a huge army, inexplicably pays attention to a high-level planet where his army lives, and said that he cares about his soldiers. I'm afraid no one will believe it. There is only one answer: Frisia is plotting something. Is it true that, as Luolan said, Frisia summoned all Saiyans for a single blow? The relationship between the upper class of Saiyans and Frisia has not been as harmonious as expected, and conflicts will erupt sooner or later. In such a situation, if you change to be Frisia, you won't have the hidden danger of Saiyan, and it is the right choice to eliminate it as soon as possible. Sephiroth thought a little, and soon figured out the joints, a cold face even more icy. So after you got to the planet Mappa, you secretly went to the planet called Earth, and then used the magical power there to take me away. The cold tone became soft. That's right, but unfortunately you didn't agree, so I came to pick you up. Thank you for remembering me. Sephilia touched Luolan's head and thanked him softly. If everything is as Luolan said, then he doesn't have to risk returning to Vegeta. And he came back, in order to take away himself. Even if Sephia's usual personality is relatively cold, at this time there is a warmth in his heart. Luolan was taken aback and smiled. You are my sister, of course you will not forget you. Don't say anything, I will take you away from Vegeta Star now, it is too dangerous here, Frisia today or at the latest I will do it tomorrow. No, I won't escape. As a warrior, since Frisia wants to destroy Vegeta, I will kill him ahead of time. Sephilia shook her head and spoke of Frisia. Full of evil spirits. You don't know Frisia's horror at all. The Saiyan on Vegeta is definitely not his opponent. Luolan quickly stopped Sephia's crazy idea. Frisia will indeed be very strong, but I can also perform Great Ape Transformation. The higher level warrior's Great Ape Transformation will not lose his mind. With my combat power, the energy of the Great Ape Transformation can be increased to 50,000 combat power at once, even if I move. The speed is affected. As long as the attack is launched with full force, few people can withstand it. Sephiria was full of confidence when she spoke. In the cosmic environment where even 1,000 combat power fighters are rare, 50,000 combat power is already unimaginable. This is also the source of confidence for Saiyans to ramp up the universe. Luolan poured cold water on her at this moment. The unknown is fearless. If you think that you can defeat Frisia by becoming a great ape, you are very wrong. You know what? Frisia is too a cosmic person who can transform. No, his transformation is precisely the release of energy. Because his own strength is too strong, Frisia usually puts 3 shackles on himself. Don't look at him sitting on the aircraft harmlessly all day long. In fact, his normal strength has reached an astonishing 530,000 combat power. And once he unlocks, his strength will be greatly increased. 530,000. Sephria's expression became stunned, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she was silent for a while, still stubbornly saying, even if he is really that powerful, I will not back down, Saiyan will never give in. This madman, why would he make senseless sacrifices when he knows he will fail? Luolan was speechless, really wanting to pry open her head to see what's inside. Mad? Maybe, we Saiyans work for Frisia and do the task of cleaning up other planets. Even if one day we are destroyed, it is natural. Sephilia smiled slightly, her face close to Luolan. If you have the ability to leave Vegeta, you should leave quickly. There is no need to stay to take risks. Take care. After finishing speaking, Sephilia gave Luolan a strong hug, then lifted the energy to break the air, flew towards the palace, and disappeared from sight in a blink of an eye. Luolan looked at Sephilia's back and said angrily, "Damn it, don't I come here for nothing when you are dead?" Shaking his arm vigorously, Luolan gritted his teeth and chased towards Sephiria. In the Frisia spacecraft in outer space, the yellow-skinned cosmic man Kikano came to Frisia's front. "Master Frisia, the time you set has come. Oh, I should say goodbye to those pesky Saiyan monkeys. To be honest, I'm still a little reluctant." Frisia chuckled, suddenly opened his scarlet eyes, his tail swayed slightly, and his body, the small aircraft, floated upwards and gradually came to outer space from the spacecraft control cabin. In the deep and cold outer space, the dark red color reveals a dull and dead silence, and only a few meteors occasionally quickly pass by. Frisia floated on the top of the spacecraft in the aircraft, facing Vegeta Star, showing a chilling smile. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 32, Time of Destruction. Ha ha ha, King Frisia is finally about to destroy Vegeta. I have long seen those Saiyans unhappy. Dodoria saw Frisia controlling the aircraft into outer space, with a happy smile on his face. What a beautiful planet, but because of the foolishness of the Saiyans, it will soon become a firework in space. The green-haired Shangbo shook his head, his face was cold, and his voice was icy chill. Hehe, after the Frisia Legion loses the backbone of the Saiyans, its strength will be damaged, and the combatants must make up as soon as possible. The speaker is a blue-skinned cosmic person, her name is Bailey Brew, who usually takes care of Frisia's life, although she looks like an old woman, but even in the face of Frisia, who is like a tyrant, she can have no scruples. Speak. Frisia is cruel and merciless to everyone, but she always defies in front of Pueblo. Therefore, Pueblo has a special position in the Frisia Legion. Don't worry, Pueblo, the selection of legionaries has already begun, and it won't take long to regain strength. As the commander of the universe, Kikano was very calm, looking at Beiji with his hands on his back. Ta Xing's expression is relatively indifferent. Ha ha! Pueblo chuckled lightly, and turned his eyes to the star Vegeta in the distance. The blue and white planet is very beautiful in the cold space, just like a bright gemstone after carving. Look, Lord Frisia is about to take action. This is the first time I have seen the king take action. All the people in the universe could see the situation outside through the skylight, each with eager eyes and extremely excited expressions. They rarely have the opportunity to see Frisia take a shot in person, so naturally they look forward to such a rare opportunity. Many sinful cosmic people held their breath and watched very expectantly. Over the spacecraft, Frisia was sitting on his small flying machine, looking at the star Vegeta in the distance, and making crazy laughter in his mouth. Then he stretched out his finger, and a red light spot flashed a few times on the finger. The red light spot expanded rapidly, suddenly expanding from the original peanut size into a huge fireball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. This is Frisia's planet destruction bomb. A little bit is enough to destroy a planet. Saiyan, accompany your planet to destroy it. Frisia laughed wildly. The finger suddenly pointed towards Vegeta Star, and the huge fireball containing powerful energy like the sun flew towards Vegeta Star. When it gradually approached the atmosphere of Vegeta Star, it immediately revealed its terrifying side. The high-intensity energy squeezed the atmosphere and produced a terrifying energy storm. Wow! The atmosphere was pushed away, and a second sun seemed to appear in the sky, with unlimited heat burning the clouds. Once the fireball falls, then Vegeta is really over. Finally, Vegeta is about to die. It turns out that King Frisia's power is so terrifying, it's really amazing. All the people in the universe saw the huge fireball released by Frisia heading towards Vegeta Star, and at the same time they were panicked. They actually gave birth to a trace of worship. Looking at the small figure on the spacecraft, they suddenly felt that the whole person was full of blood. On Vegeta Star, Luolan chased Sephiria all the way, but Sephria's speed was so fast that she had already disappeared from his sight. After finally catching up to the sky above the capital, Sephilia was floating in the air alone, angrily releasing energy attacks towards the bottom. Below is a destroyed building. There is still a stream of fiery smoke on the ruins, which seems to have just been destroyed. That was the command center of the Yugal Star. Sephria destroyed it. Luolan's figure came to Sephria's side, grabbing her tail directly, and yelling. Sephiria shook her tail, her cold face full of suffocation. I have seen the communication records of the Yugal Star, and Frisia has collected all the information of the Saiyans who are performing tasks outside through them. It seems that you are right, Frisia really doesn't want the Saiyans to survive. Hey, what is it? Sephiria stopped talking and suddenly looked towards the horizon. Okay. Luolan raised his head when he heard the words, and saw a huge fiery red fireball breaking through the atmosphere and falling down, just like the sun hits. Even if the terrifying fireball is far away, you can still feel the terrifying energy contained in it. Suddenly taking a breath, Luolan's back was cold. Damn it, it's Frisia's planet destruction bomb. Frisia's attack has already come. I'll stop it. Wait. Luolan just wanted to say that you couldn't stop it, but before he finished speaking, Sephilia quickly lifted into the air, and then released an energy attack towards the fireball in the sky. Hey! The dark blue energy beam was released from between Sephiria's hands and rushed straight to the sky, but this energy was insignificant compared with the planet destruction bomb, and the blue beam of light was constantly pushed back. So strong! Sephilia gritted her teeth, her delicate face showing pale white. What happened? It's Frisia, he wants to destroy the entire Vegeta star. At this moment, the Saiyans near the royal capital all reacted, realizing that the crisis is coming. All the Saiyans started to take action. Waves of blue energy blasted from the ground and rushed towards the fireball in the sky. The royal capital area has gathered the strongest group of Saiyans from Vegeta Star, which can be said to be the elite of the whole Saiyan clan. Pang! 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 The energy beams extinguished one by one. In front of the planet destruction bomb released by Frisia, Saiyans with an energy value of less than 10,000 points could not prevent the disaster from coming. The first wave of blocking failed. What's going on? Why is this energy attack so powerful? I can't stand it anymore. All Saiyans watched the destruction bombs continuously approaching the ground with their eyes splitting, and felt powerless in their hearts like never before. Frisia, we won't let you succeed. With an angry roar, Badak took the lead to fly in front of the destruction bomb, stretched out his arms, and tried to catch the planet destruction bomb. As Badak flew up, there were countless Saiyans who pounced on the fireball in an attempt to use flesh and blood. The body blocked the destruction of the bomb from landing. But these were all in vain. The planetary destruction bomb was still getting closer to Vegeta Star, the terrifying whirlwind was constantly rolling up, the whole planet was restless, and the atmosphere became abnormally chaotic. Oops, I can't get close to Sephiria at all. In the face of the disaster, Luolan knew that the destruction of Star Vegeta was unchangeable, so he had prepared the transfer technique. He wanted to take away Sephiria, but in front of the strong storm, his fragile body could not get close to the game. Philia, the whole person was crushed on the ground by the hurricane, unable to move. Suddenly, Luolan's eyes flashed and saw a figure. It was the captain of the Sephilia team, Hers, who was also among the crowd preventing Frisia from attacking. Quickly, take me to Sephiria! Luolan yelled at Hers. Hers's face was pale and the shock wave was released. Suddenly, he heard a tender voice. He turned around and found that it was Sephilia's brother. He smiled miserably. No matter, the destruction of Vegeta is inevitable. Thinking of Saiyans who often invade others, they will also be destroyed. At the last minute, let Sephilia's sister and brother reunite. Thinking like this, Hertz gritted his teeth, picked up Luolan and rushed towards Sephilia in the sky. Team leader. Sephilia's hair was messy, her battle uniform had cracks, and her face was completely bloodless. I brought your brother, let's get together one last time. Hertz sighed, looked at Sephilia's brother and sister, and couldn't help but think of his wife. I don't know where Asita is, until the end. I didn't even see the previous side. Don't say anything, grab my hand and I will take you away. In front of the terrifying storm, Luolan struggled to maintain his strength. Oh! Sephria grabbed Loyolan's hand and looked deeply at the huge fireball that was falling continuously. The harsh wind blew her forehead, making her unable to open her eyes. What are you talking about? Hers couldn't understand the situation. It's too late to explain, Vegeta Star is about to be destroyed, hold on to me. Loyolan roared, the energy in the body agitated, and suddenly activated the transfer technique. Transfer technique. With a loud roar, a twist in the void began to appear, a light flashed suddenly, and with a sigh, the three figures of Cephilia suddenly disappeared from the star of Vegeta. And after Loyolan and their figures disappeared, the huge and ferocious fireball fell like a broken bamboo, and the earth was smashed into a huge pit. The energy directly penetrated the core of the earth. As the super-large mushroom cloud soared into the sky, the continental plate broke apart. Lava sparks flooded the entire planet, and the scene of the doomsday came suddenly. Some Saiyans who did not understand the situation had just walked out of the gathering place, and were quickly vaporized by the high temperature that destroyed everything. In fact, at the moment the planetary destruction bomb fell, the ending of Vegeta was already doomed. Rumble. In the secluded cosmic sky, Vegeta Star resembled a huge fireball, bursting to pieces in an instant. On the outer space monitor, the traces of life disappeared quickly. After a while, the detector could no longer detect any life energy. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 33, Confident Frieza. Vegeta finally disappeared from the universe completely in a fierce explosion. When the space returned to calm, it turned out that Vegeta's orbit no longer had that beautiful blue and white planet. It was just some scattered and irregular meteorites floating there sadly. Only these meteorites describe a planet that once existed here. Lord Frieza, the life reaction in the direction of Vegeta has completely disappeared. Kikano told Frieza the result of the detection. Frieza chuckled, her purple lips parted, and she showed a confident smile. This king personally shot it, naturally it is impossible to leave alive, haha, the fireworks brought by the destruction of advanced planets are really more gorgeous than other planets. Bailey Bruce snorted coldly, just because of the momentary unhappiness, it destroyed such a good combat team under his hand. Lord Frieza is really willful and reckless, and the Frieza army will not be able to expand outside for a long time. There is quite a reproach to Frieza in his words. Beliburu thinks this king did something wrong. Frieza lowered his voice. Isn't it? Saiyans are not useful, but they are good combatants. If you really look at them, you can weaken them in another way. Give them the task of charging and entrapment, I think they will more willing. Beliburu was not afraid of Frieza, her eyes were fixed on him. All the cosmic people present were scared into cold sweats by Beliburu's boldness, for fear that such a move would annoy Frieza. Oh! Frieza squinted his eyes, unexpectedly not angry. Beliburu, you misunderstood, this king is not so anxious to destroy the Saiyans, but Lord Beerus is unhappy at Vegeta and wants to the thing that it destroys and destroys the Saiyans is only by this king. Kikano quickly agreed, it's exactly as King Frieza said. Pelebulo heard that it was the order of destruction, Beerus, and was a little surprised. It turned out to be the meaning of Lord Beerus, then it's no wonder. I thought you were afraid of the legend of Super Saiyan. Destroy the Saiyans. When Frieza heard this, she couldn't help but sneered, her face showing disdain. The so-called Super Saiyans are just stories fabricated by Saiyans in order to brighten their faces. It has never been based on facts. How can this king be jealous? To be honest, there is no me in the entire universe except Lord Beerus. The person Frieza fears, even his father is no longer my opponent. But the Saiyan race does have a bit of meaning. It's too strong and can't be used by me. By the way, Vegeta and the others are still performing tasks outside. Shambo gracefully stepped forward and said grimly, the Vegeta team has 5 people. They are on a mission on a remote planet. They did not return to Vegeta this time. Is King Frieza going to kill them? Since the last time Frieza issued an order to destroy all Saiyans, Shambo has been following Vegeta in their movements. Frieza waved his hand, and a sharp glow flashed through his scarlet eyes. Keep them, this king will see if they can become the so-called Super Saiyans. After speaking, Frieza gave another order to Champo and Dodoria, let the Frieza army start to act. All Saiyans except Vegeta team will be eradicated. Remember not to move too much. Yes. Lord Frieza, please rest assured. Champo and Dodalia assured Frieza in unison. Frieza sat on the aircraft and said with a faint smile, Mr. Shambord, Mr. Dodoria, don't spend too much time. Several merchants have already ordered planets from us. If there is not enough manpower to deliver them, the planet is about to breach the contract. Master Frieza will honor the merchant's promise. Bailey Brew looked over with distrustful eyes. Frieza smiled elegantly, well, Bailey Brook, this king is a qualified businessman. Yes, although Frieza is cruel and evil, he keeps his promise and is a serious businessman. In business, Frieza behaves like a gentleman, even facing the weak fighters in the Legion, he will show enough humility to pay them enough salary. Of course, this is the calmness brought by powerful strength to Frieza, because the levels of the two sides are too different. Frieza is not hesitant to show his tolerance to the weak. When the other party really did something that annoyed him, Frieza would still use the thunder method to instantly turn the other party into fly ash. Over the years, Frieza led the Frieza Legion unscrupulously to plunder the planets in the northern galaxy, but never occupied it, but sold all the planets obtained by changing hands to the rich in the universe. Because for Frieza, his strength has already run rampant in the universe, no matter how many planets he occupy, it is useless for him. He led the Frieza Legion to plunder everywhere, more like savoring the lifestyle of the lower class. Just like a rich man who is used to eating the delicacies of mountains and seas, because he is tired of eating, he occasionally changes to light vegetarian dishes, which also has a special flavor. For example, one day you live in a rural area and you have a house in a poor country without water or electricity. Even if the area is as large as 200 to 300 square meters, no one will envy you. The world will only think this kind of life is very difficult, far inferior to having a 50 or 60 square hut in the city. But if you have tens of millions of deposits in your bank card, then you are not called hardship, but experience life. Frieza took the lead and led the army to fight everywhere, which meant that he was not only enjoying the joy of fighting, but also experiencing the superior status. Whenever he saw the painful and desperate expression that his opponent showed when facing death, Frieza would feel happy. It was a great satisfaction in the soul. In comparison, a few planets are not rare at all. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Shambo, I wish you all to complete your mission as soon as possible. Frieza sat on the spaceship and nodded at Shambord and the others. Ha ha ha, I will kill all the remaining Saiyans without leaving them. Dodoria laughed loudly, his fleshy body trembling with excitement. The chubby body was like a big water polo. But don't underestimate Dodalia because he is fat, this guy's combat effectiveness is above 20,000. Champo Beateria was much more elegant, and said calmly, please rest assured, Lord Frieza, we will eliminate the Saiyans as soon as possible. Watching Monk Dodoria leave the command room, Frieza turned around, a cruel smile condensed from the corner of her purple mouth, her eyes faintly looking towards the deep void. The history of Vegeta has come to an end, and the Saiyan clan that is too powerful to be destroyed along with it. P.S. Dragon Ball Z, the final battle of One Man and Badak chapter are contradictory to the settings of Galactic Patrol Gok biography and Dragon Ball Super Broly, and they are only the promotion of Dragon Ball Heroes games. So it was not adopted, so Badak was really dead and did not travel to ancient times. Disclaimer: this book only uses Toriyama Akira's manga and original plans, and the original animation parts are completely ignored. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it, ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 34, Follow-up. A remote planet in the northern galaxy. The ruins of a broken wall were filled with water vapor. Vegeta was sitting on a collapsed rock, gnawing on fruits from the local planet, and lying next to several dinosaur-like bodies. They have been on this planet for a long time, and the natives have been almost wiped out, and they will be able to return to their home planet soon. At this moment, several Saiyans beside them received a message from Frisia's army. When they opened it, they were shocked. An adult Saiyan was shocked and said, "Prince Vegeta, the Frisia army sent a message saying that Vegeta was hit by a huge meteorite and the entire planet was destroyed. All Saiyans on it killed in action. What do you mean by all deaths?" In addition to Vegeta and Raditz, the Vegeta team were all adult Saiyans. They were all stunned to hear the news. Because all the Saiyans have returned to Star Vegeta at this time, they also died, which means that there are now 5 of us Saiyans left. Nappa at this time still has hair and no fighting power. At the peak, Raditz supported the injured arm. "We are really fate this time, but fortunately we didn't follow the summoning instructions to return to Vegeta." Vegeta spit out the fruit indifferently, "It's a pity, I thought I could become the king of Saiyans." "Prince Vegeta, you have a brother." "Yeah, I don't know whether it is alive or dead." "Forget it, leave him alone." Vegeta continued to eat fruit. His brother Tabor was not strong enough after he was born. In order not to shame the royal family, Beiji at the time King Tower secretly exiled him to a low-level planet, and not many people knew the whole thing. "Where is Leitai's brother?" Several adult Saiyans expressed concern for their teammates' families. Leitai said indifferently, "I don't know, that guy is just a low-level fighter, maybe in the nursery cabin at home now." Suddenly remembered the message his mother Jine had sent to him some time ago. It seemed to be his brother. What planet it was sent to, he didn't care anyway. This way." Several teammates said they were speechless, and Vegeta and Raditz didn't seem to care much about their brother. Perhaps it is often performing tasks outside, influenced by the Frisia army, and forgetting the friendship between Saiyans. Vegeta is a rare high-level planet in the northern galaxy, and its destruction naturally caused an uproar throughout the northern galaxy. Countless cosmic people who had to wander outside because they had been attacked by Saiyans heard this news, all clapped their hands and laughed. After receiving the news, many people on the planet showed smirking and disdainful smiles. There were also many wealthy people who felt sorry for the destruction of Vegeta. Of course, they were not regretful Saiyans, but because they did not get a high-level planet. Regret. On a beautiful planet, King Crude sat leisurely on a throne, gently shaking the wine glass in his hand, taking a sip from time to time. How life was going on. Since the Crude army was handed over to Frisia 5 years ago and reorganized into the Frisia army, King Crude has officially retired and lived on this beautiful planet with a few henchmen. Only when they encounter major events in the universe, will they express their opinions and show their existence. "I heard that Frisia wiped out all the Saiyans." "It's true, Lord Crude." The cosmic man next to him answered carefully. King Crude laughed and raised his legs. "All right, those Saiyans will certainly not be convinced even if they surrender. It is good that Frisia can wipe them out. It is said that Lord Frisia left a few Saiyans, one of them is called Vegeta, which seems to be the Prince of Saiyans." "Oh!" King Crude said with interest, and drank a sip of red wine. "It's okay, the Saiyans are nothing to worry about. This Vegeta is at most the same as his father. In the future, he will be able to reach the limit of 10,000 or 20,000 combat power. Come on, killing him is easy." Although King Crud's power is not as powerful as Frisia's, he still has tens of millions of combat power. Because he fully grasps the energy of the body, he does not need to suppress his body's strength through transformation like Frisia did. The well-deserved overlord of the North Galaxy. In his eyes, a weak Saiyan like Vegeta is just a toy that regulates emotions when bored, and you can kill it if you get tired of it. It followed Frisia to keep Vegeta with them. Of course, in fact, the Saiyans on Vegeta are not very strong. If it weren't for Monkey King and Vegeta, who was the protagonist in the original work, they would add a lot of color to this race. Ordinary Vegeta Saiyans, but it is a little bit of strength. There are not a few cosmic people in the northern galaxy with strength above them. From this point of view, neither King Crud nor Frieza did anything wrong. However, they didn't know that it was such a seemingly trivial decision that would bring their father and son to an end in the future. On a planet not far from Vegeta, at the moment of Vegeta's destruction, a brilliant light suddenly appeared on this planet. Call out! There was a sudden distortion in the void. At a height of more than 10 meters from the ground, Loyolan, Sephilia, and Hertz appeared in midair. With a thump, the three of them fell weakly from a height of more than 10 meters. Loyolan is now exhausted because of forcing people to launch the transfer technique, while Sephilia and Hertz have little energy left due to the destruction bomb against Frieza before, plus the sudden transfer to an alien planet. The spirit hadn't reacted yet, so that 3 big pits were hit directly on the ground. Loyolan struggled to crawl out of the pit, his face was very pale because of excessive energy consumption, and such a fall made him feel uncomfortable. Are you okay? With a cold voice, Sephilia came to Loyolan. Her hair was a bit messy, her expression was haggard, as if she had been hit hard, and her battle uniform had cracked several cracks. Loyolan shook her hand. It's okay, the energy consumption is a bit big. Thanks to you, we were able to leave Vegeta. Sephilia was a little disappointed. She knew that Vegeta's results would not be good. Maybe it has been destroyed now. Everything is as Loyolan said before. Like that. You don't want to avenge the Saiyans, do you? Loyolan glanced at Sephilia. Frieza's strength was definitely not something they could provoke now. He was really worried that Sephilia would be hot-headed and run to take revenge. Sephilia shook his head. No, the demise of the Saiyans was just a loss in the competition between the weak and the strong. There are countless planets that have perished in our hands. It is no pity to die in battle. I just not reconciled. Frieza's strength is much stronger than ours. The previous failure has hit the self-proclaimed genius Sephilia, but he also recognized the distance between himself and the top powerhouse. There is nothing to be proud of about her fighting power. Indeed, our strength is incomparable to Frieza. Loyolan was silent for a while, took out 3 fairy beans from his pocket, and handed them to Sephilia and Hertz respectively. Take it, eating this fairy bean can instantly restore physical strength. Sephilia took it without any doubt. After eating, the whole body immediately recovered, feeling the continuous power in the body, and a pair of dark eyes suddenly widened. Her little brother, there are so many good things. Hertz took the fairy beans and looked at it. What the is going on? Why are we here? And Vegeta. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 35. The Way Forward. Star Vegeta has been destroyed. Loyolan said truthfully. After Hertz listened, the whole person was hit hard, and his resolute face suddenly became decadent. The destruction of Vegeta took away not only the comrades who fought together, but also his wife Asita, all of whom died. The dignified Saiyan clan is going to be annihilated. Seeing Hertz's silence, Sephilia didn't know what to say. After all, she could not experience Hertz's sadness. She patted him gently on the shoulder. Compared with Hertz, she might be lucky because she still has a relative, Loyolan. Looking at the surrounding environment, the dim sky is full of dust, and the atmospheric circulation is fast. Although there are some vegetation growing on the vast land, the turbid air makes people uncomfortable. Sephilia asked, "Where is this?" Loyolan said, "Najiang Star, the planet of life closest to Vegeta Star. Because of the time constraint, I had to find a random planet." Hertz said, "I know this planet. Because of the harsh living conditions, the Frieza army did not include it in the sale of the planet, just as a temporary stop." Sephilia frowned. "So, Frisia's army may be stationed here. Yes. Hers nodded, his emotions recovered somewhat, but there was still a trace of invisible sadness in his eyes. The three of them knew that such a planet could not be treated any longer. Since Frisia intends to destroy the entire Saiyan clan, he will soon send people to pursue those Saiyans who have not returned. It is as far away as Vegeta. Nearly, it is not a safe place, and the surrounding environment is bad, even if there is a shortage of food. Hers, eat the beans in your hand first. This thing seems to be able to regain your strength at once. Sephiria persuaded Hers to use fairy beans. This is called fairy bean. It is a magical item on the planet. One can eat one without eating for 10 days, but the key is that it can instantly restore physical strength. Except for illness, any injury can be instantly recovered. Loyolan, the advantages of fairy beans are introduced. After Hers listened, holding the dried flat peas, it felt a little weird, put it in his mouth to chew, and soon a shocked expression appeared on his face, and his physical strength really recovered. There is such a magical thing in the universe. You will encounter even more magical things in the future. Loyolan smiled mysteriously. Sephiria and Hers are two very good Saiyans. There are very few Saiyans in the universe today, and they should stay together to keep warm before they become stronger. Sephilia looked straight at Loyolan, seeing his cheerful smile, couldn't help but stretched out his hand to lift him up. Loyolan, who was less than 1 meter tall, was Cephilia's opponent, and struggled. It took a while to be put down by Sephilia. Okay, let's talk about the business first. The Frisia army must now be searching for the Saiyans who are alone in the universe. This is not a place to stay for long. We should think about the next step. People without farsightedness must have immediate worries. Before the strength is not strong, Loyolan will definitely not take the risk to collide with Frisia. There is not much conflict between him and Frisia, so he will not be so stupid to avenge the dead Saiyans. As Sephiria said before, the destruction of Vegeta is the same as the planets destroyed by Saiyans. They are the knockouts in the survival competition of the weak and the strong. They died only because of lack of strength. Even Sephilia said that, and Loyolan had nothing to say. After Loyolan said this question, the expressions of Sephilia and Hers became serious. Sephilia said, the Frisia army has forces all over the southern part of the northern galaxy. Although there is no formal sphere of influence, but if you continue to stay here, the probability of encountering the Frisia army is too great. Hers, why don't you go to the west of the northern galaxy, which is a place rarely touched by the Frisia army, and in legend, the birthplace of our Saiyans is there. Planet Salada. Sephiria had heard of Planet of Origin. That was the most glorious time of the Saiyans. If it weren't for the civil war, the planet Sherida would not be destroyed at all, and we Saiyans would not be exiled to the star Vegeta. Speaking of which, Hertz was somewhat with emotion. After all, the original glory is no longer there, and now it doesn't make any sense to say this. Sephiria said, the west of the North Galaxy is a good place to go. Then go there. Loyolan naturally had no opinion. Originally, the Earth was an ideal planet, but the problem was that the Earth was too fragile. For Loyolan, who was in desperate need to improve his strength, he soon excluded the Earth. Sephiria looked at Loyolan, but we don't have a spaceship. With Loyolan's ability alone, I'm afraid you will be overwhelmed. Loyolan's transfer technique is magical, but taking the two to teleport together is a test of physical strength. Before leaving Vegeta with Sephilia and Hers, he almost killed Loyolan. Who said we don't have a spaceship? With a faint smile, he glanced at Sephilia. Loyolan didn't make any obtuse. He directly took out a universal capsule from his pocket and threw it out. After a huge burst of smoke passed, a pitch-black ellipsoid-shaped Humpty ship appeared in front of everyone. It was 30 meters long and more than 8 meters high and looked like a hill. It was a gravity spacecraft modified by Dr. Brives. This spacecraft has undergone a special transformation by a talented scientist, and its power system has been fully upgraded. Its performance is not inferior to the most advanced spacecraft of the Frisia Army. In addition to the cockpit, there are 4 cabins in front of the spacecraft. A room. It is a general introduction to the performance of the gravity spacecraft. When they heard that there are devices in the spacecraft that can change gravity and atmospheric pressure, both Cephilia and Hers were curious. After entering the spaceship and letting them feel the charm of the gravity training room in person, they soon fell in love with the spaceship. The environment of this gravitational chamber is just like the supergravity planet in the universe, which has an excellent promotion effect on the improvement of strength. With this training room, my strength will be greatly improved. Otherwise, let's not go to the west of the northern galaxy and find a quiet planet for a while. Cephria's white face was wide. With the red light, for her, the improvement of strength is the most important. Indeed, it is safer if you have enough power. Hertz, who had just experienced the destruction of the home planet, nodded deeply. Seeing this, Loyolan nodded slightly. Unconsciously, his 5-year-old child had become the core of the 3. Immediately after calling out the spacecraft's database, the 3 of them searched, and they identified a planet far away from the Frisia Army's surveillance. It was an intermediate planet. Although there were traces of life on it, civilization had not yet developed. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 36, Fry Planet. Located near the west of the northern galaxy, there is a planet called Fry Planet, which is an intermediate planet. On this day, a black behemoth suddenly broke the tranquility on the planet. The spacecraft pierced the atmosphere and made a loud rumbling noise. The intense red light and the rising dust made the people living on Fry Planet. The natives were panicked. Some natives thought that the gods had come, prostrate and bowed their heads in worship. Click! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and 2 figures, a man and a woman, walked off the spaceship first. After them, a childlike figure walked down. Loyolan turned on the probe and tested the energy response on the planet. Soon several energies with more than 1000 combat power were displayed from the probe. There are 7 reactions on this planet with an energy value of more than 1000 combat power, which are located 137 km east of the planet and 546 km south. Speaking of the detected results in turn, this is a relatively primitive planet, and civilization has not yet been developed. Those energy responses should be primitive beasts. The detector Loyolan used was his own, and the detectors of Cephilia and Hertz were destroyed by them after they left Vegeta. I'll clean up all those lives, Hertz said directly. After a period of interstellar travel, they came to this planet called Fry Planet because they had to live on this planet for a period of time. In order to prevent being disturbed during cultivation, any life form with a strong energy response could not stay. Give it to you. Loyolan nodded slightly and handed the detector to Hertz. Hertz nodded, and after receiving the detector, it turned into a white light and disappeared. His combat power is as high as 4300 energy value, and he has no problem dealing with life forms on a mere intermediate planet. After Hertz left, Loyolan and Cephilia quickly released a Qigong wave to clear the surrounding grounds. The rumbling energy attack produced a magnificent mushroom cloud. Everything in a radius of 10 kilometers was completely destroyed, the rolling mountains were razed to the ground by terrorist forces, and the bare earth exuded wisps of heat. After taking the hut in the wild from the universal capsule, the temporary residence of Loyolan and Cephilia was completed. Take out your other gravity room, Cephria said. What are you going to do with it? Loyolan glanced at Cephria, then took out another gravity training room. Cephria, I will practice in this gravity room in the future, that's it. After finishing speaking, Cephilia shook her head and walked directly into the gravity chamber, slammed the hatch closed, and the gravity chamber quickly made a buzzing sound. This woman is so domineering, this is her own training room, okay? Loyolan stared at Sephiroth's series of actions, and laughed a little dumbfounded. Sephiroth is not only a little colder in character, but she is also a cultivator like Vegeta. Then again, on the way to Fry, she was also the person who occupied the gravitational chamber for the longest time. Don't overtrain your body to get sick. Although fairy beans can heal all injuries, it is not effective for physical diseases. However, in the original work, Vegeta also uses the gravity chamber in this way, and there is no adverse effect, and there should be no major problems. But it's not easy to say that everyone's body is different from person to person. Monkey King got heart disease inexplicably. Although the cause is unknown, it cannot be ruled out that it is the gravity chamber. If it is a little bit of disease, fairy beans really cannot prevent it. Do you want to use Dragon Ball to make a wish to have a healthy body forever? Loyolan started to think about it, and walked into the spaceship's gravity room. Turning on 20 times the gravity, Loyolan struggled to exercise his body in harsh environments. A few hours later, Hertz cleaned up the high-energy life on Fry Planet and returned to the place where the spacecraft landed. Seeing Loyolan's sister and brother were exercising in the gravity room, he went out to find food in silence. Saiyans have a huge appetite, and 3 Saiyans need to eat hundreds of people for a meal. In the evening, beside a bunch of crackling sparks of bonfires, Loyolan and the 3 people ate the food in their hands, and there were already half-human skeletons piled up next to them. Sephiroth, my combat effectiveness has reached 5,000. Hertz was eating while talking about the results of his practice. The gravity chamber is indeed the most suitable tool for Saiyan cultivation. In just a dozen days, Hertz's combat effectiveness has been soaring. And Hertz himself is an extremely talented superior fighter, otherwise it would not be possible to exceed 4,000 combat power at the age of 26. Sephiroth ripped off a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, moving a lot without seeing any rudeness at all. I am about to reach 6,000 combat effectiveness. Loyolan put down the food in his hand and wiped the oil stain on the corner of his mouth. I am the only one who hasn't even achieved 1,000 combat power. Loyolan, your age is still young, I can't compare to you when you are your age. Hertz always thought Loyolan was an advanced fighter. Sephiroth lowered his head to eat, and said in a cold voice, don't praise him, this kid only knows to increase energy, his fighting skills are so bad that he doesn't even know how to die when he encounters an opponent of the same strength. Loyolan glanced at Sephiroth, sister, can you stop hitting me all the time? Do you think you are very strong? We Saiyans are known for fighting, and your actual combat ability is not as good as that of kids who have just left the training camp. Sephiroth's bright eyes looked at Loyolan, and the cold chill made Loyolan recruit can't stand. As Loyolan's younger brother, Sephiroth is very dissatisfied with his state, knowing that balanced development of strength is the kingly way. The factors that determine victory or defeat in battle are nothing more than combat skills, attack speed, attack power, resistance to attack and recovery ability. Among them, attack speed, attack power, and resistance to attack can be obtained through power training. Only combat skills depend on richness. The battle gradually accumulated. Loyolan was immersed in the barbecue. Sephiroth's criticism was correct. What he lacked was combat experience. Only after the test of actual combat skills will be significantly improved. Hertz, don't be angry, Loyolan is still young, and it's important to improve energy at this time. Sephiroth frowned slightly, and after a while, said nonchalantly, I will be a sparring partner for you from tomorrow, and I must bring up your combat experience. Really? Loyolan was overjoyed. In the past, Sephiroth trained him only to improve his fighting ability, and he did not teach him any fighting skills. Although Saiyan children will be instilled in certain combat skills by the computer when performing tasks, but how can they be compared to Sephiroth's personal teaching? Of course it is true, you prepare yourself. Sephiroth ate the food elegantly, staring at Loyolan coldly. There was a sudden burst in her heart, Loyolan's smile became a little stiff, and she recalled what had been ravaged by Sephilia before. Loyolan couldn't help but regret it, he should let her train him. Sephria had gone crazy and never knew her subordinates to be merciful, especially when she knew she had fairy beans, it was even more impossible to make her be merciful. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 37, Rapid Growth. Who makes you use your best when you make a shot? You don't have any room for maneuver during the battle. You just wait to be cleaned up. With a very dissatisfied yell, Sephilia Pyading's figure suddenly appeared beside Loyolan, her white palms pushed forward, and her palms with great strength hit Loyolan's body. The wind was strong on both sides, Loyolan's. The body staggered for a while, and suddenly flew backwards. Quickly stand up for me, will the enemy give you time to rest in a real battle? Without any accident, the fierce attack came again. With a puff, Loyolan couldn't help but spray a splash of blood, but raised his head to meet Sephilia's suffocating face. It was an ordinary morning, sunny, light clouds and light wind, and the weather was just right, but for Loyolan, this time could only be described as a nightmare. For more than 10 days, Sephilia has come to train Loyolan every day. It is indeed different from before. During training, he will teach him a lot of things to pay attention to in battle, so that Loyolan can learn a lot at once. But the only thing that makes people unacceptable is that this woman really doesn't show mercy, and every time she strikes is extremely cruel, she will never give up unless she beats him to death. According to Sephria's words, the real enemy will not give you a chance to stand up again. What a wise saying! Loyolan got up from the ground. His eyes were full of determination when he looked at Sephilia, his body flashed like a swift arrow, and it instantly appeared beside Sephilia. Sephilia nodded slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Just when Loyolan thought he was going to succeed, Sephilia leaned slightly to the side. After avoiding Loyolan's attack, her slender arm made a line in the air. Graceful arc. The crystal light suddenly shone like a star, and Loyolan was attacked again. The battle continued. Loyolan's movements gradually became more flexible, and he began to think consciously during the battle, summarizing the gains and losses. With Sephria's intentional click, the body quickly absorbed the fighting nutrients. To keep up with my speed, I will press my strength to the same level as yours. If you can withstand my attack, then you are already a qualified fighter. In the howling wind, Sephilia's body was constantly flashing, her black hair was flying, her eyes looked at Loyolan in the distance, and suddenly flashed, the figure in the same place became blurred, and the reappearance has come. Loyolan sighed, twisted around and punched out a straight punch. After image. Upon seeing this, Loyolan narrowed his eyes and kept turning his eyes, looking for the trace of Sephilia. Suddenly, a slight air fluctuation caught his attention. Loyolan quickly reacted, shaking his body, and a virtual flash appeared 10 meters away, and just after Loyolan disappeared, a slender palm hit him. Finally, I have grown a little bit. Sephilia nodded and continued to attack Loyolan. Hiss! Loyolan's chest suddenly felt a sharp pain, followed by a violent impact. Loyolan grinned, panting heavily, his body leaped quickly, and when he was in midair, he quickly turned around. Just a step away from Sephria, his body changed posture again. Shadow stayed in the air, and his figure came to Sephria's back strangely, and grabbed her with both hands toward Sephria's tail. The fighting skills have reached the standard, but the experience is not enough. Sephria's stern voice sounded in her ears, and Loyolan felt uncomfortable with the warm touch. A trace of cold sweat suddenly emerged from her back, her body quickly turned, and fled. With a chuckle, Sephria stretched out her fingers, and both fingers joined the sword. Air strike! Cry out a word coldly, the air seemed to be stirred, and instantly boiled. Hey! A wave of energy shining brightly was released. Facing such a situation, Luo Lan's eyes flashed an electric light, raised his arm and clenched his fist, his immature face full of seriousness. Star Cannon. A punch was thrown, and the infinite stars flickered. The surging power suddenly erupted, and it burst out like a flood of brains like a vent. Boom! 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 The two energies collided in mid-air, and it seemed that there was a bombardment that destroyed the sky and the earth. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground cracked one after another, and a strong shock wave directly cut off a layer of soil, leaving a circular shape. Depressed area. Cough cough. Fresh liquid overflowed from the corner of Luo Lan's mouth, and the clothes on her body became tattered. Because of the excessive use of energy, the brain was dizzy, and she fainted quickly. After Luo Lan fell to the ground, Cephalia's figure appeared beside him, picked him up and sent him to a lake, and then soaked him in the water. Call out! A flash of light flashed, and Hertz finished her training in the gravity room and came to Cephalia's side. Luo Lan has mastered all the skills and became a real fighter in just 10 days. The ability is really strong. You know, I reached his level when I was almost 10 years old. At the age of 10, he perfectly mastered 1000 combat power, even among advanced fighters. As an advanced fighter, Hertz has experienced countless battles. It was only after 10 years of age that he reached 1000 combat effectiveness, and when he was 26 years old, he reached 4000 combat effectiveness. Cephalia stared at Luo Lan in the pool and nodded. Others didn't know, but she knew very well that Luo Lan was not a superior fighter at all, but an ordinary intermediate fighter. But with such an intermediate fighter, his cultivation speed is even faster than that of a superior fighter, which is incredible. Even if the energy aspect can be explained by the gravity room training, the combat skills and combat experience can definitely only rely on actual combat. Cephalia really felt that Luo Lan was growing up every day. In just a few days, she had absorbed her fighting philosophy like a sponge. Luo Lan, her younger brother, probably possesses terrifying learning ability. Soon, Luo Lan woke up from the pool, and when he heard that Cephalia threw him in the water and ignored him, when he ran to the gravity room to practice, Luo Lan's face showed a hint of helplessness. Her enthusiasm for cultivation is no worse than Vegeta, and every time she can't find her, she knows that she has gone to the gravity room again. It is necessary to know that proper rest can better regulate the body, and the combination of work and rest is not worse than penance, but it is a pity that Cephalia can't hear it. Luo Lan, I have something for you. After eating, Cephalia took out something like a USB flash drive. What is this? Cephalia said while eating, this is what I copied from the communication records between the Yugal Stars and the Frisia army when I destroyed the command room of the Yugal Stars. It seems to record all the Saiyan mission information. What? Luo Lan was very surprised, and quickly wiped off her greasy hand and took the U-disc and looked at it. Hertz heard that it contained Saiyan information, and his expression became serious. Does that mean that we can find those tribesmen who are living outside? Cephalia said. Probably, if the Frisia army has not had time to find them, there should be many survivors, but the large-scale Saiyan team should have been destroyed with Vegeta. The Saiyans who live outside are mostly low-level fighters or even weaker non-combatants. Intermediate fighters or higher-level fighters have their own squads, and they have returned to Vegeta after receiving instructions from the Frisia army. Only those lower-level fighters who are not valued, or sons of exile who have been exiled since childhood, will have their own teams. People take care of. Maybe it still exists on some remote planets. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 38, The Surviving Saiyan. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Hertz was a little reproached while excited. Cephalia should have taken this thing out sooner. Cephalia glanced at Luo Lan and said bluntly, at that time, Luo Lan's ability could not be transferred with everyone, and the aircraft was too eye-catching. Even if I took out this database, it was of no use. Hertz was silent for a while, and sighed, it is true. Cephalia continued, but it's different now. As Loyoland's strength increases, the transfer of people is not as difficult as before. Maybe it can bring back several people. Yes, it must be possible. Hertz became excited. It has only been more than a month since the destruction of Vegeta. No matter how fast the Frisia army moves, it is impossible to kill all Saiyans in the universe. Some remote planets must have survivors. The Saiyans have not completely perished. Hertz's heart was suddenly full of hope. He thought that the Saiyans were only 3 of them. Although Cephalia was a female Saiyan who could reproduce offspring, Hertz still thought of her own wife. The offspring can only be Cephalia and Loyoland, but even so, it will last 1 generation at most, and it will definitely not be able to reproduce afterwards. In this case, the Saiyans are just like extinct, and they will disappear in a few decades. But now it's different. With this database in hand and Loyoland's transferability, there is definitely hope to find some tribesmen before the Frisia army. It doesn't need to be too much. If there are 100 or 200 people, as long as the number of men and women is moderate, the Saiyan clan can continue. Let's read out the data inside. Loyoland said. Hertz nodded hurriedly. So a few people hurriedly washed their handles, and carefully inserted the USB flash drive with important data into the spacecraft's data port. The spacecraft's computer quickly recognized the data inside. The large screen was densely packed with information on various planets, and information about the Saiyan performing the task. It's really a lot. We need to screen it out. After a final discussion, several people decided to start with a few nearby planets first, and most likely they would look for some people with good aptitude. Loyoland asked a question, what if those people don't want to come back with us? Saiyans are all unscrupulous people. It's not that if you want to take it away, people will listen. There will always be a few bad and bold guys. A cold light flashed in Cephalia's eyes. Those who don't want to follow will give a lesson first, and kill them if they don't obey. Hertz also had a sullen expression on his face. I agree with Cephalia's approach. Before we are young, we must not be exposed. Loyoland nodded and killed those who disagree. This was the most direct way. Anyway, they will be killed by Frisia's army sooner or later, so I choose some suitable ones to bring them back. Loyoland definitely didn't want to work hard, but brought back some white-eyed wolves. Loyoland, I'll go with you. Cephalia looked at Loyoland with bright eyes. Yes, let Cephalia follow, she can protect your safety, and I will stay on the planet Fry, waiting for you to come back. Hertz nodded. Loyoland's safety is more important than anything else. Loyoland thought for a while and nodded, okay, let's go together. Although Loyoland's combat power is already close to 1000, such a strength cannot be regarded as a weak person in the universe. After all, Raditz 1500 combat power dared to travel through the universe unscrupulously. Can't say how strong it is. For the sake of his own life, it is very important to bring a bodyguard. Between Cephalia and Hertz, Loyoland naturally chooses Cephalia. After all, she is her own elder sister, and she is also a big beauty, and it's nice to smell the fragrance when she stays together. After everything was ready, Loyoland asked Cephalia to hug her body tightly, and then began to perform the transfer technique. Feeling a gentle touch in his body, Loyoland curled his mouth, and the transfer technique was quickly activated. A white light flashed, and the two figures quickly disappeared from Fry Planet. Looking at the disappearing figure of Loyoland's sister and brother, Hertz's mouth trembled slightly, and he clenched his fist forcefully. Whether the Saiyans can continue or not is up to them. Across several galaxies, Loyoland and the others suddenly appeared. That's it, Wanduo Planet. According to the data in the data, there is a lower-level soldier here. Loyoland opened the probe and quickly searched for the data on the planet. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. It seems that our luck is not bad, that Saions are still alive. Go! Cephalia picked up Loyolan, the energy of 6,000 combat power burst out, straight energy rays soared into the sky, and Cephalia led Loyolan quickly towards the energy source. After passing through dense jungles and vast grasslands, the two of them came to a relatively open hilly area, with undulating mountains on both sides, and the sound of birds croaking in the quiet old forest. Boom! A violent sound reverberated in the sky, and then the ground began to tremble, and along with the sturdy trees collapsed, a series of thick smoke rose above the forest. In the forest, a child who appeared to be only 8 or 9 years old was fighting with a giant dinosaur. The collision became more and more intense. The strong collision shook the earth, and the dense forest was instantly opened up. The little child laughed loudly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his hands kept releasing azure blue energy waves, banging on the dinosaur, causing the giant beast to scream fiercely, and his long neck the side crooked and completely fainted. Seeing his prey finally fell to the ground, the little child burst out laughing. He didn't know that everything he did fell into the eyes of two people. Loyolan floated in the air, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This is the guy, ASA, 10 years old, a low-level fighter, with a combat power of 280, which is pretty good among the low-level fighters. Sephria looked plainly, knock him unconscious and take him away. Don't ask the other person's opinion. That's right, if you take it back and don't want to cooperate with us, and instead waste the celestial beans consumed on the road, then ask about it. Cephalia saw that celestial beans are very precious. Hey, who are you? The Saiyan named Asa saw Cephalia and Loyolan. When he was about to ask what, Cephalia flickered and appeared next to him, directly squeezing the energy detector in his ear. Bang! Seeing his energy detector crushed into pieces, Asa angrily said, "What are you doing? You actually destroyed my detector." Sephia's face became cold, and her awe-inspiring aura was released. "Boy, you'd better be obedient." Okay, you say." Feeling the murderous aura on Sephia's body, Asa's face couldn't help turning pale, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Sephria. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 39, Search for Survivors. You said, Vegeta has been destroyed. Saiyan named Asa trembled when he heard the news of Vegeta's destruction, and his face no longer had the same arrogance as before. Sephia's indifferent gaze fell on him. Yes, now I give you two choices. First, follow us. We will take you to a planet that will not be found. Second, continue to stay here, we won't care about you, choose now. You won't hurt me. Yes. Sephria looked at each other, a faint cold light flashed in her eyes. If the Saiyan made the right choice in front of him, it would be okay. If he chose to stay here, in order not to reveal the information of himself and others, Cephalia would not keep this guy's life anyway. After a while, Saiyan Asa made a decision after thinking, whispered, I am willing to follow you. Wise choice. Loyolan sighed, this kid was still aware of current affairs, so he saved his life. He knew that Cephalia's heart had actually moved with murderous intent just now, and he couldn't help sighing that Cephalia was indeed a decisive Saiyan, but he might not be so cruel to her in this regard. Learn. Your choice is correct. We are the Saiyans. We shouldn't be suspicious of each other. There was a pleasant smile on Cephalia's face, not at all the coldness of an iceberg that was 1,000 miles away. Loyolan glanced at her. Just now, you planned to kill someone. Sephria smiled at Loyolan. Loyolan was startled, and then laughed. Asa also laughed and asked, how are we going to leave? You guys also came by spaceship. Don't be so troublesome, the aircraft will expose our whereabouts. Later, Loyolan and Cephalia led by Asa to the place where Asa's spacecraft landed, where they found the white spherical aircraft, and released a Qigong wave toward the aircraft cabin with a loud bang. The spherical aircraft started to burn from inside, and the unpleasant burnt smell came out. "Ah, you destroyed the aircraft, how can I leave?" Asa said nervously. "Don't worry, we naturally have a way." Loyolan's face was calm and her voice was calm. Asa looked at Loyolan suspiciously. Loyolan smiled mysteriously, then grabbed him and started the transfer technique. Cephilia leaned in very naturally, and with a flash of light, the three of them disappeared from the planet. Of course, Loyolan did not bring Asa directly to Fry, and after several transfers, he landed on a planet not far from Fry. This is a low-level planet named Kasha Star, which has no precious mineral resources except for the rich wildlife, so it is not among the targets of the Frisia army. Loyolan plans to gather all the Scions he finds here, observe for a period of time, and wait for all these Scions to obey, and then make other plans. After all, Scions are naturally rebellious. Loyolan didn't believe them so easily. "You stay here first, and there will be other Scions coming next, so don't conflict." "Good, good." Asa turned pale and nodded hurriedly, his eyes full of awe at Loyolan. Nodding towards Sephria, Loyolan said, "Let's go to the next target." Sephria cared, "Don't you need to take a break?" Loyolan shook his head and ate a fairy bean directly, "No, our time is also very urgent." Sephria nodded, leaned over to let Loyolan embrace her waist, and then disappeared into a ray of light in the awe-inspiring gaze of Asa, the Scion. On the next planet, Loyolan found their target, a female Scion who was more than 4 years old. Because she was still young, she had no resistance to Sephria and the others. She was just like taking away Asa before. They were fooled to Caxia seeing soon. In the days that followed, Loyolan and Cephilia kept jumping around on various planets, bringing back more and more Scions. Of course, the whole process was not all smooth sailing. They also encountered many rebels. There were a few Scions who did not believe Loyolan and the others, or believed but were unwilling to follow them. All these people were treated by Sci-Fi without exception. Leah dealt with it decisively. As time passed, the traces of the Scions in exile became more and more difficult to find. Either they were particularly remote, meaningless to find, or they were found, but they found that the other party had been taken by the Frisia army. People kill. On several occasions, Loyolan and the others directly collided with members of the Frisia army. These cosmic people who were ordered to hunt down Scions generally had a combat power of about 1 to 2,000. Loyolan, who is too powerful, was naturally not an opponent, but under the protection of Cephilia, he did not suffer any harm. When encountering cosmic people with similar strengths, Cephilia would take the lead in destroying the opponent's linker, and then let Loyolan to hone it. It was an unexpected gain for a good experience in combat. About 2 months later, Loyolan stopped searching for Scions. At this time, the number of Scions gathered in Caxiaxing reached 200. Most of these Scions are underage children, and there are only 60 adult Scions. Fortunately, the male-to-female ratio of these Scions is fairly balanced, and it is no longer a problem to continue the Scion bloodline. When these Scions are all grown ups in the future, they can almost be combined into 100 pairs without the loss of halfway. If each pair gives birth to 3 or 4 descendants, the number of Scions will slowly recover. In order to find these Scions, Loyolan paid a considerable amount of celestial beans. The 10,000 celestial beans that he snatched from the cat fairy, now there are only more than 5,000, which really taught Loyolan a long heartache. But if you pay, you will gain. In the future, these Scions will grow up, and he will be able to pull up a large force in the universe. It's a pity that they are all lower-level fighters. There are only 10 intermediate-level fighters. Loyolan looked at the 200 Scions in front of him, feeling a little regretful. Of the 200 Scions, there are only 10 potential mid-level fighters, and these low-level fighters and mid-level fighters combined, the combat power of more than 1,000 is even fewer, only 5 people. Compared with the Scion clan in its heyday, it is so weak that it can be ignored. Cephilia said, the Scions were originally low-level fighters occupying the majority. Some non-combatants who could not even reach 1000 combat effectiveness in their lifetime can now find 10 mid-level fighters with potential from the remaining tribesmen. It's already pretty good. Hertz smiled with joy. Yes, with these people, the continuation of Scion bloodline is not a problem anyway. It's pitiful to think about it. The Scion clan, who was inexhaustible at the beginning, needs to be carefully calculated even for blood continuation. If you like Dragon Ball God Scion, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Scion has the fastest literary update. Chapter 40, Talent. Be quiet. After more than 200 Scions gathered at Kasha Star, Cephilia flew into the air and looked at the Scions below with indifferent eyes. A strong sense of oppression suddenly fell from the sky, clasping everyone's chest. Feeling the pressure from the sky, all Scions were quiet, raised their heads and looked at the majestic and domineering Cephilia in the sky, and his face couldn't help but pale. My name is Cephria, an advanced fighter. Cephria introduced herself, looked around and saw that the Scion below was photographed by her own strength. She did not dare to say anything, so she nodded in satisfaction. I know that we have a lot of questions from you, but now you have shut up your mouth. I don't have time to answer you one by one. I brought you here just because I don't want the Scion blood to disappear completely from the universe. The tone was still very blunt, and Cephilia continued, Vegeta has been destroyed. You are the only Scions who have survived on Vegeta. From now on, you will temporarily live on this planet, here. There is enough water and food to meet your daily needs. The destruction of Star Vegeta was due to your lack of strength. I want you to keep this unwillingness in your heart forever. It is precisely because of our lack of strength that someone in the universe dared to attack us and let us be dignified. The Renaizu has encountered a crisis of almost extinction. Although most of you are low-level fighters, some are even destined to be unable to reach 1000 combat power in the future, but as long as the Scion bloodline still exists, there is hope. Having said this, Cephilia suddenly burst into a cold light in her eyes, and said cruelly. But I have the first to say that infighting is absolutely not allowed here. This is the first iron law. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed. Don't think I am joking. Since I am here, I will obey and want to resist. Yes, we must be prepared to be killed. Well, whether you agree or not, accept the arrangement next, because the situation facing the Scion is very severe, so from now on, the adult Scion will be responsible for training the young Scion, regardless of the intensity. Ensure that young Scions grow up normally. Cephria was full of aura, like a queen high above her head. The stern domineering pressure made everyone below her head unable to look up. The Scions underneath bear the terrifying aura of Cephilia, and the Scions who have always respected the strong already feel the power of Cephilia. This Scion who looks like a girl is much stronger than them. Coupled with the status of the senior fighter of Cephria, the strength and the identity were sufficient, and soon these Scions had no intention of resisting, and one by one honestly followed Cephilia's arrangements. Cephria asked them to build a gathering place for their lives, and they all followed suit. Then the adult Scions began to take the lead in training the underage children, and everything seemed to proceed in an orderly manner. Seeing the reaction of those Scions, Hertz smiled and said to Luolan, your sister is born with the aura of a strong man, and is very suitable to be a leader. When Vegeta was still a genius, it is already very prominent. If Vegeta is not destroyed, a great cause should be accomplished. Luolan nodded and agreed. Although Cephilia is usually cold, her aura is indeed strong, and she is cruel enough. Ordinary people standing next to her will definitely be very stressed. Cephria's talent is so high that it is not inferior to that of Scion Prince Vegeta. A Scion with such a talent for cultivation, it is absolutely impossible to be tolerated by King Vegeta, but Cephilia survived. It should be said that it is thanks to her identity as a female Scion. Such an excellent woman is the best way to extend her blood. Perhaps King Vegeta has already planned her future in his heart. Fortunately, Vegeta is destroyed. Looking at the majestic Cephalia in the sky, Luolan muttered. After calming these Saiyans, Cephalia came to Luolan and the others. Let's go back to planet Fry, let these people live here first. Do you care about them? Luolan asked. Cephalia showed a flat smile. I'm too late for my own practice. No matter what they do, let them fend for themselves. Luolan rolled his eyes. Looking at what you said just now is so passionate, I thought you were going to include them. Cephalia, I'm not so bored. These lower-level fighters will survive to reach thousands of combat effectiveness in the future. What do I want them to do? Besides, who knows whether they are convinced in their hearts, I will observe them for a few years. Hers shrugged and said, as long as the Saiyan bloodline continues, their strength is really not that important. There is a lower-level warrior on Earth, who can become a Super Saiyan in the future. When Luolan heard them say this, she complained. Of course, Cephalia and Hertz couldn't be as familiar with the plot as Luolan, knowing that in the future, there will be a lower-level soldier named Monkey King who will cultivate and reach a height that even higher-level fighters can't match. From their point of view, the lower-level fighters can't compare to the middle-level fighters and the upper-level fighters. There is really no big problem. The potential of Saiyans is largely determined by their combat effectiveness at birth and acquired training, of which acquired training occupies a more important position. Why Sun Wukong and Vegeta were able to break the limits of their bodies several times and reach the Super Saiyan level is by no means just the blood of Saiyans plus a gravity chamber for cultivation. It is true that gravity training has given Sun Wukong and them a great degree of help, but it is only an aid. We must know that there are many high-gravity planets in the universe. Saiyans are fighting everywhere. They have not encountered them, but they have not grown much. Monkey King and the others were able to grow quickly, mainly because they knew advanced cultivation methods. Take a look at Monkey King's experience. When he was young, he worshipped the martial arts Turtle Fairy, and then received the guidance of the Cat Fairy at the Kylan Tower. After he grew up, he also accepted the guidance of the gods and the King of the North. More importantly, Monkey King has a heart of innocence and can concentrate on his cultivation without any distractions. These gradual growth experiences have laid a solid foundation for him to break through the shackles of talent. Vegeta is a super genius who is born with cultivation ability. With rich experience and comprehension ability, he quickly explored the use of Chi only by fighting Monkey King. These are not comparable to ordinary Vegeta Star Saiyans. Talent is really important sometimes. Generally speaking, these Saiyans of Vegeta Star should not be considered particularly good. For them, Super Saiyans are a legend. There are very few Saiyans like Monkey King and Vegeta who constantly break through their limits. For them, more than 10,000 combat power is already in the sky, and then they must go through advanced training. Ordinary Saiyan warriors do not know the advanced training methods. Even if they have a gravity chamber, they cannot grow up miraculously like Monkey King. Everyone wants to be a Super Saiyan, it is completely impossible. Of course, there is another saying about the talents of Saiyans. The reason why the Saiyan race gives people a strong feeling is completely dipped in the light of Monkey King and Vegeta. Luolan felt that this statement was biased, because from his understanding, Saiyans should still be very talented. At least, their physical fitness and great ape ability are better than many cosmic people. Closer to home, after Cephalia and Hers had ensured the continuation of the Saiyan bloodline, there was not so much pressure in their hearts, and after some arrangements, they had no intention of continuing to manage. Although Luolan had the intention of organizing these Saiyans into forces in his heart, but due to his relatively weak strength, he did not emerge. After leaving more than 200 Saiyans on Kasha Star, the three of them flashed light, returned to the planet Fry, and began a peaceful practice. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it, ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 41, Hope of Resurrection. On Fry, the weather is getting colder. At night, the mountain jungle was filled with a faint mist. After the 200 exiled Saiyans were placed in the nearby Kasha Star, Luolan and others continued to devote themselves to their practice. As time passed bit by bit, Luolan felt that he was growing every day. Although he was still defeated in the battle with Cephilia, it was because Cephilia was too strong. And he is really getting stronger, and I tested my combat effectiveness with an energy detector. 1000. The bright numbers make Luolan full of energy, with obvious numerical comparisons, and knowing how much he has become stronger every day. This feeling of playing through the game is really wonderful. Hey! Luolan and Cephilia are practicing, and this kind of practice is carried out every day. It is precisely because of Cephalia's extreme temper that Luolan's progress is so huge. On this day, the usual practice continues. Call out! A white flash suddenly pierced the air, and then proceeded along a straight line. The surrounding wind roared, and the lingering whirlwind continued to spread around Luolan. With his body moving flexibly and constantly creating confusing afterimages, Luolan used all his best to attack Cephilia. Cephilia stared lightly, hit hatch, and suddenly padded in one direction. Pop! Luolan flew out all of a sudden. Luolan quickly opened her arms to stabilize her body, and then twisted her body, tapping the ground with her toes, her body rushing towards Cephilia like a shell that had just been unloaded. Immediately after hitting a punch, the violent break through the air made the air tremble with woo. Cephilia sneered and stretched out her arms, and squeezed Luolan's fist, and the powerful attack stopped abruptly. Luolan, attack me, your moves are not ruthless enough. He threw Luolan into the air, and then quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already reached the sky above Luolan, holding his fists in both hands and smashing down hard. Boom! Luolan received a heavy blow, vomiting blood in her mouth, and she couldn't help falling straight down. But as he approached the ground, Cephilia's graceful figure appeared sooner than him, and with a blank-faced kick, the violent power immediately set off an astonishing wave of air, and Luolan quickly put his arms on his chest. But the strong force made him fly away again. After turning over a dozen somersaults in mid-air, both feet shoveled into the soil hard, the ground suddenly cracked, and the area more than 10 meters square suddenly became completely unrecognizable. Yes, your actual combat ability is already a qualified fighter. Cephilia sighed and came to Luolan's side. Luolan panted violently, with a trace of blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth. All sisters credit for training. Okay. Cephilia nodded leisurely, and the moonlight at night shone on her flawless face. Luolan was slightly taken aback by this scene in the night. What are you looking at? Cephilia asked. Look at you. Luolan blurted out. Cephilia slapped Luolan on the head. Luolan smiled, and then began to prepare dinner. The bonfire soon rose, and the roasted meat full of rich aroma gradually turned brown, and a drop of fat came from the roast. It dripped down, and squeaked lightly in the bonfire. Not far away, the gravity chamber made a slight humming sound. In the depressing gravity environment, Hertz practiced hard in it. Luolan said to Cephilia while eating barbecue, Hertz has been practicing very hard during this time. Cephilia said, he is missing his wife. Oh. Luolan nodded. Cephilia said that Hertz's wife was called Asida. Hertz's childhood friend grew up. Because of her lack of talent, she was a non-combatant and worked as a civilian in the child care department in the capital. Before Hertz went back this time to see his wife, Vegeta had already been destroyed. Although Hertz behaved as if nothing had happened during this period, as his teammate, Cephilia could see the sadness in his heart. People can't come back from death. The fighting nation takes these things very lightly. It just so happens that there are a few suitable female Saiyans on Caxiaxing's side. Maybe you can arrange it for him. People don't necessarily have to be resurrected when they die. Luolan said casually, in a very soft voice. What are you talking about? Sephilia had a good hearing. After thinking about it for a while, she looked at Luolan incredulously. Could there be a way to bring people back to life? Luolan thought for a moment and said, Sister, do you still remember what I wanted to send you to the earth before? Of course I remember. By the way, I just want to ask, how on earth did you do it? Can that power still bring people back to life? Yes, that's the power of Dragon Balls. There is a magical bead in the universe. As long as you collect 7, you can summon a dragon. The dragon can satisfy the collector's wish within a reasonable range. The wish of resurrection can be realized. That's right. Then, Luolan told her about finding Dragon Ball with Taisai. After hearing this, Sephiria was stunned. That means Hertz's wife can be resurrected. Yes, as long as she hasn't been reincarnated, Shenlong can resurrect her. Luolan said, in the case of Isaiah, most of them will go to after death, and don't even think about reincarnation for a while. Luolan, is what you said is true? Asita still has hope of resurrection. With a trembling voice, Hertz came to Luolan excitedly. Yes, it's okay, but after the Dragon Ball makes a wish, there is a 1-year dormancy period. The Dragon Ball I used is still half a year away from recovery. If you want to resurrect your wife, you need to wait until half a year later. Great, Asita can be resurrected. You just said that the thing is called Dragon Ball. Hertz was so excited that he suddenly felt like he had heard of such a bead somewhere, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. Asked, is the Dragon Ball you're talking about made by the Namekians? Luolan said, yes, you have heard of it. Sephiria, is Dragon Ball famous? Hertz took a deep breath and flushed. I used to hear about the magical powers of the Namekians when performing missions, but their planet encountered a catastrophe 300 years ago. Died? No, Namek Star still has survivors. Luolan said definitely. Sephria's eyes flickered, that is to say, there may also be Dragon Balls in Namek. Yes, and it's more powerful than the set of dragon I used, but there are masters on Namek. With the reputation of our science, we are afraid that we will be expelled by the masters inside, so it is best to wait for me to use it. The set of Dragon Balls recovered. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 42, 3 Wishes. There is a Namek named Niru on Namek. He is the guardian of the Great Elder. The original plot indicated that he has 42,000 combat power. Given the longevity of the Namekians, even if Niru did not reach the combat effectiveness of the original stage at this time, there would always be 20 to 30,000 combat effectiveness. If they go to Namek Star now, they will definitely come home if they are bumped into by Niru. If they are unlucky, their lives may be lost there. If a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, Luolan cherishes his life very much, and will not go to Namek without absolute certainty, even if it is rumored that the Namek people are very kind. But at this time, Hertz couldn't control that much. After knowing the news that his wife could be resurrected, he couldn't wait for a moment. He just wanted to resurrect his wife sooner. I can't wait. Fry is not far from Namek. If you pilot the spacecraft, you can arrive in a few months. Please lend me the spacecraft. Hertz did not ask Luolan to send him there, but chose to pilot the spaceship by himself. Luolan looked at him. There are masters on Namekex. Although your combat power has reached 5,000, you are still not their opponent. Maybe the Dragon Ball didn't get it, but you left your life there. Hertz said seriously, I want to try it. Luolan watched him for a long time. Seeing his firm attitude, he nodded, well, you can use the gravity spacecraft. Be careful. The Namekians are a kind nation. Don't show any hostility. They discussed carefully that there might be hope of borrowing Dragon Ball. Hertz remembered Loyal Land's words in his heart. At this moment, Sephilia suddenly said, "By the way, Scions can improve their strength to a greater extent after they are dying and seriously injured. If you don't use this method, try it. Can you improve Hertz's power? I'm willing to give it a try." Hertz threw himself away. Loyal Land pondered for a moment and nodded. Scions can indeed greatly increase their strength after recovering from near-death, but it is too difficult to grasp what near-death is. Near-death is not the same as serious injury. If you are careless, you will really die. And this ability seems too bug, it may not always work. Sister, aim at the vicinity of Hertz's heart. Be careful when you shoot. Don't kill anyone. Sephilia glanced at Loyal Land with a look of "would I still not know," nodded calmly, and after holding a fairy bean in Hertz's mouth, Sephilia placed her palm against him. Near the heart. Call out. A cluster of sharp energy rays was stimulated. Hertz's body was completely unable to stop such an attack. The energy rays shot in from Hertz's chest and came out from behind. The blood spattered suddenly, and the bright red blood suddenly appeared. Dyed Hertz's battle uniform. Hertz coughed slightly, blood overflowed from his mouth, and his eyes became blurred. Quickly bite the fairy beans. Loyal Land reminded loudly. Hertz bit through the fairy bean with difficulty, and a magical vitality immediately filled his mouth. The wound on Hertz's chest instantly recovered, and a majestic energy immediately emerged from every cell. The energy detector in Loyal Land's hand buzzed, and the numbers on it kept beating, quickly rising from 5,100 to 6,700. It's really stronger. Sephia's eyes were fixed, and the whole person was excited as if they had discovered a gold mine. Hertz sighed and felt the power in his body incredibly. This was the first time he came back from the brink of death. It was completely different from the previous serious injury. At that moment, his soul seemed to float to the underworld. But thanks to this, his strength has really improved substantially. Gritting his teeth, Hertz said, "Do it again. It is good." A gleam flashed in Loyal Land's eyes, and he also wanted to try to see if the dying and becoming stronger could go on without limit. If it could, it would be too bad. Holding the fairy bean again, Sephria took another shot. After the recovery, Hertz's strength increased to 8,000, and the growth rate was slower than before. Sure enough, the effect began to weaken. Hertz continued to experiment. The third, the fourth, the fifth. The enhancement after dying became weaker and weaker, until the final strength never increased. At this time, Hertz's power directly reached 12,000 combat effectiveness, more than doubled compared to before. Hey, finally it won't grow anymore. Hertz couldn't hide the joy in his heart. It seems that this near-death ability needs to be accumulated, and it shows a weakening trend in a short period of time. Loyal Land thought. According to Loyal Land's idea, Scion's near-death is actually releasing the potential accumulated in his previous battles and training. When this potential is fully released, then it needs to continue to accumulate. If the accumulation is not enough, they want to rely on dying. Breakthrough is impossible. Ha ha ha, with such power, I am more confident about going to Namek. Hertz laughed loudly. Vegeta at its peak had 5 masters with a combat power of over 10,000. The 12,000 combat power, even when Vegeta was still there, few people achieved it, and now his Hertz has also reached such a height, plus the hope of his wife's resurrection is right in front of him, he will not be happy. Your power is a bit vain, it's best to use the gravity room to exercise. Sephria knew that the skyrocketing power was not controlled, which may not be a good thing. Hertz calmed down after being excited, and said, I will master my strength on the way to Namek. Loyal Land said, by the way, Namek's Dragon Ball can fulfill 3 wishes. Because Vegeta has disappeared, the first wish is to make a wish to summon your wife's soul to Namek, the second wish resurrection again. This is where Namek's Dragon Ball is different from Earth's Dragon Ball. Namek's Dragon Ball can only resurrect one person at a time, allowing multiple resurrection, while Earth Dragon Ball can resurrect many people at once, but each person can only be resurrected once. It turns out that 3 wishes can be realized. Sephiroth was surprised. Well, I remembered. Hertz glanced at Luolan gratefully. At this time, Luolan said, the 3rd wish, I hope Hertz, you can say this, let the 3 of us get all the knowledge of practice that the Earth gods have. This is very important for our future, we must remember up. The essence of Earth martial arts is contained in the practice of the temple, and more importantly, it contains the practice method of Qi. In the original work, Monkey King drank the super divine water to stimulate his body's potential. While his strength surged, he could initially rely on breath positioning. Of course, Monkey King's grasp of Qi at this time was still very rough, and he could only feel it roughly. To the breath of the strong. Until I boarded the temple and practiced meditation under the guidance of the gods and Bobo, I realized the essence of Qi and learned to close my eyes and fight with breath, which brought the combat mode to a whole new level. And the Mahayana who masters the use of breath are undoubtedly the earth gods and the servants of the gods Bobo. To put it aside, the turtle immortal who has not gone through the temple practice should not have learned to use breath to fight in the early stage. Luolan knew that if he went to Earth in person, he might not be able to teach him the knowledge he had wholeheartedly, so he asked Hertz to make a wish to the Namek dragon. This wish, Shenlong Bolunga, should be achievable. In fact, what Luolan wanted more was the knowledge of martial arts of the Northern Realm King, but the status of the Northern Realm King was lofty, and he was still above the Great Elder Namek, which was obviously beyond the power of Shenlong. Seeing Luolan's seriousness, Hertz knew that this matter must be very important, so he nodded vigorously. I will remember this wish. Be sure to come back alive. After preparing some food for Hertz, Luolan and Sephilia watched the gravity spacecraft slowly lift into the sky, and then escaped from the atmosphere in a fierce flash of light. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 43, A Wealth of Knowledge. Hertz should have no problem, right? After the gravity ship disappeared from the horizon, Sephilia asked Luolan. Luolan blinked, probably, if something really happens, we can still use the Earth's Dragon Ball to resurrect him. When Sephilia heard these words, he immediately felt relieved, and then cruelly said, Luolan, you are attacking my chest. Are you sure you want to do this? Luolan glanced at Sephria's proud chest. His exquisite body was very attractive. The only flaw was the stunning combat uniform. The Frisia army's combat uniform had no charm at all. Sephria pursed her mouth, bit her lips lightly. Come on, I'm ready. Seeing that Sephilia did not care about anything in order to increase her strength, Luolan nodded slightly and put her hand on Cephalia's chest. The slight touch made Cephalia's body tremble, and then she looked firmly at her. Luolan. It has started. Luolan carefully released the energy wave. Ho! The azure blue energy penetrated through Sephria's body, and the bright blood splashed up. Sephria's face instantly turned pale, and she quickly made Sephilia bite the fairy bean. When her face returned to ruddy, Luolan was relieved. I almost thought I was going to use Dragon Ball to revive you. Sephilia smiled at him, smiling like a flower. I am not that vulnerable. Following the same procedure, Sephria was dying several times in a row, and when she finally increased her power to 18,000 combat effectiveness, her energy no longer increased. This was Vegeta's combat power when he invaded the Earth, and Sephilia had achieved it so many years in advance. After Luolan, he will also try this open and hanging lifting method. But just in case, Luolan took out the contact device that had contacted Taisai in advance and gave it to Sephilia. If something happens to him, she must ask Taisai to collect Dragon to revive him. Sephria took the contactor and put it away, a cluster of energy rays condensed between the slender fingers. Luolan nodded vigorously. It's time to start. With a pounce, a smell immediately filled his mouth. Luo Lan's brain was dizzy, and he felt that his soul was coming out of his body. The feeling of dying was completely different from the feeling of serious injury. The pale helplessness was simply to tear the soul, the whole body does not seem to be its own anymore. Dimly, an anxious voice echoed in my ears. It was Sephria, she was calling herself. Luo Lan suddenly cheered up and bit the fairy bean in his mouth with difficulty. It seemed as if an angry roaring great ape suddenly appeared in the sea of spiritual consciousness, and the potential was immediately aroused. After recovering, Luo Lan couldn't help being a little scared. This feeling of half alive and half alive was terrible. Shaking his head, Luo Lan sighed, and was attacked by Sephria several times. In the end, his combat effectiveness stayed at 3,600. Judging by the qualifications of an intermediate fighter, I'm pretty good. Luo Lan lay in Sephria's arms, turning her smooth hair with her fingers. Sephria put aside Luo Lan. You are still a middle-level fighter, I suspect you are a high-level fighter. Luo Lan turned a few times in mid-air, landed, and said with a smile, according to my birth, I am indeed an intermediate fighter. Sephria rolled his eyes, and after playing around for a while, the brothers and sisters began to discuss matters of spiritual practice. Although the training methods of the Saiyans are not as fine as the earthly people's energy, but as a fighting nation, the fighting skills and training modes of the Saiyans are also worthy of in-depth study. In the following days, Luo Lan and Cephalia will master his body's power on fry together. Sometimes Luo Lan would go to nearby Caxia Seeing to take a look at the conditions of those Saiyans and watch their obedient and stable lives. Luo Lan returned with confidence. Luo Lan, whose strength has greatly increased, has become very powerful in his body. Now it is more convenient to use the transfer technique than before. There is no need to supplement fairy beans between fry and Caxia. Cracking. There was a crisp sound like fried beans all over Luo Lan. During this period of time, he completely mastered his power. Laugh. The surging power suddenly erupted, and the surrounding earth trembled slightly, as if throwing a stone toward the calm lake, and fierce water splashes continued to rise. Under the influence of a powerful force, some smaller stones began to float upwards without the force of gravity. Feeling the mighty power in his body, Luo Lan laughed. At this moment, a layer of white light suddenly appeared on Luo Lan's body, and a series of profound and mysterious knowledge penetrated into his mind. The flood of information made Luo Lan feel dizzy, but after careful inspection, his face can't help showing ecstasy. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing to do in pairs. This information is actually the knowledge of the earth gods. Pieces of profound knowledge seemed to be imprinted on the brain, and the core knowledge was the use of qi. Even with a lot of subtle tricks and mood perceptions, Luo Lan glanced lightly and actually remembered them all. Suddenly there was a violent wind, and the graceful figure of Cephalia appeared beside Luo Lan, his face also full of joy. Luo Lan, there is a lot of knowledge in my brain. Luo Lan said, this is the most exquisite martial art on earth. It seems that Hertz has successfully obtained the Dragon Ball. It's amazing, if I follow the above method to practice, my strength can still be improved a lot. Sephrya's ruddy lips trembled slightly, and a beam of joy was revealed in the bright eyes. Luo Lan smiled and looked at Sephria with a surprised face. She was very arrogant with a smile. People on Earth are not born with strong powers like cosmic people and Saiyan people. Martial artists like Gaixianren can practice Qigong after 50 to 60 years of unremitting practice. Their inherently fragile physique forces them to face they are reluctant to waste any energy in the direction of refinement, so their research on Qi is extremely in-depth. The biggest feature of the earth martial arts is to defeat the strong with the weak, and burst out stronger power with weak force. Ordinary cosmic people and Saiyans will produce explosive aura when their emotions change intensely, but there are only a few planets that can use the explosive aura trick to the extreme, and the Earth is one of them. With this knowledge in my mind, I know how rough the previous use of energy is. It doesn't work. I have to retreat for a period of time and must master all of this knowledge. Sephilia resolutely acted and did whatever he thought of. Luolan stopped Sephria. Sister, wait a minute. You shouldn't rush to retreat for a while. You should sort out the memory in your brain first. Sephria blushed when she heard Luolan's words, and immediately reacted. Secretly asked his brother to remind him why he became so impatient. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 44, Super Learning Ability. The description of Qi in the Earth martial arts is very profound. This is the most quintessential knowledge that the ancient Earth people have been born after countless years of development and forced into the weak environment of the Earth. After scanning the memories in his mind for the first time, Luolan suddenly felt a sense of reverence and awe, and there was a burst of excitement in his heart. If you can thoroughly master these powers, it will greatly promote your future practice. It depends on how much you can grow in the future. It must be completely mastered. Luolan secretly made a decision. But the practice of Earth martial arts is definitely not easy. It embodies the simple wisdom of the Earth's ancients in a difficult environment. It pays attention to the advancement of body and mind. It is a practice method that truly implements every trace of energy. The long-standing open and closed fighting style runs counter to each other, and it will take some time to reverse it. Luolan took a look at it, and then began to study matters of cultivation with Sephria. Theory is a theory, and it needs to be realized through practice to truly apply it to combat. Sister, it seems that we have to start with the most basic training. The first step is to breathe. This seems trivial, but it is about the basics. Okay. Sephria carefully scanned the knowledge in her mind, and her face gradually became serious. Luolan is right, the Earth martial arts knows little about it, and the later it shows the importance of details. From the initial convergent breath, to the breath induction behind, and the comprehension of the tranquil mind like the sky, the rapid speed of lightning, all these principles are reflected. So Luolan and Sephilia began to study how to adjust their breathing. Everything should start with the details. If the details are not done well, the breathing will be chaotic, the rhythm will be wrong, and the movement will show flaws. If it is a Saiyan who has never been exposed to Earth martial arts to accept these, unless the talent is really good, otherwise it will be a black eye and can't understand anything at all. But fortunately, Luolan and the others have a complete martial arts memory of the gods in their minds, as long as they practice according to detailed cultivation methods. They found iron sheets that were easy to make sounds, folded them into wind chimes, and wore them on their bodies. Every time they moved, they would make a ding-ding sound. When the wind chime no longer makes a sound on the body, the first stage of cultivation is over. The siblings who first accepted this method of cultivation were very uncomfortable at first, but after careful speculation, they gradually understood the mystery. For several days, Luolan and the others were doing the most basic practice. As time goes by, they are like a sponge that can absorb water, constantly absorbing the principles of Earth martial arts in training, combining them with their bodies and actions. Slowly, Luolan's movements began to become calm, and there was a harmony that blended into nature between raising hands and feet. Time passed quietly. 7 days later, Luolan had mastered all the martial arts knowledge in one step, and applied them to his actual combat. Now he can achieve a restrained aura, and finally he is no longer as sharp as before. Checking with an energy detector, he can only detect less than 100 combat power energy. Sephilia looked at Luolan incredulously. Why are you practicing so much faster than me? I don't know, I think these things are easy. Luolan replied. These words of Luolan made Sephilia very shocked. He was clearly an upper-level fighter, so why was the learning speed far inferior to Luolan? No, in fact, Sephria's learning speed is already very fast, and he has learned the basics of Qi in a few days, which is definitely not something ordinary people can do. It's just that Luolan is more perverted than her, and his comprehension ability is beyond ordinary. Luolan vaguely felt that this was probably where he had more advantage in the match against Philia. The ability to learn and comprehend is crucial in the later stage of Dragon Ball world. But then again, no matter how powerful the learning ability, if there is no certain foundation or learning method, it is completely useless. For example, Luolan wanted to find out the use of Qi on Vegeta in the early days. Because there was no reference, he didn't even understand what Qi is, so naturally he didn't understand anything. This is like a mathematical genius. After learning basic mathematical theories and mathematical concepts, after a period of further study, it is easy to research new theories and knowledge, but if this mathematical genius has never been exposed to mathematics, or does not even have numbers at all understanding, then it is basically impossible for him to independently study advanced theories. Luolan is a genius with super learning ability and comprehension ability. Although he is only an intermediate warrior in blood, as long as a window is opened for him a little bit, then with his strong learning ability, he will quickly understand and even create more something advanced. I'm an advanced fighter, how could my learning ability be weaker than you? Sephilia glanced at Luolan unwillingly, feeling that her dignity as a sister had been seriously challenged, so she continued to practice hard. Luolan was in a very happy mood, and finally she had something ahead of Sephilia. Smiled triumphantly, and then started from the beginning, continuing to strengthen his foundation. Until half a month later, Sephilia also learned the use of Qi, but by then Luolan had already led her by a large margin. The annoyed Sephilia simply captured Luolan, and then maintained his dignity as a sister in the battle. The two siblings continued to train and develop gradually. Time passed, and soon the Vegeta star was destroyed. It's almost a year. At the Galaxy Center, there is an organization called the Galaxy Patrol. The police officers of this organization are scattered in various galaxies and are committed to maintaining the peace of the entire galaxy. The headquarters is a gyroscopic building located in the center of the galaxy. On this day, in a hexagonal room full of grids like a honeycomb, the highest leader of the Galaxy Patrol organization, the Galactic King who looked like an octopus, was lecturing a young patrol member, accompanied by several police officers. The green-skinned Galaxy King wears a golden crown on his head, and a dozen slender arms are dangling in mid-air. Opposite him, stands a purple-skinned cosmic man in the costume of a Galaxy Patrol officer with big eyes. Without any hair, looks like a wild Ultraman. This young police officer is called Jake, and he is responsible for the 3-star regions within the Earth's range. He is the younger one in the Galaxy Patrol organization. The strength of Patrol Jake is not outstanding, but he has supervision, and he can see clearly even at speeds exceeding the speed of light. Jake, now there is an important task for you to do, it must be completed. The Galaxy King waved his arm. Jake glared with a pair of golden eyes, and said excitedly, "Is it finally my turn to be an elite? What task is it?" Galactic King said, "Some time ago, the high-level planet Vegeta was destroyed, but our personnel checked that before the destruction of Vegeta, an aircraft seemed to be flying towards the area under your jurisdiction. Please go to a planet called Earth immediately." Planet? Planet Vegeta, is that planet where Saiyans live? Well, the Saiyans are famous for their barbarism. Fortunately, they are almost dead recently. The Earth is just an immature low-level planet. Once the Saiyans arrive, it will inevitably cause huge damage, but the spaceship the Saiyans in China are underage, you can eliminate them with your excellent alone. When Jake heard the Galaxy King praise himself, he happily saluted him, "Don't worry, leave it to the excellent me, and absolutely complete the task." "Well, then you go." The Milky Way King shook his arm, so Gok happily boarded the aircraft and flew towards the Earth. "Master Galaxy King, give this task to the stupid Jake." "No, the excellent police officer, did you make a fuss? The Saiyans have been exterminated, and there is no need to pay attention to them." The staff nearby asked. Galaxy King said, "A little child can't make any storms, but Jake, a fool, never grows. Find something for him to experience. If he can't even complete this small task, see what face he has in the headquarters. Don't go. Every member of the Galaxy Patrol has a patrol range. Jake is responsible for the 3-star regions on the Earth, but he can't perform his duties. Even the Galaxy King looks at him unhappy. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 45, Galactic Patrol. The front is the Earth. Hey, that low-level planet should thank this patrolman. This patrolman came over a long distance to save you. Jake drove the aircraft close to the Earth, but at this moment, his spacecraft broke down. Oops, what kind of spacecraft the people at headquarters gave me is so easy to malfunction. Jake was a little panicked when he discovered that the spacecraft was malfunctioning, and hurriedly controlled the spacecraft to land on an island. Looking at the endless and magnificent sea, Gok was depressed. It's over, the technology on this side of the Earth is so low, how can I get back to the headquarters? I blame the Saiyan, if it wasn't him, neither would this patrol will come to Earth. Hey, who are you? An old man with a white beard came over with a bucket. My name is Jake, a police officer of the Galaxy Patrol Organization. Jake conditioned a pose and introduced himself proudly. The actors in the crew? Certainly not. Jake retorted loudly, and the old man smiled when he saw it and invited Jake to where he lived. Later in the conversation, Jake learned about the old man's situation. His name was Dashan. He was also a doctor a long time ago, doing research on the island with his wife. After his wife died in a scientific research accident, Dr. Dashan changed his research direction and began to study the time machine alone, with some results. After knowing that the other party was a scientist, Jake asked Dr. Dashan to help repair his spacecraft, but because of the lack of important materials to repair the spacecraft, Dr. Dashan was unable to do anything. In desperation, Jake could only go with Dr. Dashan. Large cities look for materials. In a nearby big city, Jake met Taisai, who was out looking for literary materials, and after some exchanges, they quickly became friends. When it was learned that Gok's mission was to kill Saiyans who were about to arrive on Earth, Taisai realized that the Saiyans were actually an alien race. Fortunately, she always thought that the Saiyans were from remote parts of the Earth. A certain minority. Saiyans are not all evil, I know a little brother, he is interesting. What, there are other Saiyans on Earth? Jake screamed when he heard it. Taisai lightly pulled her hair, picked up a drink and drank. Yes, but he has left a year ago. Jake breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that should be returning to Vegeta. That planet has been destroyed, and the Saiyans are almost annihilated. Taisai, let me tell you that Saiyans are the most in the universe. Overbearing races have destroyed countless planets. Such dangerous guys must not be involved with them. Oh. Taisai looked straight at Jake, but did not say that she had been in contact with Loyolan recently, drinking a drink while thinking, it turns out that Saiyans are such a powerful race. When will the Saiyan you are waiting for arrive on Earth? It's almost here, I will wait in the most open place. As he said, Jake climbed up to the highest island in the nearby sea, and his 2 golden eggs scanned the entire sky, but then he accidentally said that his urine was ejected from a small hole in his head and accidentally splashed. With Taisai alone, she was pushed down from the reef by Taisai. At the moment it fell into the water, the flying vehicle carrying Monkey King crossed the sky and happened to face Gok with its back, and thus escaped. Otherwise, the protagonist of Dragon Ball World will probably die prematurely. Hey, Taisai, what are you doing? If I didn't complete the task, it must be your cause. Taisai, you really shirk responsibility. Hey! Jake flew out of the water, but didn't find a spacecraft landing on the Earth for a long time. It's strange, the time has come, but there is no spacecraft yet. Oops, I shouldn't have missed it. Sweat dripped from Gok's head, and he had imagined the Galaxy King cursing at him. At the same time, the boundary of Bayazai Mountain. A fireball glowing with red light hit the mountain forest, and a large area of the forest was destroyed as a result. Such a violent movement alarmed the reclusive son Gohan. When Monkey King came to the collision point of the spacecraft, he saw a child wearing a strange battle uniform. "Hey, this child has a tail." Noting the tail behind the child, Sun Wufan's kindly face showed a trace of surprise, and he couldn't help but think of the incredibly strong child he met more than a year ago. After some thinking, Sun Wufan decided to adopt the child and named the child Sun Wukong. Because he didn't know the age of the child, he took the time when he found Sun Wukong as his birth time. Anyway, he doesn't look much bigger. In fact, Monkey King was 4 years old now, counting the time he soaked in the nutrient solution. The subsequent development is as described in the plot. The young Monkey King accidentally fell off the cliff and crashed his brain, forgetting all the memories of Saiyan people, and an ignorant Monkey King appeared. Luo Lan, who was far away on the planet Fry, naturally didn't know what was happening on the Earth. At this time, he was discussing with Cephalia. Since obtaining the martial arts knowledge of the Earth gods, Luo Lan has absorbed this knowledge at a rapid speed and integrated it into his own battle. Although his combat effectiveness has not improved much this year, his essential strength has already undergone earth-shaking changes. If Luo Lan, who had a combat power of 3,600 a year ago, was a fat man weighing 180 kilograms and a little puffy, and he leaked with a single poke like a balloon, then he is now a strong young man. The combat effectiveness has not changed, but there is a down-to-earth feeling. Luo Lan thinks that he can crush the previous self now. This is the self-confidence after mastering the power thoroughly. Into the night. The stars flickered in the night sky, and the dark night fell like a giant hand. Luo Lan sat on the bed to meditate, just as the wristwatch-type communicator next to him rang, and he took it to see the message from Taisai. Very naturally connected to the contactor, Taisai's clear voice rang in her ear. "Luo Lan, you didn't tell me. It turns out that the Saiyans are an alien race, but my sister thought you were from a certain tribe." Luo Lan said, "I said it a long time ago, you didn't believe it." Taisai, have you ever said that? You didn't explain it clearly." Luo Lan rolled her eyes speechlessly, and Taisai played like other women. At this time, just listen to her quietly. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 46, Hertz Couple. By the way, how did you know that the Saiyans are an alien race? Your father told you. Among Taisai's family, only Dr. Brives knew Luo Lan's identity. Tais, no, I met a galactic patrolman named Gok, who told me that he also said that Saiyans are an evil and domineering race. It turns out that the people of the Galaxy Patrol have arrived on Earth. So, Monkey King should have arrived on Earth, but I don't know if he was found by the Galaxy Patrol. After inquiring about Taisai, Taisai replied that JAC did not find the Saiyan, and JAC later repaired the spacecraft with the help of Bulma, and has now returned to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Tell me honestly, where are you now? Taisai asked curiously. Luo Lan didn't mean to hide, and said very readily, I am on a primitive planet in the North Galaxy. There are only indigenous people here, and civilization has not yet developed. Wow, I'm so envious, I want to see other planets too. We'll have the opportunity next time. A smile appeared on Luo Lan's face. At this time, there was a series of splashes in his ears. Luo Lan frowned and asked, what are you doing? Take a bath, do you want to see it? Taisai laughed like a silver bell, and then pressed the video function of the communicator. Immediately, Luo Lan showed the appearance of a bathroom. In the hazy environment full of water vapor, Tais had her hair coiled and her body was covered with foam. This kind of picture flashed by, and Tais quickly closed again. Up the video. Well, Isn't it attractive? Numerous black lines suddenly appeared on Luolan's head. Originally, she thought that Taisai was normal in her house, but she didn't expect her to be normal. Even if she is a child, she can't make a joke like that. You have the ability to keep video. Hehe, this is not good, I can't let you watch it. Taze teased and laughed. After the shower, she was soaked in the pool, her face full of beautiful peach blossoms. At the end of the chat with Taisai, Luolan shook her head, with a faint smile on her face. Unlike her serious and somewhat old-fashioned sister, she felt an inexplicable relaxation every time she chatted with Taisai. This woman's thinking is sometimes unconstrained, but more often there is a sense of suffocation that is witty. I remember that in the original book, Taisai was keen to travel around, and when Bulma got married and had children, she was a sister who remained single. If she was a few years older, she would never let her go. By the way, Mrs. Brives joked that she gave Taze to herself before. After thinking about it for a while, Luolan retracted his thoughts, looked at the bright and secluded night light outside the window, slowly closed his eyes, and quickly entered meditation. Early the next morning. The sun has just penetrated the hills, and the light shines on the earth through the thick water mist in the forest, and is reflected in the colorful and gorgeous colors halfway through. Early in the morning, Sephilia came to find herself to practice. During this time, she was particularly keen to learn from each other, because this would allow her to adapt to the new combat mode more quickly. After the exercise, Sephilia said, Hers and his wife Asita will soon return to Fry. Luolan sat next to Sephria. After Hers comes back, I want to go outside and experience it. No problem, Saiyans can only grow through experience. But I want to go with you. There has been no real battle for more than a year, and my body is about to rust. Luolan glanced at Sephria and nodded with a smile, okay. The two brothers and sisters looked at each other and smiled, and immediately decided to wait for Hertz to return, leave Planet Fry and go outside for some experience. With Luolan's current combat power of 3,600, he is no longer considered a weak person in the universe, and even on an ordinary planet, he can dominate and rule one side. This is determined by the general environment of the universe, but this does not mean that he can sit back and relax and move around in the universe unscrupulously. In Luolan's cognition, the world of Dragon Ball is actually a world where the strong are like clouds. Although it is hard to talk about the great gods walking all over the floor, it is an indisputable fact that the strong are as many as dogs, and the level between the strong and the weak, the gap is incredible. The fragile people, such as the people on Earth, have a single-digit combat power, and it is difficult to generate strong power throughout their lives, while the powerful people have a combat power of tens of millions, and they can shake the universe with their hands and feet. Although life forms with low combat effectiveness occupy an absolute number on the large scale of the universe, one thing is certain. Those masters who are top powerhouses may emerge from a corner of the unpredictable universe without paying attention. Then give the arrogant, appropriate despair. Luolan wants to experience in the universe, and it is the most guaranteed to follow Sephria. Pang! 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 There was a burst of sound breaking through the sky, and there was a deafening noise in the sky. Soon a dark shadow was thrown down, and the shadow fell across the forest and landed in an open space. After the spacecraft stopped, two people came down from above, Hertz and his wife Asita. Asita is a pretty female Saiyan with a brown tail around her waist. Because she is a non-combatant, her combat power has not exceeded 1,000 so far, and her strength is about the same as that of Monkey King's mother Gnei. Luolan, Sephria, I'm back. Hertz laughed heartily with confidence. Unexpectedly, you actually borrowed Dragon Ball from the Namek star. I thought you had an accident and wanted to use Dragon Ball to revive you. Luolan joked. Hertz said with emotion, the Namekians are a peaceful race, and the Great Elders are even more wise old men. There is a Namek star who is superior to him by the Great Elder. If the Great Elder allows him, he will not have the opportunity to use Dragon Ball. Congratulations to your husband and wife for reunion. Loyolan and Sephilia warmly welcomed them. At this time, Asita was also looking at Loyolan's sister and brother. She had long heard that she was able to resurrect thanks to the information they provided. Seeing Sephiria on the side, Asita nodded slightly towards her. She had seen her husband's teammate a long time ago, but when she noticed Loyolan, she was still a little stunned. This child is still young. You are only 6 years old this year, and I heard that the combat power has exceeded 3,000. Welcome to you. Loyolan floated generously to the same height as Asita. Hello, if it weren't for you, our husband and wife would never be reunited. Asita politely thanked her. Nothing much. Well, everyone comes over to eat first, the products on this planet are quite rich. Sephilia greeted everyone, and the four of them began to eat and chat. During this time, Loyolan said that she would go out and practice with Sephilia. Hers naturally agreed very much, and then based on his own experience, he spoke to the universe. Various situations were introduced. By the way, Hertz, the science of Kasha Star, we have been observing for a long time. After I have left with Sephilia, you and Asita will pay more attention to it. If you are sure that there is no problem, you will practice. Teach them the methods, first pass some basics. After listening to Hertz, his face was calm and said, Don't worry. I will pay attention to this. Hertz was also instilled with the knowledge of earth martial arts in his mind. It is precisely because of the profound mysteries of it that he must be more cautious when dealing with these things. This may be a key link in the rise of science. The deep martial art of the earth, combined with the fighting blood of science, coupled with the practice of the gravity chamber, can grow to a level beyond the limits of the body even for low-level fighters. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 47, Trade Planet. Hertz is also a person with martial arts knowledge of the Earth Temple. With him, a powerful warrior with a combat power of more than 10,000, Loyolan does not have to worry about what will happen to the science of Caxiexing. If the training is appropriate, some fighters with good understanding will be selected for key training. It may not take a few decades, and there will be strong men like Monkey King in the Saiyan clan. Of course, Loyolan would not hold such big expectations that everyone could be like Monkey King. The reason why Monkey King was able to achieve extraordinary achievements was largely related to his incomparably pure and innocent heart. It was precisely because he had no distractions and focused on improving himself that he could achieve such achievements. Continuing to explain the next thing to Hertz, Loyolan left the gravity spacecraft to Hertz. At this stage, Loyolan's reliance on the gravity spacecraft is far less than imagined. For gravity training, a gravity chamber is enough. On the contrary, Hertz is going to manage the science of Kasha Star. It is often needed. Loyolan, Sephiria, don't worry, I will take care of those people. Hertz assured Loyolan and the others with a serious expression. We are relieved with you. Loyolan smiled and waved. Sephiria looked straight at Hertz and his wife with a pair of eyes at this time, and said, You two must give birth to children quickly. Now there are not many Saiyans. For the continuation of the race, you should do it too. Contribute. Asita was embarrassed by Sephiria's words, and said embarrassingly, Sephiria, what are you talking about? Hertz was a lot bolder, hugging Asita and said, Don't worry, we will work hard. You follow nonsense too. Asita's face was red. After bidding farewell, under the watchful eyes of Hertz and Asita, Loyolan hugged Sephiria's waist and launched the transfer technique. In a bright light, the two figures gradually blurred, and soon disappeared from Fry Planet. After Loyolan and the others left, Hertz slapped his palms, preparing to go to Caxiexing next to see which tribes were worthy of teaching martial arts. Asita nodded slightly. No matter where she was, as long as she was with her husband, her heart was full of security. On the other side, Loyolan took Cephilia to a remote planet. After a short break, Cephilia asked, "Where to go next? If you experience it, it's best to go to some disturbances." Planet. Loyolan thought for a while and said, "I want to go to the west of the northern galaxy. It is the birthplace of the Saiyans. Although the planet Sheridha has been destroyed, there should be some debris left." Cephilia was also interested in the place where the Saiyans originated, so he nodded approvingly. "The western side of the northern galaxy is far from here, and Frisia's forces have not continued there." Loyolan, "So we need a brand new star map." I took a look. There is a small trading planet half a month away from here. More detailed star maps should be available there. Cephilia draped Loyolan's shoulders. "Sometimes I really envy your ability to transfer space." Loyolan smiled and told Cephilia that there is a planet called Adrit in the universe, where the telemobility is called magic. After listening to it, Cephilia was very curious. A pair of beautiful his eyes were shining, and he couldn't wait to see the star of Adrit immediately. In fact, Loyolan is not very clear about the situation on the Adrit star. The original book said that this planet was originally the target of conquest by the Kainyut team, and then by accident, Sun Wukong took the spacecraft. However, since it requires the action of the Kainut team to conquer, it should be a high-level planet. Orion, a planet located to the west of the northern galaxy. This is a relatively peaceful planet. Because of the relatively stable situation, the surrounding races engaged in trade continue to gather here. Gradually, Orion has become a planet dominated by trade, and many races will come. Exchange their own things here. In Olongzing's main shopping mall, two figures, a man and a woman, are walking on the street. The female is 18 or 19 years old, graceful, slender, with cloud-like long hair flying gently. The male looks very young, less than 1 meter tall, and 5 or 6 years old. These two people are Loyolan and Cephilia, who came from Fry. Walking on the spacious street, looking at the merchandise on both sides is a bit dazzling, because the races of nearby planets gather, so there are countless varieties of merchandise on Donglong Star. Of course, you can also see all kinds of strange-looking cosmic people. Some look like dinosaurs and some have chicken-headed heads. These cosmic people generally have low combat effectiveness. Because all kinds of races are quite different and complicated, Olong has an industry that specializes in conservation work. Regal cosmic people usually hire a few bodyguards to accompany them, not only to protect their own safety, but also to show their identity. The combat power of these bodyguards is roughly around 1,000. But the ordinary ones can only do their best to protect themselves, and not to cause trouble is a rule that every cosmic person who enters Orion should follow. On the Commerce Planet, as long as it does not cause trouble, security issues will basically not be a major problem. The planet's managers have also set up a guarantee force specifically for the safety of guests. After all, if the planet engaged in business activities cannot even guarantee personal safety, then the business planet will not be able to develop smoothly. Cephilia was walking on the street. At this time, they had their tails wrapped around their waists, but they still attracted the attention of people around from time to time. I'm going to prepare a few brand new combat uniforms. The combat uniform on Cephilia has been used for a long time, and it is full of cracks, which can no longer reduce the effect of combat damage. Loyolan asked, "Do you have universal currency?" The transactions in the universe use a precious metal called Saiyan, which is a silver-white metal strip with a length of 5 cm and the thickness of a little finger, mixed with various rare ores. The purchasing power of Saiyan is full, and the universe is universal. A small piece of Saiyan can allow a cosmic person to splurge in the universe for a year and even have a balance. It is this metal that Frisia paid to the cosmic people. Cephilia glanced at Loyolan, and grabbed 4 shiny silver metal bars from his pocket. "This is the reward I earned when I performed missions on Vegeta. You can buy a piece of Saiyan. Hundreds of combat uniforms. Unexpectedly, you are still a rich woman." Luolan joked. Sephiria knocked Luolan on the head with a pop, and handed him a Zygen. You can use it to buy a complete star map, and the price of another aircraft is about 1. Hiking. Luolan took Zygen and looked at it in his hand. He didn't expect this 5 cm long metal bar to have such a strong purchasing power. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 48, Frisia Army. After getting a Zygen from Sephiria, Luolan separated from her and wandered on the busy commercial street alone, and then browsed the surrounding shopping malls while looking for places to sell star maps. Alongzing's commercial area sells a wide variety of goods. Because it is a small commercial planet, most of the products sold are more circulated in the universe, such as battle suits, energy launch tubes, detectors, etc. Of course, there are some more famous souvenirs from nearby planets. Wandering the streets all the way, Luolan entered many stores, but after seeing the prices marked on the products, she immediately felt ashamed in her pocket. Although Sephiria gave him a piece of Zygen, and Zygen has extremely strong purchasing power, it was prepared for the purchase of the star chart, and Luolan had no extra money for other consumption. Regrettably walking out of the store, Luolan found a store specializing in the sale of spaceships, thinking that there should be a matching cosmic star map in it. What this shop sells is a personal aircraft. The one less than 10 meters in length is suitable for short-distance interstellar travel, and the price is almost 1 Zygen. After talking with the clerk for a while, Luolan got a brand new star map as he wished. This is a star map with information about all the planets on the west side of the northern galaxy. If you have a suitable spacecraft, you can directly connect it to the spacecraft computer. The clerk took out a dark cube. The overall surface was smooth and flat, and there was nothing to observe with the naked eye. Traces of artificial creation. Can you directly display the star map? Luolan looked at the cube in his hand, like a small Rubik's cube. The clerk said, yes, just press the 2 points on the opposite corners of the cube to display the star map in mid-air. Luolan nodded and pressed the diagonal vertex of the cube as he did, and suddenly a faint blue light shone, and a shadow of the cosmic starry sky appeared in mid-air, and the spiral galaxies turned slowly. These spiral galaxies, each one is a river system similar to the previous Milky Way. In the Dragon Ball world, the northern galaxy encompasses tens of thousands of such river systems. Touch your hand to the projection in the void, and those galaxies will automatically zoom in or out according to the gesture. Each planet inside is marked with the name and coordinate position of the planet. Seeing the dreamlike starry sky and phantom in front of him, Luolan nodded in satisfaction, and then found the starry sky based on what Hertz told him about the position of the planet Sherida. It is a pity that the position in the star chart was empty. There is no trace of the planet Salada. Sure enough, the planet Salada had already died out. Turning off the star map with a slight regret, Luolan asked its price. How much is this about? The clerk replied, this star map in your hand contains most of the area west of the North Galaxy, so the price is more expensive. 1 Zygen. Luolan said directly. Clerk, well, it seems that you are also an expert. The star map cube of this specification is the standard configuration of the spacecraft. The price of a private aircraft is only 1 Zygen, and the price of the star map is definitely not too expensive. If it is the kind of large cosmic star chart that records the entire northern galaxy, then the price is at least 50 Zygen, but the high-level star chart is not sold in his shop here. In the end, Luolan bought the star map cube at the price of 1 Zygen, and then left the store under the watch of the clerk. With the dark cube in his hand, Luolan has no money in his body. Even if he wants to buy other things, he has no money. Would you like to get some money over? After thinking about it, Luolan still shook his head. The means of stealing money on the trade planet is not desirable. If you are not careful, you will provoke the security forces, and maybe you will be wanted by the whole universe for this. Although Luolan may not be afraid of these, but on the trade planet, he still abides by their rules. As well. The most valuable things in Loyal Land's hands are fairy beans and universal capsules, but these two things are not suitable for appearing in the universe right now. After thinking about it, Loyal Land can only give up selling goods in exchange for Zygen. In the universe, it is impossible to have no money. Even Frisia has to rely on selling planets to pay salaries to his subordinates. Should I build a trading planet by myself in the future? Loyal Land thought whimsically in his heart. The figure wandered the street. Suddenly, a cosmic man wearing a Frisia army combat uniform came into his sight. A member of Frisia's army. Loyal Land's complexion was stunned, and he quickly reduced the aura on his body, and then found several other members of the Frisia army walking side by side. One of the cosmic people with pink skin and fleshy thorns caught his attention. That person was Dodalia, the right arm of Frisia. Master Dodaria, there are no Saiyan traces on the nearby planets. All Saiyans should be wiped out. A chicken-headed cosmic guy said flatteringly. Dodalia tore the meat in his hands and sneered, in order to hunt down these Saiyans, my men and horses have been damaged a lot, but fortunately, all the pesky Saiyan monkeys have been wiped out. Well, with Shangbo contact us over there and we can go back. Yes. The cosmic man beside him responded loudly. Blame those Saiyans. I wasted a year outside. Dodaria sneered. In order to hunt down the Saiyans, Dodaria and Shangbo ran around and wanted to return to the headquarters for a long time. At this time, Dodalia glanced at Loyal Land's side, and the black hair caught his attention, but after a flash of sight, the figure suddenly disappeared. Dodalia rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion, is it because my eyes are blurred? I seem to have seen a Saiyan just now. Forget it, let's meet Shamba as soon as possible. The careless Dodalia didn't think about the abnormality just now, and his subordinates didn't even see Loyal Land's figure clearly, so they didn't take it seriously. On the other side, Loyal Land, who used the transfer technique to transfer herself to an alley, was now sweating from her back and her face became hard to look. That guy Dodaria was also on Oron, and maybe even Shangbo was here. No, you must quickly inform Sephria, if you let her and Dodalia run into them, it would be bad. Whether it is Dodoria or Shamba, their combat effectiveness is more than 20,000. Although Cephalia's strength is not weak, it is definitely not their opponent now. Thinking of this, Loyal Land hurriedly searched for Sephria's breath, and quickly locked the opponent's position. Concentrated for a while, the transfer technique was activated immediately. A few kilometers away, Cephalia is choosing a new style combat uniform in the store. The combat uniform style here is much more beautiful than that of the Frisia army. When she changed her clothes and was about to try them on, Loyal Land's figure flickered and appeared in front of her. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it, ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 49, Explosion. Loyal Land's sudden intrusion shocked Cephalia. While she took up her clothes to cover her body, she had already subconsciously condensed a ball of blue energy with her other hand, ready to invade. Smashed. Seeing this, Loyal Land quickly shouted, "Sister, it's me." Seeing clearly that the intruder was actually Loyal Land, Cephalia quickly removed the energy ball in her hand, and then looked at him with an ugly expression, her eyes sharp and oppressive. "Loyal Land, what are you doing in the girls' locker room?" Loyal Land looked at Cephalia's exquisite body, swallowed secretly, and hurriedly said, "Leave Olan Star quickly. I saw the Frisia army here." "What, people of Frisia's army, I will kill them." When Cephalia heard that there were people from Frisia's army, her face was full of evil spirits. "No, I saw that the leader is Dodaria. That guy's combat power is more than 20,000. Maybe even Shangbo will be nearby. Dodaria, that fat man." After Loyal Land said that the leader was Dodaria, Cephalia fell silent for a while, her eyebrows slightly raised. Dodaria and Champo are senior officials in Frisia's army, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is Frisia's right-hand man. The strength of these two people ranks only behind the Kinyut team in the entire Frisia army. If they do their best with the current combat power of Cephilia, it is possible to defeat the opponent. But this risk is too great. Accidentally it will lead to a large-scale search by the entire Frisia army. Yes, they seem to have just completed some mission and are now ready to return to Frisia planet. Loyolan said what he saw. Cephria squinted. If it is really him, there really can't be a direct conflict, but I will give them a big gift when they leave. What are you going to do? Loyolan asked strangely. Cephilia sneered and did not answer Loyolan's question. She looked up and down Loyolan, her face was slightly chilly and said, "You are not going out yet, sister needs to change clothes." Oh. Loyolan reacted and moved out of the locker room awkwardly. But to be honest, Cephalia's figure is really nothing to say, with a perfect body curve and no trace of fat on her body, she deserves to be an adult Saiyan who often fights. After waiting for a while outside the locker room, Cephilia put on a brand new combat uniform and walked out. The white combat uniform is much more beautiful than the Frisia army's combat uniform, with a few strands of naturally falling hair. Sashuang and heroic hair. Really beautiful. Loyolan sighed sincerely. Do you know what is beautiful? Of course I know that you and Taisai are the most beautiful girls I have ever seen. Cephria sneered and said, you have seen us too, but that Taisai is really as beautiful as you say. Loyolan was a little bit unhappy when she heard Cephria's tone. I want to slap my own mouth, how can I bring other girls on when I praise my sister? Made a mistake. Loyolan, of course my sister is more beautiful. I'll believe you. Cephria hummed, feeling better, let's go to Dodoria. You won't fight him. Will not. After squinting her jewel black eyes, Cephilia knew that it was not the time to officially meet, but if Doria were left alone, it was obviously not her style. With Cephria's assurance, Loyolan will take her to the location where Dodalia is located with suspicion. The breath-sensing ability coupled with the transfer technique is the same as the teleshift technique in a small area, except that the energy consumption is somewhat high. Oron's spacecraft anchorage. Dodoria led his subordinates to prepare to return to Frisia, and soon the beautiful green-haired man Shangbo also led the team to gather. After the two men and horses met, the cosmic people under his men carried the materials purchased from Oron. Dodoria talked with Shambo beside the spaceship. That's Dodalia and their ship. Loyolan hides behind the stone pillars in the anchorage, minimizing the energy on his body. Unexpectedly, even Shangbo is here. Cephria's face was solemn, and it was very reluctant to deal with Dodalia alone, and with a stronger Shangbo, this battle was destined to fail. What are you going to do? After their spacecraft takes off, send them off with energy waves together. Cephria looked at the spacecraft in the distance with a leisurely look. That spaceship must be much smaller than Frisia's car, but if it explodes in space, it should look pretty good. I know. Loyolan knew about Cephalia's plan at this time. As long as he moved away immediately after the Qigong wave was released, Dodalia and the others could not track them down, and could not help but nodded in agreement with Cephalia's approach. In fact, even if Loyolan disagrees, with Cephalia's strong character, the things that he made up his mind will definitely be done. The two waited for a moment behind the stone pillars. The cosmic people on the Frisia army had already loaded all the cargo onto the spacecraft. The spacecraft started with a buzz and slowly lifted into the sky in a white light. Let's take advantage of this now and seize the opportunity. Cephilia yelled, her body floated up, her hands each condensed a group of Qigong waves containing ultra-high energy, and then they were released together. At the same time, Loyolan also released the energy he had prepared. All air strikes. Star cannon. Two energy waves shining with brilliant rays of light intersect each other and are released, running through the clouds. Like two dragons rising up into the sky, they suddenly tore the atmosphere. The energy of up to 18,000 fighting power engulfed Loyolan's energy and condensed into a shock wave to release. The scorching breath instantly changed the color of the world and saw the stars burst. The air wave surged, and quickly broke through the air with a roar. Snap! The vigorous energy cut through the invisible barrier between the sky and the universe, and swept towards the spacecraft that was about to leave the atmosphere. In the spacecraft, Dodoria was bragging about what he had gained during this time with Shambo, and started dancing when it came to excitement. Shangbo listened modestly and politely, like a gentleman, but under this handsome and gentle appearance there was a brutal and soul hidden. At this moment, the spacecraft's early warning system detected a high-energy response, and the red warning light and the harsh alarm bell acted at the same time. The rapid sound indicated that a super energy was approaching. What the is going on? Dodalia looked unhappy. Master Dodoria, a very powerful energy is approaching the spaceship and will soon collide with the spaceship. What? Dodalia stood up in a rush, and his fleshy body shuddered. Shangbo furrowed his eyebrows deeply, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. No, get out of the spaceship. Before Dodoria could react, a high amount of energy had already caught up with the spacecraft. There was a fierce explosion, and a huge fireball suddenly lit up on the edge of Oron's atmosphere. The air was violently directed towards the spacecraft. Expansion outside, and then suddenly collapse inward. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 50, the original site of Salada Star. A fierce explosion occurred at the edge of the atmosphere. A fiery ball of fire expanded rapidly and then turned into a black smoke. The spacecraft of the Frisia army was directly bombarded into fragments by high energy, and fragments fell from the sky. The smoke dissipated, and Monk Dodalia floated in an embarrassed figure. The battle suits on his body were full of gunpowder smoke, and all the cosmic people who accompanied them were killed in the explosion. Such a violent explosion immediately attracted the attention of other people on Oron Star, but when it was discovered that the spacecraft that exploded was owned by the Frisia army, everyone wisely chose to avoid it, for fear that it would be a little troublesome. Ah, so brave enough to attack the spaceship of the Frisia army. Dodalia flew into the air like a thunder, pink flesh with scars. Shangbo's face was sullen, his dark green eyes gleaming with cold light. He took out the energy detector to search the surroundings, but the detector screamed several times, and did not detect the high energy response. Strange, no strong energy response was detected around. Impossible, the strength of the energy just now, the releaser's combat power is at least 10,000. Dodalia took out the detector with a look of disbelief. As a result, the attacker's reaction was also not detected, and his expression was startled. Really not? Is the other party using a newly developed energy weapon? But even so, there should be residual energy. Shangbo's eyes flickered, and after turning off the energy detector, he said in a deep voice, I heard that there are some cosmic people in the universe who can freely control the energy of their bodies. When encountering such people, energy detection is not effective. After listening, Dodalia yelled in her throat, it must be so right, I have the courage to attack this lord, I will never let them go. Dodalia's mind was not very active, and Shangbo's anger spread to the unnecessary race when he said this. Shambo also didn't believe that anyone could leave quickly after unleashing a powerful force, so the person who attacked them must be hiding in Oron. You must pay a price to provoke the Frisia army, but this Oron is a commerce planet, and the manager behind it has a certain position among the rich in the universe. Let's inform the manager here first, so don't hurt your peace. Shangbo was silent for a while, regaining his demeanor of gentleman. It's just the flickering cold light in the eyes, showing the tyranny in the heart. After Dodonia was irritable, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Go to the manager here, and be sure to let him give us an explanation. If Oron is not a commerce planet, but a general life planet, Dodria's brutal character may have directly notified the Frisia army headquarters, and then led the army to flatten here. But the commercial planet is different. Every commercial planet has been filed with the Universe Commercial Headquarters when it is built, and is protected by the Universe Commercial Headquarters. The Cosmos Commercial Headquarters, like the Cosmos Killer Organization, the Cosmos Express Company, and the Galaxy Patrol Organization, are all created by the top forces in the universe. Although Frisia's army is notorious in the universe, as long as they still do business, they can't be too domineering. Shang Bo nodded slightly, and then went to find the manager of Oranster together with Dodoria. The person in charge of Olongxing saw Shang Bo and the others approaching the door aggressively. The person in charge, who had already known the matter, hurriedly gave a warm reception, and then he wiped his sweat while carefully serving them, and at the same time sent someone to investigate the suspect who attacked the Frisia army. The result was of course nothing, because at this time Luolan had already left Olan Star with Cephilia. "Sorry, two adults, we did not find the person you were looking for, but we have already reported the matter. The Universe Commercial Headquarters will investigate this matter on a large scale soon, and it will definitely satisfy both of you." The person in charge made a low-key apology. "Because your management is not in place, our Frisia army people have lost a lot." Shang Bo sat on the seat, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, his voice indifferent. The person in charge hurriedly said, "This is our dereliction of duty, and we can compensate." Haha. Shang Bo smiled and accepted the other party's compensation. The death of a few Frisia soldiers will naturally not cause any fluctuations in him, but he can blackmail a profit from the business planet, which is regarded as waste. When they deal with the Cosmos Commercial Headquarters, the Frisia army has to give each other a bit of face. Just as Shambo asked for compensation from the person in charge of the Olan Star on behalf of the Frisia army, Luolan and Cephilia had already travelled far and wide and entered the star field where the planet Sherida was located. Before being destroyed, the planet Sherida was located in the area west of the Northern Galaxy, which was relatively close to the area bordered by the Western Galaxy, so after dozens of jumps, the two siblings entered the predetermined position. In the deep and faint red cosmic background, a hot star steadily existed in the void. The destruction of the planet Sherida brought an extinction to the entire planetary system, and a planetary system has gone through a long period of time. After running, it finally returned to stability. So far, there is still a belt of asteroids in the original orbit of the planet Shida, and those asteroids are the fragments left over after the destruction of the planet Shida. Call out. On a planet that is within the gravitational range of the same star as the Sarada asteroid belt, the void suddenly distorted, and the vigorous figures of Luolan and Cephilia stepped out of the void. Because it is in the habitable zone, this planet also has an atmosphere, but because of its small size, its gravity is only half that of the Earth. In fact, this planet was formed by reassembling some of the remaining material after the destruction of Sherida. According to the information, the planet under our feet is the wreckage after the destruction of the planet Salada. Luolan looked at the surrounding environment. The pocket planet was small, and the curved horizon could be clearly seen in the distance. Probably because of the existence of gods like Realm King and Realm King God in this world, the planetary evolution of the Dragon Ball world is obviously much faster than that of the previous Earth. Sephria looked down at the surrounding scenery, pulling her hair lightly, and her eyes were gleaming as clear as autumn water. "It's a pity, if it wasn't for the stupid war in ancient times, the Saiyans would not lose it. Home here." Luolan said, "If you want to rebuild, it's not difficult." Sephria nodded slightly, and at this moment a harsh roar came from the sky. Looking up at the sky, the bright moonlight is hanging there, because it is located in the asteroid belt, and the planet underneath is often hit by meteorites, and the conditions are very bad. But this roar is obviously not the sound of a meteor hitting the atmosphere, but a spacecraft falling. Sure enough, I saw a delta-wing spacecraft descending from the sky in black smoke, followed by a series of small aircraft, which seemed to be being hunted down. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it, ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 51, Guvaza. A bang came from a distance, and the Delta Wing spacecraft crashed onto a mudflat in thick black smoke. The hard soil was instantly overturned by the impact. The impact caused thick sand and dust with a radius of several hundred. It became blurred within a meter. Loyolan witnessed the entire process of the spacecraft falling, and his excellent eyesight allowed him to see a dozen aircraft following behind. That spaceship seems to be being chased down. Loyolan looked from a distance, with a calm expression. Oh, it's a hapless guy who was spotted by cosmic bandits. This kind of thing often happens in the universe. But looking at the scale of those cosmic bandits, they are just a few small ones. They only dared to rob some lonely spaceships and encounter we Saiyans will only hide far away. Sephria glanced slightly, her lips curled up to reveal a touch of disdain, as if she had become accustomed to such scenes. Would you like to go over and take a look? Of course, this place belongs to our Saiyans. Sephilia nodded indifferently, and her body flashed. Kunli's figure had appeared 100 meters away. Seeing this, Loyolan followed, her body turned into a flash of light. The former site of Sherida is located in a remote part of the northern galaxy, far away from the range of the Frisia army's activities. Even if someone discovers his identity as a Saiyan, it is no big deal. Where the spacecraft fell, the damage caused by the impact made the 50-meter radius completely unrecognizable. In the center of a circular pit, a Delta Wing spacecraft was half buried under sand and gravel, and its body was seriously deformed. At this time, sand and gravel were exposed. Black smoke. Ahem. The cabin door of the spacecraft opened, and an orange cosmic man with a round head struggled out of the spacecraft. Oops, I actually fell on such a deserted planet. Gyuesha looked at the surrounding environment, crying, and suddenly felt cold. You must leave here quickly, or you will be found by the band of bandits soon. Having hurriedly packed the contents of the spaceship, Gyuesha picked up a backpack and was ready to run. At this moment, two figures suddenly came to Gyuesha's side. Gyuesha mistakenly thought it was the cosmic bandit who had knocked down his spacecraft. He fell directly to the ground with a soft body, and his face turned pale. Master, I will give you as much money as you want, please let me go. Gyuesha lay on the ground and wept bitterly, begging the other party to forgive her life. Loyolan looked at the cosmic man with a round head in front of him who kept crying and begging for mercy. Several black lines appeared on his forehead. Does he look like a robber? Even though he also snatched the fairy beans from the cat fairy when he was on Earth, but Loyolan always thinks that he is not a small character like me. Carefully look at the cosmic people in front of you. They have orange skin, round heads and long whiskers on their cheeks. They are not very tall, but they are dressed very fancy. Their clothes are studded with colorful gems. It's like a nouveau riche. This is the Lan Asta. The entire race is engaged in commerce and trade. They are not strong but very rich. They are the most popular target of cosmic bandits. Out of the corner of Sephilia's eyes, she glanced at the cosmic man who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and she was full of disdain for this incompetent race. Lannistars are rich. Loyolan's eyes suddenly lit up. The Lannistars have many cosmic wealthy people, and many of the planets that we Saiyans have struck down are sold to them. Please let me go, I will give you all the money. Gyuesha heard that the other party knew his race, and quickly begged Loyolan to let them go, and then opened the backpack, revealing the silver light inside. The shiny metal bars are all Hygiene. This whole backpack has more than 200 pieces. Loyolan was blinded by Hygiene lying in front of him, and sighed, sure enough, he is a rich man. I have performed missions for so many years, and I haven't earned so much. Sephia's smoky eyebrows slightly raised. Compared with the Lannistar in front of him, he suddenly felt that his previous days were not worth it. It's no wonder that those cosmic bandits have to target this person, so many Hygiene can eat and drink for years if they succeed. Please, this is all my savings, don't kill me. Gyuesha's voice kept trembling, and he deeply regretted why he didn't bring some bodyguards when he went out, otherwise he would not be in danger of life. Up! Get up, we are not robbers. Really? Gyuesha got up suspiciously, took a careful look at Luolan and Sephria, saw the furry tails behind them, looked carefully for a while, exclaimed, "Ah, you are Saiyans, not Saiyans, is it extinct? There are still survivors. The Saiyans will naturally not annihilate their race." Cephalia's tone is cold, and she exudes a strong sense of oppression. She doesn't like hearing others say that her race is annihilated. Right. I'm sorry, it's all spread like this outside. After recognizing Luolan and their identities, Gyuesha finally stopped being as scared as before. Although the Saiyans' reputation in the universe is not very good and they have destroyed many planets, the Saiyans are famous for taking money to do things, and they are much more upright than the dirty and hateful cosmic robbers. My uncle is a famous tycoon. If you help me, you will definitely win the friendship of the Lannistars. As if grabbing the only life-saving straw, Gu made a request. Do you want us to take you away from this planet? Gyuesha nodded quickly. My spaceship is damaged. As long as you are willing to help me, I will give you all the hygiene here. Luolan thought for a while. This deal is not a loss. I can help you eliminate the robbers who chase you, and you can leave in their spaceship. Gyuesha was still worried, and whispered, "Can you me away? I mean, if I encounter a robber again on the way, I will definitely be dead." Seeing the other party's pitiful appearance, Luolan glanced at Sephria, and seeing the other party's eyes and nose and heart silently, he said, "Yes, but you have to add more money." "No problem, as long as you can me to a safe place, I can give you 3 times, no, 4 times the reward." Gyuesha stretched out 3 fingers, fearing that Luolan and the others were not satisfied, and soon changed to 4. 4 times the remuneration, that is probably more than 800 Zygen. Really rich. This is probably the aura of a local tyrant. It made Luolan want to rob. Humph! Cephalia stomped her feet with no expression on her face, and the ground under her feet suddenly cracked in dense cracks. Her face was cold and transmitted to Luolan, "This is probably my salary for 100 years in the Frisia army." The mere Lannistar made such a lavish shot. You must know that Sephria had saved up for a long time, and in addition to daily expenses, he saved 4 hygiene, which is already considered a rich man. "Luolan, we will take over this task, you go and wipe out all the robbers." Seeing Cephalia, who was all over with an uncomfortable breath, Luolan shook his head in doubt. "I don't know why this elder sister has a temper. Could it be the female's menstrual period? If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it, ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 52, Higher. At this time, it is better not to touch Sephria's mold. In his mind, Luolan, who mistakenly thought that the special period of Cephalia was coming, nodded, and then his figure flashed, turning into a stream of light and disappearing in front of Gyuesha and Cephalia. Reappearing has come thousands of years. The robbers in the universe are there. It doesn't matter that little boy is alone. Gyuesha looked suspicious, and the fleshy beard on his cheek continued to waver. Sephria's eyes, as clear as the turquoise lake, glanced at Gyuesha, and said lightly, "My brother can wipe out everyone by himself." "Oh, oh." The suffocating indifference made Gyuesha's words just about to say stuck in his throat, and his face became nervous. On the other side, the cosmic bandit who just got off the spaceship was searching for Gyuesha's figure. The leading cosmic bandit suddenly saw a 6 or 7-year-old boy appear in front of him. He couldn't help feeling strange. When he was about to question him, what greeted them was a violent attack like a flash flood and a tsunami. "Hey!" Luolan's figure flickered like a gallop. Suddenly, an enlarged face appeared in the line of sight of the leading robber, and the freezing cold air was frightening. Before these cosmic robbers hadn't realized what was going on, Luo Lan's figure had already circled around them. A fierce attack swept through, and only a crackling fight was heard. The silhouettes of people were flung out, and the scene immediately became a mess. "Ah, where's the kid, who is so powerful? Quickly, aim at him with the laser gun." Seeing that many people on his side had been shot into the air, the bandit leader showed a trace of panic in his eyes, angrily, and gave orders. "Call out! Call out! Call out!" Sections of fire snakes spewed out, and dense energy rays flew out of the barrel. The combat power of these cosmic bandits is less than 1,000. They usually rely on a large number of people to rob some races with weak combat power. Now facing Luo Lan's attack, they suddenly lose the ability to resist, like a headless fly. He fired around with the energy gun, but he couldn't aim at Luo Lan at all. There was a sneer at the corner of her mouth, and Luo Lan's eyes suddenly burst into cold light, further accelerating. It was crackling, and saw countless illusory after-images wandering between them, and Luo Lan dealt with this group of cosmic bandits who destroyed the dead. Then he jumped up, his body came to an altitude of 100 meters above the ground, and his hands were folded to release a powerful attack. Star Cannon. Boom! The dazzling stars flickered, like the entire galaxy pouring down, and the billowing torrent instantly destroyed everything. After a brief period of silence, a cloud of flaming mushrooms suddenly rose up on the surface, and a strong gust of wind engulfed terrifying energy and swept out in all directions. "Everything is done." He patted his palms, and glanced at the scorching earth exuding billowing heat. An explosion pit with a diameter of 100 meters was extremely eye-catching. Luo Lan showed a relaxed smile on his face, light and shadow flashed, and returned to Gu Weisha and the others. "Those guys have been killed by me." Gu Weisha opened his eyes wide and couldn't believe it. "Is this solved?" Luo Lan posed a face, a little man with a mere 1,000 combat effectiveness. "Is it still troublesome?" Gu Weisha was uncomfortable with a breath of choking. Only then did he realize that the Saiyans, the world-famous fighting nation, are so powerful, and that a 6 or 7-year-old boy is so powerful. "My brother's combat power is 3,600. Sephilia looked indifferent, and when she talked about Luo Lan's combat effectiveness, a smile appeared in the corner of her mouth unconsciously. 3,600, you deserve to be a fighting nation. I didn't expect even a child to be so terrible, so how powerful is this young lady's combat power?" Gu Weisha swallowed, his voice trembling. When asked about Sephia's combat effectiveness, Sephilia glanced at him and said indifferently about her combat effectiveness, "My combat effectiveness is 18,000. 18,000 combat power." At first hearing Sephilia's combat power, Gu Weisha somewhat doubted whether his ears had misheard him, and once again confirmed that it was really 18,000 combat power. Gu Weisha was completely dumbfounded and plunged into a great shock. The shock. We must know that in the universe, life with low combat power is generally the main thing. More than 1,000 combat power is more popular. 3 or 4,000 combat power can dominate one side. 10,000 combat power is definitely rare. This girl in front of you is so strong, worthy of a fighting nation. Gu Weisha felt that his head was stunned, and his heart was full of ecstasy after the extreme shock. He was able to hire 2 such powerful fighters, and his life safety was no longer worrying. Next, Gu Weisha seemed to become a person, suddenly changed from a wealthy tycoon to a licking dog, pleasing Sephilia in every way, and constantly asking questions. Seeing this chubby cosmic being still harassing Sephilia, Luo Lan looked impatient and slapped him to the ground. "No matter how annoying you are, I will kill you," Luo Lan said coldly. "Ah! I'm sorry, I won't do this again." Gu Weisha looked at Luo Lan, saw that the other party didn't seem to be joking, and quickly apologized. Luo Lan nodded, "State your destination, and get your reward after completing the task." "I live on the planet of Stuno, which is my private vacation planet," so you can send me there. Gyuesha whispered. Really rich people, even private planets. Luolan raised his eyelids, took a look at the other party, and took out the star map cube to query the location of planet Sterno. It's quite far away from the original site of the planet Sherida, and it would take more than a month to take a space robber's spacecraft. Forget it, just take you there. Luolan, who originally planned to take the space robber spacecraft, felt that time was wasted, and decided to use her own abilities. After thinking about it, Luolan nodded towards Sephria, then grabbed Gyuesha's hand and activated the transfer technique. After a while, the stars shifted, the space changed, and the surrounding scene suddenly changed. It was the first time that Gyuesha experienced a space shift, and was caught off guard by Luolan for a space jump. Before he recovered, the three of them arrived. A strange star field. Oh! Gyuesha, who is not strong in his own strength, couldn't stand the turbulence of space transfer, his face turned pale, and his mouth retched. Luolan didn't care about him at all. After several more transfers, she finally came to a green planet. Here, this is the planet of Stunno. Luolan said abruptly. Okay. Gyuesha had experienced bumps all the way, his head was still dizzy, and he had not recovered from Luolan's voice. He looked at the environment around his eyes, and it turned out to be the planet Stunno he is familiar with. I actually really came back, brother Luolan, you are amazing. Luolan dodged Gyuesha's embrace. You can pay the salary. Oh, of course of course. Gyuesha nodded hurriedly, still feeling unbelievable. He was in a distant alien planet before, and he came back in the blink of an eye. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. LTNovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 53, Adrat. The planet Stunno is Gyuesha's private vacation planet. It's normal for a wealthy man like Gyuesha to own a few private planets. Gyuesha doesn't understand how Luolan brought him there all at once. Here, I just feel that the young Saiyan is becoming more mysterious and powerful. When he came to Gyuesha's private castle, Gyuesha immediately asked his servants to prepare rich food to entertain Luolan and the others. The magnificent castle is richly decorated, the walls are inlaid with various colorful gems, and the utensils are made of the most precious materials, all revealing the atmosphere of the local tyrants. At the banquet, Gyuesha held a glass of wine and savored it, his face full of comfort. Only after surviving the dead can we appreciate the preciousness of peace. There was a crackling, and the clash of dishes and chopsticks. Luolan and Sephilia let go of their stomachs and ate a lot of food. The food in front of them disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dishes continued to pile up and piled up like a mountain in the blink of an eye. Gyuesha had heard early on that Saiyans were particularly edible, but was still frightened by their appetite, and quickly asked the servants to continue preparing food. As a tycoon, Gyuesha possesses all the resources of this private planet, and a few meals are simply inconspicuous. Little brother Luolan, thanks to you, I can escape from the hands of cosmic robbers. Gyuesha expressed his heartfelt thanks. Nothing, we just accepted your request. Luolan couldn't speak clearly, his mouth was full of food. Gyuesha smiled pleasedly and patted his palms. An intelligent robot took a metal box and opened it to see that it was full of Zygen. There are a total of 850 Hygen here. It is your reward for escorting me. Really don't consider being my bodyguard. Gyuesha looked at Luolan hopefully. Luolan wiped his greasy hands, put away the box of Zygen, and shook his head. You are so rich and lack bodyguards? There are so many masters in the universe, or please ask another. There are many masters in the universe, but there are very few strong people like you and your sister. Gyuesha is a little regretful, but he has also heard of the character of the fighting nation Saiyan, so he no longer entangles in this matter. If you have any entrustment, you can contact me. I still have some people here. Luolan left his contact information. Of course, a great honor. Gu Weisha quickly saved Loyal Lan's contact information. He was scared by the danger outside this time. Now that he can form a friendship with a powerful Saiyan, he is naturally very happy. Maybe it will be able to play a role in the future. After a banquet for both the host and the guest, after the two parties exchanged contact information, Gu Weisha politely sent Loyal Lan and the others out of the castle. After watching them disappear out of thin air in front of his eyes, Gu Weisha said with emotion, "It's really a pair of siblings who are as strong as monsters. The elder sister is so strong and the younger brother is not bad. I can establish contact with them, and I will have safety in the future. Guaranteed." A confident smile appeared on his face, and Gu Weisha smiled heartily, becoming very comfortable in his heart. On the other side, Loyal Lan, who had left the planet of Stuno, carried a box of hygiene for transfer. This feeling was really inconvenient. He frowned slightly, and stopped to divide the hygiene into two and put it into the blank universal capsule. Sister, you take this well. Handed a universal capsule to Sephria's hand. Sephria took the capsule to look at it, carefully put it in her arms, and smiled. If it was before, I would have to work in the Frisia army for 100 years to get these salaries. Your capsule is so convenient, so many things can be received in a small capsule. Loyal Lan said, "This is called a universal capsule, invented by Taisai's father." Loyal Lan told her about Dr. Brives, but apart from fighting, Sephilia didn't care about science and technology. She raised her head, her bright eyes were smiling. "That Taisai, how old are you? Older than you." "A lot bigger." Loyal Lan replied. "Oh." Sephria said, "Oh, you should consider leaving a good blood for the continuation of science in the future. Your topic is turning a little fast. I'm only 6 years old now." Loyal Lan couldn't help being a little bit ridiculous. He smiled and said that he was only a child now, but Sephilia disapproved, saying that Scion's mind has always been precocious. Even if the body does not grow up, he can consider future things. Loyal Lan waved her hand, not knowing what Sephria meant, so she didn't answer this question at all. He hugged Sephilia and started the transfer again. A faint fragrance came from her, and she glanced at Sephilia's beautiful face. Even her face was so elegant and vulgar, and annoying. Loyal Lan couldn't help but wonder, what did she mean by what she said just now? Is she talking about Taisai or herself? Could it be a hint? "Why don't you transfer?" Sephilia impatiently urged after Loyal Lan hugged him for a long time without seeing the change in the surrounding scene. "Oh, transfer right away." Loyal Lan came back to his senses, threw the thoughts in his mind behind his head, and activated the transfer technique with a squeak. Yadrit is a mysterious planet located on the edge of the northern galaxy. On it lives a weird race called Yadrits. This race has a gentle temperament and is rich in extraordinary wisdom, expansion, and invented countless magical secrets that people dream of. Because the stars of Yadrit are hidden from the world, their reputation in the North Galaxy is not particularly great. But in fact, the Yadrits are a powerful race comparable to the Nameks. In the original work, the Kainuite team was needed to be wiped out. In the end, by mistake, Sun Wukong got on the spaceship and came here. On this day, 2 guests were welcomed on the planet that never asked about outsiders. "This is the star of Adrit you mentioned, there is a magical secret technique on it." Sephilia looked around curiously, her breath spread out, but she didn't find any particularly powerful aura. Loyal Lan said, "The secret arts of the Adrit people, the magic of the Namek people, and the martial arts of the Metamor people are all very rare abilities in the universe. If you can learn 1 or 2, you will definitely benefit a lot." Sephria didn't doubt Loyal Lan's words, and couldn't help but look forward to this planet even more. Contain your breath. Although the Adrits are a gentle-tempered nation, if they are too provocative, they may be punished. I don't know how the individual strengths of the Adrits are, but all kinds of secret techniques are not defensible. It is better to maintain a humble heart when you first arrive at your home with Sephria. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 54, Magic Nation. Two of you, the way you appeared really surprised me. It was actually similar to the ability of teleportation. A distant voice floated, and there was a twist in front of them, and a strangely dressed person appeared in front of Luolan and the others. Pink skin, big head, two very long ears, eye sockets protruding outwards, wearing the original costume of Monkey King when he returned to Earth from an alien planet. It is Adrit who lives on the star of Adrit. Star. The strange way of the opponent's appearance made the siblings look tight, and Cephilia reflexively fired an energy attack towards the opponent. Wait! Luolan was about to stop, but Cephilia's attack had already been shot out. Chi, the sharp energy beam pierced the body of the Adrit star directly, attacked and fell on the rock behind, and directly blasted the hard rock to pieces, but the Adrit star appeared unharmed in Luolan's around. Move instantaneously. Luolan muttered with a sharp glow in his eyes. Cephilia blinked his eyes and looked at the star Adrit with some surprise on his face. I can't feel the breath of him at all. It's really an impatient little girl. It is said that the Saiyans should have been extinct. I didn't expect that there are survivors. The Adrits are a gentle race. To outsiders, as long as they don't show hostility, they will not specifically target. The Saiyans are not so easily extinct. It seemed that the star Adrit in front of him made Cephilia feel jealous, and his speech was not as tough as before. The Adrit star smiled, looking at Luolan. His two huge eyes opened only a gap. Little brother's ability is very strange. I don't know that Saiyan has the ability to cross the starry sky. Luolan said, this is the transfer technique of the Metamor star people. Oh, it turns out to be the martial art of the legendary Metamor. It has the same effect as the teleportation technique. That's weird. The Jade Rats suddenly realized, it is said that the Saiyans are the fighting people of the rectum. We will also study martial arts of other races. As long as it is a skill that is conducive to combat and survival, I am willing to learn it. This is also the purpose of our coming. After listening, the Starman Adrit nodded, his eyes suddenly opened, and his dark pupils were extremely deep. Do you want to learn the secret arts of Star Adrit? Luolan didn't mean anything, but directly admitted, that's right. Your breathing and mood swings are very peaceful. Obviously you have a very subtle method of practice. It seems that what you said before is not wrong. Only the race that learns the strengths of others can continue. Since you want to learn, then just follow me. The stars of Adrit are hidden, but they are not ignorant of the outside world. The Saiyans are very clear about what kind of nation they are, so they feel even more commendable for Luolan's humility. Speaking of this, the star Adrit turned and left. When Luolan and Cephilia saw this, their faces were happy, and they hurriedly followed. The Starman of Adrit walked ahead and led the way, and Luolan followed behind. A few floating lights flashed, and the figures of several people disappeared into the sky. Luolan increased the speed to the fastest, but still lagging behind the Adrit star. If you look closely, you will find that the Adrit is not actually walking, but is constantly disappearing and reappearing. Just because the frequency is too fast, the human eye will have the illusion of movement. Luolan whispered incredulously, teleportation can actually be used in this way. Cephilia reached out to Luolan and looked at him with bright eyes. Would you like me to take you for a ride? Luolan shook his head. No, let's follow. The two of them continued to follow behind the stars of Adrits. When Luolan raised the speed to the extreme, the stars of Adrits in front suddenly stopped. We are here. But this is a desert. The surrounding yellow sand is full of sky, the flying gravel is continuous, and the wind blowing is dry and warm. Oh, it's just that you think this is a desert. The Yardrat star gave a chuckle, and his palm drew an arc in the air, as if by magic. The scene in front of Luolan and them suddenly changed drastically. The desert has become an oasis, and towering mountains and trees emerge from the ground like grass. Even the air became moist. Illusion. Sephria said softly, her expression becoming solemn, and if she encountered such a situation during the battle, she would not even have the ability to identify the enemy and ourselves. It's worthy of being a planet that can rival the star of Metamor. Loyolan sighed, the star of Adrit was really weird. It's just a little trick. The two of you come with me. As long as it is a kind visitor, we are all welcome. The Adrits led the way and led Loyolan and Sephilia into their city. Everything in front of me is fictitious and real, half-truths, and unclear. If there is no familiar person leading the way, it is easy to get lost in it. This city can be said to have gathered countless wisdom of the Adrit people. Even if the enemy is besieged, it is not so easy to break. You can live here, and you can ask people around you if you learn the secret technique, but there is a requirement. No matter what you learn here, you can't teach it to other people. The Adrits control secret techniques very much. Strictly, they allow others to learn, but they do not allow others to teach it arbitrarily. Anyone who wants to learn needs to be screened by them. The secret art of the Adrit star is a technique that influences energy through the spirit, and wrong learning will only destroy one person. The Adrit starman went on to explain. We know. Loyolan and Sephilia nodded together. Then he settled down in their city under the arrangement of the Adrits. The secret arts mastered by the Adrits are all sorts of strange. There are many auxiliary skills, and there are many skills to adapt to the needs of combat. Of course, Sephria chooses secret techniques that can enhance combat effectiveness in battle. Loyolan looked at the simple and elegant buildings in the city, and immediately looked for teleportation technique. This secret technique is similar to the transfer technique he has mastered. It should be very easy to learn. But after the formal study, Loyolan realized that the two were totally different. The transfer technique of the Metamores uses special techniques to mobilize the energy in the body, which can exert a power effect several times beyond the limit of the body. The transfer technique focuses on space transfer, a bit like the wormhole technology in science fiction. To open the space by manpower, you need to know the location of the destination in advance, and the preparation time is a bit longer than telemotion. Generally speaking, it is not suitable for use in combat. Compared with it, the telemovement of the Adrits is as flexible as magic. You only need to detect the breath of the opponent, and you can directly transmit the body through the breath. It is very good in daily life and actual combat. The use of. The disadvantage is that places where the breath is too weak or there is no breath cannot be reached. The combination of transfer and teleport can play an unexpected role, but it takes a very strong understanding to merge the two things together. After sinking his heart, Loyolan earnestly realized the difference between transfer technique and teleport technique and tried to merge them. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 55, Mami Tsukiro. On the plain covered with verdant grass, a young figure floats more than 3 meters above the ground. Loyolan closed his eyes tightly, his body suddenly shining with a faint white light. An upward force dragged the gravel on the ground to float up, and the biting whirlwind whizzed out, curling layers of ripples like waves. Huo ran. Loyolan opened his eyes, and glittering electric light flashed through his eyes. After a period of painstaking practice, I finally merged teleportation and transfer technique. A smile was raised on his lips, his figure suddenly became blurred, and he appeared again on a hill that was already 10,000 meters away. Grabbing his fingers on the steep rock wall, looking down at the distant scenery, the delicate soft wind blows on his face, and a refreshing feeling of coldness with moisture emerges spontaneously. This is 1 year after Loyolan entered the Star of Yadrit. After this year of practice, Loyolan has perfectly integrated teleportation and transfer technique. Now as long as his mind arrives, any distance in space it is no longer an obstacle to trap him. Moreover, the combination of the advantages of the two makes him completely unnecessary to worry about energy consumption when performing teleport, which can be said to come and go freely. It took Sun Wukong a year to learn teleportation. Although I also spent a year, my teleportation is much more practical than his. Even if it is compared with Jabut, it is not much worse. Luo Lan thought. Comparing Monkey King and Jebet, the conclusions obtained satisfy him. Gazed at the distant scenery, smiled slightly, and disappeared from the hill. Sephria, how are you doing? Coming to Sephria, this beautiful woman was thinking hard about learning a secret technique called void replacement. This secret technique can transfer most of the attack power to a different dimension when the body is attacked. It is a secret technique that weakens the opponent's attack and avoids the user's body from being injured. It can be said to be the only way to strengthen the actual defense ability. Select. Of course, for too many attacks beyond the body's ability to withstand, the void replacement art cannot transfer too much. Sephria stood up, her beautiful black hair fluttering in the wind, her eyebrows frowned slightly like smoke. I haven't practiced yet, I always feel something is wrong. You will always feel it when you calm down. Sometimes the practice of the secret technique depends on your own comprehension, and no one else can help. Have you studied your telemotion? Okay. Luo Lan let out a hui. I plan to get in touch with secret techniques such as storage. Although the universal capsule is very convenient to use, if it is lost, the loss will be great. Whether it is Xiandu or Xijan, Luo Lan is stored in a universal capsule, but it is not very safe to carry it with him. Tai Sai once had the experience of losing the universal capsule. Regarding Luo Lan's concerns, Sephilia felt that he was making a fuss. You must know that this happened before when there was no universal capsule. Now that there is a universal capsule, he is worried about losing it. In Sephria's words, it is hypocritical. If you eat too much delicacies, the delicacies of the mountains and the sea are unpalatable. If you want to learn, just go and learn, don't disturb me. Sephilia didn't care about other things, and after sending him a sentence, she continued to comprehend void replacement art. Luo Lan laughed, approaching Sephria, curling her fingers around the opponent's black hair, and quickly teleporting away when Sephilia was about to get angry. Humph! With a cold snort in anger, Sephilia glanced at the place where Luo Lan disappeared, suddenly smiled, and then closed her eyes. The whole figure was as quiet and natural as a cluster of orchids. On the other side, Luo Lan went to consult the nearby Yadrit people after leaving Sephria, and she obtained a secret technique for special storage from them. Luo Lan, if he had obtained the most precious treasure, began to study patiently, and it took about 4 months to learn this secret technique. The finger drew a circle against the void, the glittering flashes lighted up with sparks produced by the metal impact, and an extra-dimensional space dedicated to storage was opened. After Luo Lan repeatedly opened and closed to confirm that they were correct, he removed most of the fairy beans and the gold is deposited in the different dimension space, leaving only a small amount of it for temporary use. At night, the hazy night is extraordinarily quiet, like a calm deep ocean that cannot make any waves. Luo Lan and Sephilia live on the planet Yadrit, but in order to facilitate their usual practice, they moved out of the city of the Yadrit people and came to a valley on the other side of the planet. The sound of buzzing vibrations, the dark gravity training room made a sound of running. At this time, the night was quiet, and this kind of sound was particularly obvious. Even at this night, Sephilia was still practicing in the gravity room, like her diligent race demi people are rare. Luo Lan was preparing supper in the kitchen of the mobile cabin, thinking that Sephilia was so diligent and prepared something delicious for her in the evening. The silver-grey moonlight shone through the glass, but it was not obvious under the light. Getting ready for supper, Luo Lan smiled and wanted to call Sephria over to eat together. As soon as he left the door, he found that the outside was very bright, the dense leaves were clearly visible, and even some small insects could be seen clearly. Today's moonlight is so beautiful. Sighing inside, Luolan suddenly felt something was wrong. Moonlight? Eyebrows frowned slightly, and an inexplicable feeling of unreliability rose in his heart. Sure enough, when he raised his head, he saw a bright round moon hanging in the night, like a jade plate, especially beautiful. Full moon. Today was actually a full moon. No, it should be said that there was a full moon on the star of Yudrit. Luolan's heart trembled suddenly, and his expression gradually became stiff. Plop! Plop! The speed of the heartbeat suddenly increased, and the blood all over his body seemed to boil in an instant. Luolan's eyes flashed red, and his body began to tremble unconsciously. The tail behind the Saiyan will be stimulated by the moonlight at the full moon, which will cause the cells to mutate and transform into a great ape. Except for a few advanced warriors and royal families, once the Saiyans become great apes, they will lose their minds and change. Become a monster that can only destroy. Therefore, all Saiyans avoid becoming a great ape except when they save their lives. It's over, I'm going to lose my mind. Luolan gritted her teeth and suppressed herself strongly, but the Saiyan's animality gradually took the upper hand, his expression became dull, his body began to grow thick, and his whole body began to grow brown hair. Roar! Finally, in an angry roar, Luolan turned into a huge ape more than 20 meters high and lost his mind. He slammed his chest vigorously in place, and the earth shook violently. The huge destructive force penetrated into the ground, immediately destroying everything around a radius of 100 meters. Boom! Boom! An energy shock wave spouted from the mouth, and a huge mushroom cloud rose in the distance. The flaming mushroom cloud rushed into the sky, and the dense smoke covered the sky. At this time Luolan had become a crazy monster who only knew about destruction. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 56, Giant Monkey. Boom! Another crimson fireball rose slowly. Accompanied by a huge explosion, thousands of meters in a radius were covered by thick smoke and fire. The smell of choking nose passed through, which was suffocating. However, Luolan had lost his reason. Pull up all the things that can be thrown away, and throw it into the distance. A rock with a diameter of 5 meters was thrown several kilometers away, then fell from a high altitude and hit the ground heavily. Boom! The earth suddenly cracked dense cracks. The vibration of the landslide was like being hit by a shell. The range of tens of meters became unrecognizable. After the impact, the shock wave visible to the naked eye spread everywhere, and the wind overwhelmed the surrounding trees. On the side of the gravity training room, Cephilia suddenly felt a powerful and tyrannical aura emerging from nearby, and walked out of the training room suspiciously, but just saw the great ape Luolan, who was destroying everywhere, Cephilia's face. It became difficult to look immediately. Damn it, have you lost your mind because of the great apeification? Cephilia frowned slightly, and instantly came to Luolan's shoulder. Luolan, you wake me up. The great ape saw her, turned and attacked, and an energy wave was ejected from his mouth. I don't even know me. Cephria raised her eyebrows, her pretty face suddenly showed a bit of suffocation, and there was a shuddering coldness all over her body. When she was about to teach Luolan a lesson, that giant the monkey aimed at her again and attacked. Roar! A flaming energy shock wave sprayed towards Cephilia. When Cephilia saw it, she clenched her fist and slammed it forward. With a bang, the shock wave was deflected and hit a distant mountain peak, and an instant arose a huge mushroom cloud. The hot air wave spread out immediately. Seeing that his attack had no effect, the giant ape was so angry that he kept throwing energy towards the surrounding area, and a large area was destroyed beyond recognition in a moment. Idiot, this is Star Adrit. Cephria bit her lip lightly, and her figure flashed to the great ape's side. If it's an ordinary planet, even if it causes great damage, Cephilia won't take it too much, but the problem is that she and others are learning secrets from the Adrits, but they are causing damage to other people's planets. It can't be justified. All air strikes. As Sephria yelled out this voice, the air seemed to be agitated, and a burst of radiant energy was released. Hey! The powerful energy hit the giant ape's chest, and the burning pain made the giant ape roar in pain. Seeing this, Sephria didn't show any mercy at all. A cold light flashed across her eyes, her actions were swift and violent, and she attacked the giant ape violently in the blink of an eye. In Sephria's philosophy, as long as it is confirmed as a threat, then it is absolutely impossible to give the opponent any chance to resist, and even if there is anything, you have to wait until the opponent is completely knocked down. Sephria has seen a lot of things that have been overturned by his opponents because of a lot of talk. Dugging in the battle is not only disrespect for the enemy, but also irresponsible for his own life. Cephalia will never do such a foolish thing. Pang! 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 Fierce attacks continued to sound, and illusory afterimages spread all over the place. Cephalia gave full play to her advantages, her dexterous and graceful posture kept flashing, and she attacked like clouds of wind. Every attack is comparable to a nuclear bomb, and if these attacks fall in a certain city, it is enough to destroy the entire city several times. Roar! The great ape waved his arms and made a deafening roar, and the terrifying sound waves dispelled the clouds in the sky. The deafening sound pierced the eardrums, which made people dizzy. Sephria's face turned pale involuntarily, and her movements became slightly sluggish. With a snap, the giant ape's eyes flashed with red light, and his sturdy arms slapped towards Cephalia, and in the blink of an eye he came to Cephalia. Seeing this, Cephalia arched up and covered her chest with her hands. Boom! The brutal attack hit Cephalia with a violent momentum, and instantly knocked her out. The body hit the rock wall of the distant hill like a cannonball. The whole hill was shaken by the sky and the earth cracked, and the rock fell and fell, leaving a big human-shaped hole. Ahem! A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Cephalia's mouth, and there was no trace of blood on her pale face. Seeing the annoying fly being shot by himself, the giant ape happily jumped and slapped his chest in place. The giant ape-shaped Luolan has actually become so powerful. With energy alone, he has already surpassed me. Shaking his dizzy head, Cephalia realized that her state was not the giant ape's opponent. However, you are not the only one who can become a great ape. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and Cephalia raised her head and looked at the bright moon like a jade plate. The Great Ape Transformation ability is the life-saving skill of the Saiyan, which stimulates the tail to produce body mutation. Although the energy will increase by 10 times in the case of the Great Ape Transformation, this stimulating transformation has a huge flaw. Only a few upper-level fighters only with the royal family can overcome the irritable mood after transformation. Once the intermediate fighters and lower-level fighters transform, they will lose their minds. The silvery grey moonlight stimulated Cephalia's tail, the blood in his body was instantly activated, and a brutal breath from the ancient and wild was released. Cephalia's body continued to expand, and in a flash, it became a height of more than 30 meters. Great ape! This state is really ugly. If it's not for nothing, I am absolutely unwilling to make such a transformation. The ape-shaped Sephria said disgustingly. Although the giant ape can bring powerful power to the Saiyan, the huge body is also extremely heavy. Once the attack is not successful, it will easily become a living target. This kind of transformation at the expense of speed is not what Cephalia likes. In actual combat, if even the opponent can't hit it, then it's useless no matter how strong it becomes. This is why Shangbo and others in the original book knew that Vegeta would transform, but still looked down upon him. Hey, my combat effectiveness doesn't seem to be increased to 10 times. Feeling the power contained in the body, Sephria found that her energy increase was a little less than expected. Originally, with her combat power of more than 20,000 points, the giant ape should be able to reach 200,000 combat power after being transformed into a giant ape, but in fact it did not. She estimated that her combat power in the giant ape state was only about 120,000. 120,000 combat power, maybe there is some upper limit for the transformation of the great ape. Sephria guessed in her heart. In the previous period of Vegeta, because Saiyans with combat power of more than 10,000 were already rare, not many people knew how much energy the Saiyans with higher combat power could reach after being transformed into giant apes. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 57, The Dust Settles. Humph, weak strength is a bit weak, but Luolan is enough to teach Luolan. She was so worried about her giant ape form in her heart, and Sephilia looked at the other giant ape in the distance. Full of tyrannical emotions. At a height of more than 30 meters in Sephria, the great ape that Luolan has transformed is like a child. Of course, Luolan himself is a minor. Stepping forward, the violent foot force suddenly penetrated and burst the rocks beneath the ground. The ground seemed to bear the impact of hundreds of tons of heavy objects falling vertically from an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the soil splashed. What? As if feeling the danger is approaching, the great ape Luolan let out a hysterical roar, his body kept retreating, and when he couldn't avoid it, a large wave of fiery red energy was suddenly ejected from his throat. Humph! Seeing this, Sephria snorted coldly, violent power filled his body, and a fist smashed away, breaking Luolan's energy wave. Immediately after coming to Luolan, it was like a grumpy parent who saw the disobedient bear child playing there. He slapped his palms and slapped his hands. The giant ape over 20 meters high was beaten out. He fell to the ground with a bang, and the earth shook and cracked. The huge movement on Luolan's side naturally shocked the stars of Yadrit. They teleported from the city side, but they saw two huge giant apes fighting in the valley. The whole valley was almost flattened. One point clearly has the absolute upper hand. Is that the great ape incarnation of the Saiyan? It's terrible. It turns out that the Saiyan has such a powerful force hidden in the body, but this transformation obviously has a great defect. The manic force beyond the body's ability to bear can easily affect the mind. Fortunately, the little girl named Sephria did not lose her mind. A terrifying force with a combat power of more than 100,000 is absolutely rare in the universe. Many Yadrit people are fortunate that Sephria did not lose their minds because of the transformation, otherwise their Yadrit stars would have suffered. After all, experts with hundreds of thousands of combat power can easily destroy a planet, and even if their nation's defense capabilities are strong, they cannot withstand the damage caused by the destruction of the planet. Keep watching, this crisis should end soon. The Saiyans are really an amazing nation. Each of the Adrits sighed with emotion, and then while paying attention to Luolan and Sephilia's situation, they used their power to regulate the surrounding environment. Some of them use occult techniques to limit the scope of energy spread, and some use occult techniques to restore the destroyed environment. In the distance, two great apes looked at each other from a distance. Sephilia tilted her head and suddenly shouted, and her palms were superimposed on Luolan to release an energy attack. Air strike! The air suddenly squeezed, and the bright light flashed slightly, and a group of bright white energy bombs immediately shot out like a laser. The deep night was suddenly illuminated by this white light, and it suddenly became like daylight. With the advantage, Sephria did not choose the strongest attack method all-air strike, but replaced it with a slightly weaker air strike. Hiss! The terrifying attack hit Luolan's body, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. The intense pain caused the great ape to scream, and his huge body was ejected into the air by a big explosion. At this moment, Sephria seized the opportunity. This is the end. A thin air blade condensed in Sephria's hand, aiming at the tail of the great ape in the sky. Immediately, the Keyblade drew a beautiful arc in the air. With a pounce, a huge tail was chopped off, and as the tail landed, Luolan's body size continued to shrink, and soon he recovered. The original look. Sephria stretched out her palm to hold Loyolan in her hand, and then sat down with her back facing the moonlight. Miss Sephria, should the crisis here be lifted? A greeting came, and the Adrets came to her. Sephria, in the form of a great ape, lowered her head and said, "It's okay. I'm sorry for the accident this time. It's fine if it's okay. It seems that it's necessary to strengthen your brother's mental exercises. Otherwise, the Jadrits can't bear it again. Even if the Jadrits are calm, they don't want their own. There is a guy on the planet who may run away at any time. I will let him do this exercise. By the way, about how long will the full moon appear on your Yadrit star?" About once a year. As long as you don't look at the moon when it's full, nothing will happen, and I have already cut off Loyolan's tail, so I don't have to worry about running away. So we can rest assured." Several Adrits nodded, then their figures flashed and the teleportation disappeared. Cephalia put Loyolan down from her hand. At this time, Loyolan had fainted, and flicked Loyolan's head with her fingers, and said quietly, "It's really useless. Even the power of the giant ape can't stand it. Good dim sum for me, it must be gone." The light breeze blows up the dust, the dead branches and leaves flutter with the wind, everything settles down. After a long time, Sephia's great ape state began to lift and her body returned to its human form. "Humph, after a fight, I was sweating all over my body." Feeling a sticky body, Cephalia sniffed the sweat on her body, and immediately stood up dissatisfied, and then dragged Loyolan to the distance. In a lake, he put Loyolan casually on the shore and jumped into the lake by himself. The cold lake water soaked her body, and Cephalia untied her combat uniform and soaked in the lake water to her heart's content. After a while, Loyolan woke up from a coma and found that half of her body was soaked in the lake water. "I shook my head, and there was a piercing pain in my body. What's wrong with me? By the way, I lost my mind because of seeing the full moon." Gradually recalling her previous memories, Loyolan was startled to realize what had happened to her. After looking around, his tail had been cut off, and there was still a tingling sensation in the wound. It should have been made by Cephalia. Fortunately, it did not cause any major disaster. Loyolan breathed a sigh of relief. The memory of the great ape turned into intermittent memories, but Cephalia is really cruel. I seem after being abused by her. When can such a character be changed? What are you muttering there alone? There was a clear and nice female voice, and the sound of dripping water came from the lake. Loyolan looked for her voice, and saw Cephalia's figure protruding from the lake. Under the moonlight, her black hair was wet and stuck together, and a drop of water dripped down her white skin. The weight is moderate, the skin is white and beautiful, and the bottle is not small, it is perfect. Looking at Cephalia's flawless body, Loyolan couldn't help but exclaim. Sephria glanced at him faintly, and floated to Loyolan's side, calmly steaming the water droplets in front of him, and then put on a new combat uniform. "Close your eyeballs, I have something to tell you." Cephalia rolled her eyes to Loyolan, and knocked him on the head. "Oh, you said." Loyolan was sitting in distress. Cephalia looked at him with a little dissatisfaction. "Even the mere stimulus of the moonlight can't bear, and no one can stop you from the great ape transformation in the future." Loyolan just wanted to say that there is still you. But seeing Sephria staring at him sternly, she couldn't help but get stuck. Sephria continued. "The Jadrits suggest that you strengthen your spiritual practice. I think it makes sense, so I will use your savvy to find a way to overcome the problem of the great apeification and loss of reason." Loyolan's expression was bitter. "This is not easy. This problem must be solved. You can't cut off your tail as soon as the full moon arrives," Sephria said with a serious expression. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 58, Tail Problem. Loyolan thought about it. As long as the tail behind the Saiyan is stimulated by the moonlight at the full moon, it will stimulate the cells in the body to mutate. If there is no way to control the sudden surge of violence in the body, then loss of control is inevitable. He can't stop going out every time when the full moon arrives, or just remove his tail like Monkey King and others. Luolan also thought about removing the tail, but after a serious thought, he felt that this method is really simple and rude, and it feels like a headache. Besides, the transformation of the great ape is not useless, at least it can save a life when it is really in danger. After thinking about so much, Luolan still has an idea in his mind, and that is about the transformation of the ape-shaped Saiyans. The Saiyans in the 7th universe are different from the Saiyans in the 6th universe. The Saiyans of the 6th universe are born with strong and normal combat effectiveness. In contrast, the Saiyans of the 7th universe are much weaker, and the problem may lie in the tail. However, whether it is better to have a tail or not to have a tail is actually difficult to say clearly. The Saiyans in the Vegeta era regarded the tail as a weakness and never played its role perfectly. It should be just a tail in terms of being a giant and application of, and it is still quite superficial. Thinking of this, Luolan solemnly nodded, I will strengthen my mental exercise and try my best to avoid such things from happening again today. That's right. Sephiria smiled. Higher-level fighters are easier to control the great ape power than mid-level fighters, which should be due to their talents, but they are currently in the Star of Yudrit, and there may be ways to strengthen their mental training. Guru. At this time, Sephria's stomach suddenly heard a hungry voice. Luolan sat very close to her, of course he heard this voice. So he stood up and said, You are hungry. It's a pity that I messed up the supper that was already prepared. Wait for me for a while, and you will be ready to eat soon. Move faster. Sephria urged with a straight face pretentiously. Only at this time will Cephalia put her posture very low. There is no way. Luolan's craftsmanship is indeed much better than her. After eating his dishes once, eating her own things is like chewing wax. Can't eat it at all. Don't worry, it will be well soon. After giving Cephalia a relieved look, Luolan smiled heartily and went to prepare food alone. Although the previous cabin had been destroyed by the violent energy because of Luolan's great ape transformation, he still had a RV with various facilities in it. He set up the stove skillfully, and then took out a new set of kitchen utensils from the universal capsule to cook, and soon the tangy fragrance came oncoming, and the smell of the smell alone made people's tongue and appetite open. Sephria's bright eyes were open, sitting on the side eagerly waiting. Seeing her pretending to be cold, but sticking her head out from time to time, Luolan couldn't help but smile, and brought up a few plates of steaming food. Sephria took the food and put it in front of him, sipped it into his mouth, the wonderful taste stirred the taste buds, and immediately squinted his eyes with enjoyment. It's delicious, I really don't know how you learned this craft. He glanced at Luolan with admiration and continued to enjoy the delicious food. Saiyan's appetite was very good, and the snacks prepared by Luolan were quickly eaten by Cephalia. Wiping his belly comfortably, Sephria's face showed a flush of intoxication. This is talent, in fact, I think it's pretty good to learn a craft. Luolan smiled. Especially cooking skills are really important. Sephria nodded deeply, I will leave my stomach to you in the future. No problem, I promise to raise you white and fat. Luolan blurted out. Sephria glanced at him, sneered and said, Do I need you to raise it? This is a bit awkward, and it feels like you are taking advantage of me. No, you think too much. Luolan smirked, touching his head. Is it because I think too much? Cephalia stared at him suspiciously, and suddenly let out a cold snort. As an adult female Saiyan, Cephalia possesses the slenderness and sensitivity that women should have, and sometimes has the sprout of adolescence, but she is usually covered by her usual arrogance and indifference, and does not show it. As a proud upper-level warrior, the only one among the remaining tribesmen who can make her stand out is the younger brother Luolan. Although she is only an intermediate fighter, she is so talented that sometimes she is admired. Well, it's getting late, go back and rest. Cephalia got up nonchalantly. Oh, I have to rest too. Luolan felt that Cephailia's eyes looked particularly attractive. Since the previous cabin has been destroyed, Luolan and Cephalia can only stay in the caravan. Fortunately, Luolan's caravan was also purchased at a high price. The rooms and electrical facilities are very complete, and they live in two. It's not crowded at all. Early the next morning. The sun is shining and the cool air carries a delicate breeze. After getting up early in the morning, Luolan prepared breakfast for Cephalia, and then exercised on the open space outside. The sun was getting higher and higher, and the light shone on the body with some slight heat. When the cheeks dripped with crystal beads of sweat. At that time, Luolan finally stopped practicing. Because of the lack of a tail, the body is somewhat unbalanced. After a period of time to adapt, Luolan maintained that his combat effectiveness would not decrease. After having breakfast with Cephalia, Luolan floated up alone, teleporting to the city of the stars of Adlat in a vague brilliance. The Saiyan's tail problem has always been a big trouble for him. Luolan wants to find a way to overcome this weakness with the Adrits. Seeing Luolan coming over, the star Adrit on the opposite side suggested that he practice secret techniques to strengthen mental abilities. Luolan nodded, and began to study the spiritual secret arts. At this time, Luolan's good savvy and learning ability showed up again. It is necessary to know that Adrit's secret art is a great test for learning ability. It is already quite remarkable for ordinary people to learn one. It took a few months to learn essence and mystery, and Luolan exuded a fascinating aura from time to time. This is because the spiritual power has not completely converged. Affected by this, Cephalia sometimes looks strange in his eyes. After another period of time, Luolan condensed all his mental strength. At this moment, he felt that even if he became a great ape again, he would not lose control so easily. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com, Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 59, 13,000 Combat Power. Time flies, spring passes, and autumn comes. Time seems to possess an invisible magic power, quietly changing everything in the world. In the blink of an eye, it has been 3 years since Luolan and Cephalia entered the Star of Adrit. In the past 3 years, Luolan's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did she learn secret techniques such as teleportation, void replacement, spiritual, and storage space, she also broke the body several times. The intensity of his battle power has now reached 13,000. You must know that Luolan was just 9 years old at this time. Even when Vegeta Star still existed, there were only a handful of Saiyans with such combat power. It can be said that his strength at a young age has reached the high-level stage of the 7th Universe Saiyan. Especially now that Luolan has not yet entered the golden period of strength growth, it is conceivable that when he enters adolescence, his strength will increase significantly. However, the increase in strength will not bring much pride to Luolan, because he knows that there are many powerful masters in the universe. Some can pierce a planet with one finger, and some even just take a breath. Large galaxies will collapse instantly. Compared with such a master, what is his strength? Maybe a person from a certain corner can defeat him. Of course, there is always a little happiness. At least he can stand straight in front of Cephalia, facing this beautiful and withdrawn sister. He has a feeling that he is about to take off. It's just a little bit regretful. I thought he would be able to fully control his giant ape form after he mastered the spirit technique, but it turned out that he still thought too easily, although the spirit technique largely restrained the giant ape's body. The raging force, but still unable to achieve complete control. On this day, on the top of a plateau, Luolan is studying a secret technique called Wangxiangkan. This secret technique is a bit like the Jiwankan of the North Realm King. It can also increase the strength of the attack, but compared with the Jiwankan, the level of Vientian boxing is much lower, probably only about 30% of attack power. But don't underestimate the trivial 30% attack power. In evenly matched battles, any slight increase in power can play a vital role. Vientiane boxing and void replacement, 1 offense and 1 defense, complement each other. Puff. Puff. Luolan's body exudes an aura that seems like nothing. Suddenly, the air pressure on the plateau shook suddenly, and the violent turbulence continued to spread in all directions with Luolan as the center, and then an area that looked like a vacuum was instantly formed. With a huff, the swelling air began to collapse, and then a violent blast lit up. Vientiane boxing. With a soft drink, Luolan's coercion suddenly increased. The original combat power of more than 10,000 became much stronger, and the increase in combat power was not great, but the same tricks were used, and the power continued to increase. With a bang, the distant mountain peaks collapsed, and thick smoke rushed into the sky, connecting with the clouds on the horizon. After a while, the shock wave of the mountains and the sea swept across with a piece of dust. Luolan's eyes condensed, the vigorous momentum rolled up a wall of gas to block all the dust out. 13,500 combat power. 13,500 combat power, this is definitely a shocking data. Luolan slowly took a breath, and then slowly spit it out, raising a smile at the corner of her mouth. Unlike the explosive air method, which strongly enhances combat effectiveness, the starting point of Wangxiang boxing is to explode stronger attack power under the same combat effectiveness, but the pressure on the body is not strengthened. Floating leisurely in the air, I looked at the huge circular pit that I had punched in the distance. The hot smoke rose in the circular pit, connecting with the horizon. The breeze blows, the smoke and dust are flying, Huoran gives birth to a kind of grandeur of vastness and freedom. With my current strength, I can be regarded as a rare master in the universe. As long as I don't provoke some monsters, basically no one is my opponent. As long as I practice step by step, it won't take long. Frisia's keynote. The team will not be my opponent. Luolan thought expectantly. At this moment, a fierce attack struck him suddenly. Luolan turned his head and saw a beautiful figure, with a slight grin at the corner of his mouth. His body leaned back, and the solace of his feet suddenly released a cyclone. A huge rebound force instantly let his body fly back. Air strike. The air trembled, and Cephalia struck Luolan through the air. Luolan drew a circle in the void, offsetting Cephalia's attack, and then shot a burst of energy backhand. Star cannon. A pair of bright eyes flashed with a stream of light, and she clenched her fists to knock out Luolan's attack. With a bang, a large wave of air rolled violently, and the dull piercing sound stung the eardrum. Cephalia's graceful figure flashed quickly, and soon came to Luolan's side. The palm of the hand was pressed on Luolan's shoulder, suddenly exerting force. With a bang, a figure fell straight towards the ground. Luolan grinned, and suddenly performed Vientiane fist when he was about to hit the ground. Immediately after launching an instant movement, he quickly came to Cephalia's face and punched her in the chest. "You're too early to attack me." The delicate lips were pursed slightly, and a stream of light flashed in his eyes. He turned his hand and slapped him lightly. Cephalia's palm grabbed Luolan's fist, and a burst of secret energy spouted from the palm of his palm, and he fell to the ground. Boom! There was a sense of vibration from the mountain and the ground cracking. Luolan's body stood upright on an impact crater. The winding cracks were cracked in the surrounding area of several tens of meters, and the scope of damage extended to a long distance. The fierce wind disappeared, and Luolan lay in the broken pit, staring at the clouds in the sky floating there. At this time a shadow appeared in the line of sight, and Cephalia leaned down, her light hair hanging from her shoulders. "Hey, it's time to get up." Luolan smiled and said, "It's also nice to lie down and look at the sky." Cephalia snorted, "Your brain is out of practice." After talking about a leap, the whole person disappeared from sight. "She came here to beat me specifically." Luolan sat up, looked at the place where Cephalia disappeared, and couldn't help laughing. In the past 3 years, the appearance of Loyolan and Cephalia has not changed much. Loyolan is still 1.5 meters, and Cephalia is still so young and beautiful. The longest stages of a Scion's life are childhood and youth, which account for almost half of their entire lives. To be reasonable, Loyolan really hopes that her body can grow up faster. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update. Chapter 60, Taisai and number 039, S message. Have you contacted Hertz and the others recently? Loyolan asked Cephalia during the meal. No, what's the matter? Cephalia shook her head. She devoted herself to cultivation during this period of time and paid no attention to external affairs. Loyolan said, Hertz and Asita's children were born, they are twin babies. They should have had children long ago. By the way, what's the potential of the 2 children? For Scion's descendants, Cephalia expressed some concern. The son is an intermediate fighter, and the daughter is only a low-level fighter. However, the current Scion standard should not be used to distinguish between a low-level fighter and an intermediate fighter. Sometimes even a low-level fighter can surpass an intermediate fighter. Well, it's fine. Cephalia nodded slightly. If you put it in the past, Cephalia might refute this sentence. After all, she herself is a superior fighter, and she still has a sense of superiority, but not anymore. Good training and practice skills are enough to make up for the inherent disadvantages. Loyolan is a living example. Even if the special case of Loyolan is discarded, the lower-level Scions on the Kasha star who have received Hertz's training, the Scions whose strength is obviously beyond the potential of the same period can also prove this point. Even the non-combatants on Caxia star who are destined to be unable to break through 1000 combat power have the possibility of becoming fighters. Of course, potential this thing will still greatly limit the achievements of Scions. For example, an intermediate fighter and a lower-level fighter receive exactly the same training at the same time, and the intermediate fighter is still a little more outstanding. It's just that compared with the previous Vegeta star period, the difference is not so obvious. Scions of different levels don't have the previous feeling of being restricted. After lunch, Loyolan and the others exchanged views according to their usual arrangements. As Loyolan's strength gradually increased, now Cephalia could no longer take him as lightly as before when dealing with him. Because Loyolan's hands are horrible, she often doesn't know when she will take advantage of her. Cephalia didn't care before, but it seems to be paying more and more attention recently. After some battle, Cephalia's battle uniform appeared to be damaged, and the incomplete battle uniform could no longer cover her body perfectly, and there were always a few strands of white skin exposed. Cephalia frowned, said to go take a shower, and then ran into the RV to change clothes alone. Loyolan stared at Cephalia's back, and suddenly smiled. At this moment, the communication device on his body made a rapid toot sound. When I picked it up, it was Taisai. It has been a long time since I contacted her. After getting in touch with Taisai, he put down the communication device after a while, and his expression became weird. It turned out that Taisai had contacted him for help. The reason is that she and Gark, a police officer of the Galaxy Patrol Organization, experienced in the universe together, but accidentally provoked a group of cosmic people. Now their spacecraft is malfunctioning and they can only make an emergency landing on a cold planet. That guy Taisai is really good at it. With such a little power, she dared to wander around in the universe, but in the original book she doesn't seem to have encountered any danger. In any case, it was someone he knew, and the other party asked for help personally, and Loyolan couldn't stand by any means. After hesitating, he walked to the bathroom door. Loyolan stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. There was a patter of running water inside, and Cephalia was taking a bath inside. "What's wrong? Wait for me to have something to say before I wash it." Cephalia's dissatisfied voice came from inside. Loyolan said, A friend of mine has encountered danger and is going to save her now. The door opened with a snap, and Sephria poked her head out to look at him. Is that Taisai? Luolan was stunned. Yes, it's her. Sephilia glanced at him and said, then go and save her. Anyway, you have learned about it in the Star of Adrat. I will find you after I learn to teleport. Oh, okay. Luolan nodded, wondering why he felt that Sephria's eyes were a little weird when he looked at him. It's as if the cabbage I raised was going to be overrun by the pigs. Why did I feel like this when I went to the cabbage of Ma Dan? I must have been worrying too much. He shook his head. Putting aside this unrealistic idea, Luolan motioned to Sephilia, and then the instant movement disappeared. After Luolan's figure left, Sephria's crescent-like beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and then closed the bathroom door. On a cold planet, the biting cold wind is mixed with flakes of ice like snowflakes, and the field of vision is hazy, with white scenes everywhere. Located on the north side of the planet, a hilly mountain range is covered with snow, and it looks very enchanting with heavy makeup from a distance. Several cold winds came out, and some snow fell from the treetops. In the cave, Taisai and Gok were sitting around a bonfire. The bonfire in the extremely cold weather could bring them a little warmth. The snowflakes outside were still falling, and there was no sign of stopping. Taze took the spray to treat her wounds, and while spraying it, she said unhappily, "It's all because your spacecraft didn't run fast enough for us to fall on this planet. How can you blame me? You insisted on coming out with me. You clearly said that you would come out next year to gain insight, but you want to come out now. Now that something happened, I blamed me. This patrol officer was tired of you." Jake opened his eyes wide, and his purple skin tightened. Taisai chuckled, and curled her knees, knowingly. A few years ago, Taisai, who wanted to become a well-known novelist, created a novel based on the Earth as the background after Luolan left the Earth, incorporating new materials such as combat power, Kylan Tower, and gods. This novel is true. It made her a little bit angry, but after the heat passed, everything returned to its original state, and the results of the new novels later were still mediocre. After all, for the people on Earth who do not regard martial arts as the mainstream, although the legend of Kylan Ta and the gods can bring them some freshness, they are only used as a flavoring agent to dispel the boring life after a meal. Not many people take it seriously. Expecting this result in the end, Taisai was really discouraged. Later, after I met Jacques, he wrote several novels based on Jacques, but I don't know if Zhang Lang is exhausted or Jacques is really unpopular. Her novels are not popular. After learning from the pain, Taze wondered whether to change her mind. At this time, she heard that Luolan was traveling in the universe, so she contacted Jake to walk out of the Earth together, but she didn't expect that the journey had not been long before they were overbearing. When the cosmic people attacked, Gok's spacecraft was hit by the opponent's energy shells during the escape and had to make a forced landing on this cold planet. Speaking of it, if it wasn't for the insistence on Jake to bring her out, you wouldn't have encountered such a thing. I don't know if those people who attacked us are still looking for us. If they find me, I can't resist. Jake, you will protect me then? Tacy said pitifully. Jake said, come on, although this patrol is an elite of the Galaxy Patrol, but the actual combat ability is not strong. Besides, that group is a cadre of the Frisia army. I don't want to conflict with them. You are afraid of them? Haha, how come, just the Frisia army? Jake laughed awkwardly. Taze looked straight at him, and Gok was embarrassed, turning away embarrassedly. When Tacy saw this, she was a little discouraged. How did this guy become a constable of the Galaxy Patrol organization? If there are such people in the Galaxy Patrol, such an organization is really worrying. If you like Dragon Ball God Saiyan, please collect it. ltnovel.com. Dragon Ball God Saiyan has the fastest literary update.